a motion to go into a public hearing regarding the employment proceedings of Alfred Waterman.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion's been carried. Start our proceedings. Just a few housekeeping rules. There'll be no public comment during this session. If afterwards someone has a comment they would like to make, just let us know, and we'll talk about that then. First of all, Mr. DeJesus has a statement. We'd kind of like little housekeeping rules to open with, please.
Good morning. Mr. Waterman's basically addressed to you. It's an open statement as to what our roles are here. Okay? At this time, we as members of the Civil Service Commission would like to address our responsibilities and duties in the case of Mr. Waterman. Mr. Waterman, on April 8th, 2020, your employment with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office was terminated. This termination was as a result of an investigation conducted by Sheriff Johnstone and his command staff. Sheriff Johnstone terminated your employment based on 4 alleged violations of the Des Moines County Sheriff's Rules and Regulations. The 4 violations were insubordination, breach of integrity, failing to report alleged misconduct concerning another deputy, and finally, unprofessional conduct. Today, we will hear testimony from interested parties in this matter. It is the duty of the Civil Service Commission to hear all the testimony and evidence presented. After hearing testimony and evidence presented, it is our duty to either affirm, modify, or revoke Sheriff Johnstone's recommendation that your employment with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office be terminated. Okay? As a commission, it is not our duty to reinvestigate your case. It is also not our duty to present a defense for the allegations against you or present a defense of Sheriff Johnstone's conclusion that you be terminated. Okay? The sole authority to terminate your employment rests with Sheriff Johnstone. It is our duty to provide you with a fair hearing and opportunity to present your rebuttal to the administrative charges against you. It is our duty to review the evidence against you and conclude whether or not we agree with Sheriff Johnstone's recommendation your position be terminated as a deputy with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office. We as members of the Civil Service Commission enter this hearing with no bias towards you or favoritism towards the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office. We are well aware that termination from your position as a Des Moines County Sheriff is a life-changing event for you. We will faithfully perform our duties as the Civil Service Commission and listen to all matters brought before us today with an open mind. At the conclusion of this hearing, we will meet and review all matters presented to the Commission. As previously stated, the Commission will either affirm, modify, or revoke Sheriff Johnstone's recommendations that your employment with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office be terminated. We will provide you with a summary of our findings and recommendations. Also, we as a commission, we will allow you all the time necessary to conduct a fair and impartial hearing. We as a commission have decided not to set a time limit on witnesses or presentation of evidence. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a brief statement on record before we begin this hearing. I know all parties involved in this action, all parties are aware that I had worked under Sheriff Mike Johnston, retiring on March 31st, 2015. I have not been under his employment for 5 years. I'm able to give a non-biased decision on this matter. Any conclusions I come to will be based solely on the facts that are presented at this hearing. And only those facts. That concludes the statement I have.
I think we may begin.
Thank you. My name is Skylar Limpman. I represent Sheriff Mike Johnstone in Des Moines County in this action. I just want to provide a brief opening statement and provide some information on the information that I'm going to present here today. I have some computerized exhibits that I'll be using the computer for. I've also provided paper copies of those exhibits. If anybody would like me to stop at any point in time as I'm moving through them, please let me know and I'll stop. We can adjust the audio, we can adjust the zoom on some of the exhibits. I just want to make that clear, that just stop me and say you can't see, and we'll make that happen. So this action started in February of 2020. Deputy Waterman was working as an SRO at the Minneapolis School District. And on February 12th, 2020, there was a text message that was sent by Deputy Waterman to Deputy Corey Whitaker, who you're going to hear testimony from later this morning. That text message was agreed upon throughout the internal affairs investigation, so I'm not going to regurgitate what that text message said here for you. On the basis of that text message, Corey Whitaker contacted his supervisor, Lieutenant McCune, and made him aware on February 13th of the situation with Deputy Waterman, and indicated that he wanted to have Lieutenant McCune mediate a conversation between the two of them. They had that conversation with Lieutenant McCune on February 13th, and then Lieutenant McCune met briefly with Deputy Waterman after that meeting. During the meeting with Deputy Waterman on February 13th, Lieutenant McCune asked Deputy Waterman to provide the names of individuals that Deputy Waterman had indicated complained to him about Deputy Whitaker rolling through 3 stop signs in front of the Mediapolis school. At that time, Deputy Waterman indicated that he did not want to provide those names to Lieutenant McCune, and that those people were asking to remain anonymous. There was a follow-up telephone call after that with Lieutenant McCune, where Lieutenant McCune instructed Deputy Waterman to make contact with the 3 individuals that he alleged had contacted him, and to tell them that he had to provide their names to his supervisor, Lieutenant McCune, so he could do an investigation into the allegations against Deputy Whitaker. That happened on February 13th, so they didn't work through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday the 17th. During that conversation, Lieutenant McCune indicated that he would come up to Mediapolis schools to get the names of the 3 individuals from Deputy Waterman. Lieutenant McCune did that on February 18th at around 10 o'clock a.m., arriving at the school, meeting with Deputy Waterman in the parking lot. At that point in time, there was a conversation between them. Deputy Waterman got into Lieutenant McCune's police vehicle, and they had a conversation. At that time, Lieutenant McCune instructed him 3 times, gave him direct orders 3 times to identify the names of the 3 individuals who Deputy Waterman alleged had complained about Deputy Whitaker rolling through 3 stop signs in front of the school. It's undisputed, as the record will show, that Deputy Waterman refused to obey that order and did not provide the names of those individuals at that time. Based on some of the statements that were made to Lieutenant McCune and the failure to provide those names, Deputy Waterman was sent home by Lieutenant McCune, and then later that night he was served with a notice of paid administrative leave and notice of formal investigation. From that point, from February 18th of 2020, the investigation started. You're going to hear testimony from Lieutenant Clint Williams and Sergeant Brad Siegfried, who were the co-investigators. And then on February 25th of 2020, there was a formal administrative interview conducted by Lieutenant Williams, Sergeant Siegfried, with Deputy Waterman. Just to make sure that the record's absolutely clear, on February 25th, 2020, the county actually had different counsel for these proceedings. It was another attorney from another firm, but because Mr. Waterman is a West Burlington City Councilman, she withdrew representation, and then I came in after that process. So I was not present on the February 25th, 2020 hearing. The interview was conducted, which there's an audio and video recording of that, and that will be played for you today. There is not a transcript of that interview because the way that the technology works, it's a proprietary software, and the audio can't be extracted to have a transcript made. But you'll be able to review it. It'll be introduced as an exhibit, and that'll be there. Then fast forward to March 20th of 2020, after some notices were provided to Deputy Waterman, there was an administrative hearing. That was the first time that I became involved in the proceedings, and there was an audio recording for that interview, and that's why you'll see a transcript for the administrative hearing on March 20th. So from March 20th, the investigation continued. After that hearing, there was additional information that was gathered. Deputy Waterman was provided additional notices and information, and he was allowed time to provide a response in writing to Sheriff Johnstone. He was given 5 days from the date of the notice, which was March 31st, 2020, to provide information to Sheriff Johnstone following the administrative predisciplinary hearing. And at that point in time, he did not submit anything to Sheriff Johnstone to consider. After reviewing the record and all the evidence and the information and the recommendations from his command staff, Sheriff Johnstone held a disciplinary meeting on April 8th, 2020. And due to the COVID situation and Sheriff Johnstone travels, he had to do that digitally while the rest of us appeared in person down at the Sheriff's office. There is a transcript of that meeting. However, there's not audio video of that because it was in the big conference room due to the COVID concerns. So there is a transcript of that that'll be in the record. At that time, Sheriff Johnstone issued an order terminating Deputy Waterman's employment, and Chief Deputy Grimshaw filed the termination letter with the commission. And then Deputy Waterman appealed to the commission, which is why we're here today. Ultimately, what Sheriff Johnstone is asking you to do is to affirm the termination of Deputy Waterman's employment as Des Moines County Sheriff's Deputy. And through this process, we're asking you to consider the evidence and wait until you've heard everything before you make your decision in this case. Thank you.
Do you have opening statement?
At this time, we're going to reserve that, and we'll give an opening prior to the start of, after the county has presented their case.
Okay, thank you very much.
This time I'd like to call Al Waterman to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Would you please state and spell your full name?
Albert Joseph Waterman, A-L-F-R-E, Joseph, J-O-S-E-P-H, Waterman, W-A-T-E-R-M-A-N.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
And I will have some exhibits to display for Al on the computer screen, and then I'll try to provide the exhibit numbers so you can follow along in the paper copies, and I'll do the same for you as well, Al. When I get ready to ask those questions, I'll have to move over to the computer though. Al, when did you become a deputy at the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office?
September 2014,
And who hired you?
Sheriff Johnson.
And prior to that, were you a police officer anywhere?
Yes,
Where were you employed at?
West Burlington Police Department.
And how long were you employed there for?
For 12 years, 10 of it was full-time, 2 was as a reserve.
And you started there in 2004?
2004 full-time.
And you're an ILEA certified police officer?
Yes.
Will you just provide the commission with some background regarding your ILEA training education experience from the time that you joined law enforcement in 2004 up until today?
I'm sorry. What
Will
was
you
that?
provide some background on your training education in law enforcement up to today?
Graduated from the ILEA in 2004. I was a certified ASP instructor and DT instructor. Got those certifications through West Burlington Police Department. Continued the defensive tactics instructor through the Sheriff's Office.
Al, excuse me, could you speak a little louder, please? I don't think that mic is working, but if you can speak a little louder, that'd be great.
Yes, not working.
I'm sorry, to interrupt.
Where would you like me to pick up as far as?
Just where you left off, that would be fine, but if you'll just speak a little louder.
Okay. Was recertified as DT instructor with the Sheriff's Office shortly after I was hired. Was the current DT instructor decided he didn't want to do it anymore, and since I was already certified, I was recertified through ILEA with the Sheriff's Department. I spent 3 years on the Southeast Iowa Narcotics Task Force as a detective when I was with West Burlington Police Department. Became a West Burlington City Council member in 2016. Still hold that office today.
Al, when you got hired at the Sheriff's Office, will you just describe what that training process was for the commission?
I had a FTO program that I had to go through. Everyone has to, whether you're certified or whether you have to go to the academy through the Sheriff's Office.
And who were your FTOs?
Kevin Glendenning, Matt Bryant.
you'll flip to Exhibit R, page 31 in your binders, please. Are you there?
Which one is it?
Exhibit R, page 31.
Is that the? Okay.
We'll let the computer catch up here.
Okay.
Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the document that I did when I was sworn in.
What is that? What does it say on it?
I, Alfred Waterman, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Iowa, and that I will faithfully and impartially, to the best of my ability, discharge all the duties as Deputy Sheriff for Des Moines County, Iowa, as now or hereafter required by law.
So we're waiting on the computer screen here to load.
Okay.
I may end up just swapping this out for my laptop just so this goes along a little bit quicker. So you read there your oath of office, and what's the date that you took the oath of office?
September 8th, 2014?
Said September 8th, 2014.
That's correct.
And who gave you the oath of office?
Sheriff Johnston.
Calling it saying not responding.
Try closing out, reopen it.
Will you turn to page 75 of Exhibit R, please? Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the policy codes.
When you say policy codes, what do you mean by that?
The policy manual that we had to read and approve, and affirm that we had read.
I'm going to show you up on the screen here, page 75 of Exhibit R, and I'm going to point to a portion of it where it indicates standards of conduct. Do you see the mouse there?
Yes.
Do you see the date of issuance of that policy?
Yes.
What's the date?
10/8 of 2019.
And then that would be the first version of the policy. What date did you acknowledge and review that policy?
10/9/2019.
And then under that, do you see where it says standards of conduct again?
Yes.
So there was a revised version of the policy that was put out. What date was that on?
That was 1/5 of 2020.
And what date did you review and acknowledge the policy?
1/14 of 2020.
Well, we're going to go a little bit further down here, and we look for the personnel complaints one on 76 of Exhibit R, please. And I'll put it up on the computer screen here for you. That'd be the 1010 policy. You see the portion that I've got highlighted on the computer screen?
Yes.
And what date did that policy get issued by the Sheriff's Office?
1/28/2020.
And what date did you review and acknowledge it?
1/28 of 2020.
And then, as far as Exhibit R, would you agree that that's your personnel file records, including your employment application, training records,
I'm sorry.
hiring documents?
What?
As far as Exhibit R overall, Would you agree that that's your personnel file records, hiring documents, training records?
Yes.
No reason to dispute that.
No.
I'm gonna close out of that here. I want to turn to Exhibit O in the binder. When you get there, please let me know.
All good? We're here.
If you'll turn to Exhibit O, page 1, and if you'll look at the section that is labeled 320.3, directives and orders, and read that section out loud, please.
Members shall comply with lawful directives and orders from any office, supervisor, or person in a position of authority, absent a reasonable and bona fide justification.
You'll go to the next page, and if you look at section 320.5 and read the heading out loud.
320.5.
Correct.
The following are illustrative of causes for disciplinary action. This list is not intended to cover every possible type of misconduct and does not preclude the recommendation of disciplinary action for violation of other rules, standards, ethics, and specific action or inaction that is detrimental to efficient office service.
And I'll have you go down to 320.5.1 subsection A and read that out loud for the commission, please.
Violation of or ordering or instructing a subordinate to violate any policy, procedure, rule, order, directive, or requirement, or failure to follow instructions contained in office or county manuals.
As you understand that this was one of the policy sections that was cited in the letters to you.
Okay.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And the next one is 320.5.1 sub B. If you'll read that out loud, please.
Disobedient of any legal directive or order issued by any office member of a higher rank.
And you agree that was also cited in the notices that were provided to you?
Yes.
We're going to go all the way down to 320.5.8. So we got a couple pages to go back here, and I'll give you a page number. Page 5 of 7.
Okay.
If you look at subsection A of that and read it out loud, please.
Failure to disclose or misrepresenting material facts or making any false or misleading statements on any application, examination form, or other official document, report, or form, or during the course of any work-related investigation.
And that was also cited in the notices that were provided to you.
Yes.
And then the next one was 320.5.8 subsection C, and I've got it displayed up on the computer screen too for you.
You said subsection C.
Correct. If you'd read that out loud, please.
Failure to participate in investigation or giving false or misleading statements or misrepresenting or omitting material information to a supervisor or other person in a position of authority in connection with any investigation or in the reporting of any office-related business.
And that was also one of the policy sections that was cited to you in the notices. Is that yes?
Yes.
The acoustics aren't very good in here, and I'm even having trouble hearing you a little bit further away because this is very loud, so if you just speak up just a little bit.
Okay.
The next section's right under that, subsection D on page 5 of Exhibit O, if you'll read that out loud, and I've got that on the computer screen highlighted as well.
Being truthful or knowingly making false, misleading, or malicious statements that are reasonably calculated to harm the reputation, authority, or official standing of this office or its members.
And that was another one that was provided to you
Yes.
in the notices. So next one is 320.5.8. Subsection I. It's on page 6.
Okay.
And Maybe if you read that out loud, please.
Subsection I.
Correct. It's up on the screen for you.
I'm apparently not in the same section with page 5.
Page 5, I stand corrected.
Yeah. Any act on or off duty that brings discredit to this office.
And that was also one of the other policy violations that was cited to you in the correspondence.
Yes.
And if you go to 320.5.9 subsection A, which is on the same page right below I, and read that out loud, please.
Failure of any member to promptly and fully report activities on his or her part or the part of any other member where such activities resulted in contact with any other law enforcement agency that may result in criminal prosecution or discipline under this policy.
No dispute that that was cited to you in the notices.
Yep, I need to read that again.
Go ahead.
Yes.
And then if you'll go down to subsection H, which is actually on page 6 this time. And if you'll read that out loud too, please.
Criminal, dishonest, or disgraceful conduct, whether on or off duty, that adversely affects the member's relationship with this office.
And then subsection M of 320.5.9.
Any other on or off duty conduct which any member knows or reasonably should know is unbecoming a member of this office, is contrary to good order, efficiency, or morale, or trends to reflect unfavorably upon this office or its members.
And you agree that that was the final policy section that was cited to you in the notices.
Yes.
Now I'm done with Exhibit O for now, but if you'll go to Exhibit P as in Paul, which is the 1010 policy. You'll let me know when you're there.
Could I possibly get my drink?
You're welcome. We're going to look at 1010.3. I'll wait till you get done drinking. Well, first let me ask you this. Do you recognize that policy?
Somewhat, yeah. It's a policy of a lot of them that we had to read and approve, yeah.
No dispute that that was the policy that was in effect at the time, February of 2020, right?
I don't, we'd have to go back to that other page to see if it was in effect, I guess.
1/28 of 2019 was the effective date that was issued, and you acknowledged, I believe.
Okay.
So under 1010.3, subsection 2B, so we have to go to page 2. I've got it highlighted on the computer too for you. And if you'll read the title section there for the record.
Read the what, I'm sorry.
The title of that,
Source of complaints.
and then the second sentence underneath that.
The following applies to the source of complaints.
And then now if you'll read subsection B out loud.
Any office member becoming aware of alleged misconduct shall immediately notify a supervisor.
And that was also one of the policy sections that was cited to you in the notices, right?
Yes.
And the last one is 1010.6.2 subsection K, which is on page 4.
Okay.
Are you at subsection K?
Yes.
We read that out loud for the commission, please.
All members shall provide complete and truthful responses to questions posed during interviews.
And you, as far as your job duties and responsibilities, were subject to these policies, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna have you go to Exhibit Q, please. And I've got that up on the computer screen here for you. What is this document?
The mission statement.
Mission statement of who?
Sheriff's Office.
Can we just read the mission statement out loud for the commission, please?
The fundamental duty and ultimate mission of the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office is to serve and protect the citizens of Des Moines County with fairness, compassion, and respect. We demand excellence in our law enforcement personnel, stressing professionalism, integrity, and timeliness, so that citizens we serve may feel safe and secure with the boundaries of our county. We promote the setting of goals in partnership with our community and prioritize and address problems based on the concerns of our citizens. The enforcement of the law and the protection we provide shall always be without favor or prejudice. We are committed to providing peace, safety, and justice for our citizens.
Then on page 2 of that, Al, if you'll go to that. We just identify what that is for the record, please.
The Law Enforcement Code of Ethics.
Are you familiar with the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics?
Yes.
And when you were at the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, did they provide you training on the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics?
Yes.
And I'm not going to have you read that entire document, but you don't dispute that the mission statement and the Code of Ethics is also part of the policy manual that you acknowledged?
Yes.
You do dispute it or you don't dispute it?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You don't dispute that the mission statement and the Code of Ethics is part of the policy manual that you previously
No, I don't
acknowledged?
dispute it.
So I want to change gears with you here, Al, and I want to ask you some questions about your most recent assignment at the Sheriff's Office. So you started in 2014.
Are we gonna need this for a little bit?
No, you can put that to the side. Can you just explain to the commission what your assignment was at the Sheriff's Office in February of 2020?
Sorry about that. I was assigned to the Minneapolis School District as the school resource officer.
And when did you start that position?
August of 2019,
So you've been in that job about 6 months.
approximately, yes.
What was the process for taking on that assignment at the Sheriff's Office? Did you apply for it?
I'm sorry.
What was the process for taking on that position at the Sheriff's Office? Did you apply for it?
We had to show interest, yes.
And by show interest, what do you mean?
Let them know that I was interested in the position.
Was there like an application process that you had to go through? Were there other people that applied, showed interest in it?
There was 2 other people that I recall, yes.
Did you know that through the application process that Deputy Whitaker made a recommendation to Sheriff Johnstone for you to be appointed to that SRO position for Minneapolis schools?
Yes,
You did know that?
yes,
And you were eventually appointed by Sheriff Johnstone to that SRO position at the Minneapolis School District?
yes.
Who was your direct supervisor in that SRO position?
Lieutenant McCune.
In February of 2020, was Lieutenant McCune's schedule such that he was available to you while you were working as the SRO at the Minneapolis schools?
Yes.
And what was your schedule? What was your schedule in February of 2020?
I usually got to the school around 7:30. Usually left the school somewhere between 3:45 and 4.
If Lieutenant McCune wasn't available, was there another supervisor that would have been working at that time?
Yes.
Can you just describe for the commission what your duties and responsibilities were as an SRO?
Several duties up there. I would put on slideshows, presentations for individual classrooms, also put on slideshows for the entire high school class from grade 9 to grade 12. Did several of those. My time there, I would do anywhere from 3 to 4 security checks each day. Interior security checks, I would walk the perimeter of the school check all the doors to make sure they were secured. Stop in different classrooms and talk to the teachers, the students. Stop and talk to the elementary principal, the athletic director, just through my walks and security checks. Stop and talk to different people, different classrooms.
As part of your duties and responsibilities as the SRO for Minneapolis Schools, did you have any deputies that you supervised?
No.
Was there any other deputies that were assigned to SRO positions for the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office in February of 2020?
Yes.
Who?
Deputy Whitaker.
And where was he assigned to?
Danville.
So it was you and Deputy Whitaker that were SROs for the schools?
Yes.
Can you just explain a little bit of background about how that works as far as the contract between the school and the sheriff's office for the SRO position?
We went into a contract. We have to provide a school resource officer for the school. They pay X amount of dollars to the sheriff's office for that service.
The sheriff's office guarantees that they'll have a deputy that's assigned to the school, right?
Correct.
Your responsibility as the SRO did not include performing any internal affairs investigations on other deputies, right?
No.
That's a supervisor's responsibility, right?
Yes.
So with that background in mind, I want to transition to the reason why we're here today. There was an internal affairs investigation that was performed into allegations that were made against you, right?
Yes.
And you were placed on paid administrative leave.
Yes.
What date were you put on paid administrative leave?
February 18th.
And have you been on paid administrative leave to this point in time?
Yes.
You've received your pay.
Yes.
I should ask, you've received your benefit as well. Your benefits.
Yes.
I'm going to have you turn to Exhibit M in the binders. Are you there?
Yep.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is notice of his administrative interview.
And what date is on that form?
2/18/2020.
And who is that from?
Lieutenant Chad McHugh.
And that's to you, right?
Yes.
Will you flip to page 2 of Exhibit M, please?
There.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
Is that Lieutenant McHugh's signature?
Yes.
At the bottom of page 1, if you go to that, and I can put it up here, I will highlight it on the screen so you know exactly what I'm asking you to review. There's a portion in a blue box there. Will you read that entire portion out loud, please, for the record?
All information contained in this interview is confidential and except where mandated by law will be released only to the proper authorities. You are ordered to answer all questions fully, truthfully, and to the best of your knowledge. The answers shall not be used against you in any subsequent criminal proceeding. If you refuse to answer questions specifically directed and narrowly related to the performance of your official duties, you will be subject to departmental charges which may result in progressive disciplinary action up to and including termination.
And then it goes on to talk about the interview will be audio recorded and you'll have the right to have legal counsel present, right?
Yes.
So this was a written order to you from Lieutenant McHugh, right?
Yes.
You would agree that this is a fair and accurate copy of the document that you were served?
Yes.
And I'll have you go to, there's Exhibit M1. It's not page 1, it's a separate exhibit.
Okay.
You recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's in reference to my administrative leave. Let me know when the administrative interview is, and outlining, that I was put on paid administrative leave and that I couldn't go to the sheriff's office or, go to Minneapolis schools.
And what's the date on that?
2/18 of 2020.
And you received this document as well?
Yes,
And you received that from Lieutenant McCune?
yes,
No dispute that that's fair and accurate?
yes. No dispute.
Now, in that Exhibit M, the original schedule for the interview was Friday, February 21st, 2020 at 15:30 hours. I'm gonna ask you, I wanna keep that in mind, but I'm gonna ask you the next question here. I'm gonna pull up the exhibit K.
Exhibit what?
K is in King. It's 2 pages.
Okay.
Do you recognize that letter?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a letter from, my attorney letting them know that, I had requested counsel and he was going to be representing me.
What's the date on that letter?
Looks like February 21st.
So the interview was originally scheduled for February 21st, but you had asked to accommodate your attorney and your schedule and to move the interview back, right?
Yes.
And that's why it was ultimately changed by the sheriff's office to February 25th of 2020, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna go to the video here. And I wanna ask you some questions before we start on the video. So you had requested the interview be continued till February 25th, 2020, and that was ultimately held at the sheriff's office, right?
Yes.
Who was present at that time during the interview?
The first interview,
Correct, on 25th of February.
myself, my attorney, Adam Clean, which was a union steward that I had requested to be there. And then Lieutenant Williams, Lieutenant Siegfried, or Sergeant Siegfried, and an attorney that was hired first. I don't remember her name.
Emily Ellingson from Lynch, Dallas.
Okay.
So you had your attorney, you had your union steward there.
Corvette? I'll just set it there.
No, yeah, you just said this, I know. And so you understood that the interview would be audio recorded, video recorded, right?
Yes.
And there was an audio, video recording that was made of the interview, right?
Yes.
And so if you don't have to turn to it, but Exhibit S in the binder, there's a paper notice in there regarding a video. Have you had an opportunity to review the video from the interview from February 25th, 2020 before today?
I can't remember if I was able to open it up or not. I reviewed, we had an audio.
Because you had an audio recorder in there too, right? No dispute that this is the video from the sheriff's office, right?
No, no dispute.
And the date that's indicated on the video is 2/25/2020.
Okay.
I'm going to start the video here at 4:30:53, and you can see here, and I'll move out of the way so you can see Dwayne. The middle by where my mouse is at is the timestamp that I'm referring to just for the record, so it's very clear, because there's a different timestamp up in the corner, but that's actually the current time we're playing the video. So I'm going to play the video now at 4:30:53.
Kind of some preliminary stuff that he's gonna read, just to make sure
I can
everybody.
introduce myself to your, I'm Emily Ellingson. I work with the county administrator, okay?
For now.
On behalf of-
Adam Blaine.
Thank you.
I'm, Clint Williams, I'm a lieutenant here, I don't know if you met me or not.
I don't know,
I've seen you in the courthouse.
I think I met you before Brad Ziegler.
Okay, yeah. So, first off, just got a couple, pieces of paperwork here for you. It's, your, notice of right of representation, administrative interview, due process hearing, and, Garrity warning. I've got 2 copies. I'd like you to take a look at those. Sign one that you understand what that is. Give it back. Same thing. One's for you to keep then.
Like also the Bill of Rights is, please also the Bill of Rights is attached to the back of it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
This one's audio video recording, so.
And also, we're gonna record it on a handheld down here, just so you
Sure.
guys know.
I just did that. It's required recording.
Yeah.
So.
And we just always do one just to make sure that we have a copy also, so.
I think it'd be beneficial to know both of your representatives who are here. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, that's fine. You want both names on there?
Yeah, just put two print off.
Sure. Which one do I need to sign?
Interviewee.
I don't have it in front of me.
We'll stop the video at 4:36:02. So I just want to explain to the commission, what were you looking at on the video at that time?
The Garrity warning and other paperwork that they had, given me.
Just for their benefit, what was the Garrity warning?
You want,
It was, I know you're not a lawyer, so I'll try to summarize it for you. It's basically a notice indicating that you're being investigated. You have to answer the questions truthfully, but the information that is learned during the investigation is not going to be provided through any criminal proceedings, right?
correct, what I had read, yeah.
And then you had ended up reviewing a notice of representation indicating that you have the right to an attorney, right?
Yes.
And there was the copy of the full Peace Officer Bill of Rights, Iowa Code Section 80F1, that was attached to the notices.
Yes.
And that's what you were signing there on the video, right?
Yes.
I'm going to play the video from 4:36:02 forward.
This copy for us now?
Yes.
Okay. You want us to fill in up here as well?
Oh, is it like the date and stuff of the
Yeah,
interview?
the name, interview,
Is that something you want us to fill out, or?
If you can fill out the names of the representatives, I think that would be beneficial. We can fill out the 26th here.
Yeah.
And I think there's like a page 2 that Gary wanted to do.
I'm sorry, what, 437? You want me to witness this, or how do you want to witness?
Yeah, if you want to witness this, that'd be great.
Out there. That one. No.
Thank you. All right. So, this is the, notice that you have right to representation of Gary Des Moines, and then on the back is, Iowa Code 80F.1 is the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. Just a couple things I'd like to just kind of, just highlight in that, and then if you guys, have any questions or anything about that, hopefully we can clear that up. Subsection 1 defines what the interview process, is, and that's what we're doing today. We're just, going through the interview process, as defined in the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. Subsection 5, or not subsection, but section 5 states that you should be provided with a written summary of the complaint prior to the interview. That was, provided by Lieutenant McCune on February 18th, 2020. Section 6 states that you shall answer questions. Section 7 states that at a minimum, the interview shall be audio recorded, and this room is audio and video recorded. Audio recording there, video there. Okay. Section 8 states that you shall have the right to legal representation and or legal counsel and union representation at your own expense. Let's see, and these are the sections I just kind of wanted to go over and point out, make sure that we're on the same page there. And is there any other parts of the Peace Officer Bill of Rights you'd like to bring up before we get started?
I think I'm good.
Okay, Lieutenant McCune serve you a copy of, notice of administrative interview on, February 18th. What I want to do is just read the paragraph of the complaint, and then we'll move on to the actual interview. Brad's going to ask some questions after that. Just to make sure that we're all on the same page and talking about the same thing here. We'll go over that. On Thursday, February 13th, 2020, Deputy Whitaker requested an inquiry into a text message and phone call he had with Deputy Waterman. Deputy Waterman stated that he received a complaint from 3 separate individuals, and Deputy Whitaker had ran 3 stop signs on Northfield Street near Minneapolis School. Deputy Waterman was adamant that he had received these complaints but refused to cooperate with the complainant by giving the complaint information to Lieutenant McCune when ordered. Deputy Waterman continued to insist on this story until February 18th, 2020, when questioned again by Lieutenant McCune, when he recanted his story, changing to say that there were no subjects that had complained to him about Deputy Whitaker. Video surveillance was seen of the date and time of the alleged violation and the alleged complaint. No evidence of any individuals coming to Deputy Waterman was observed. Then it lists 4 Des Moines County Sheriff's Office policies that Lieutenant McCune alleges that you violated there. Des Moines County Sheriff's Office Policy 320.3, failure to comply with lawful directives and orders from Lieutenant McCune, a person of authority, absent a reasonable and bona fide justification on February 13th, 2020 and February 18th, 2020. Number 2, Des Moines County Sheriff's Office Policy 320.5.8, subsection A, failure to disclose or misrepresenting material facts or making false or misleading statements during the course of any work-related investigation. On 2 dates in question, Deputy Waterman made statements of 3 individuals making a complaint on Deputy Whitaker for traffic violation. Number 3, Des Moines County Sheriff's Office Policy 320.5.8, subsection C, failure to participate in an investigation or giving false or misleading statements or misrepresenting or omitting material information to a supervisor in connection with any investigation. And number 4, Des Moines County Sheriff's Office Policy 320.5.8, subsection D, being untruthful or knowingly making false, misleading, or malicious statements that are reasonably calculated to harm the reputation, authority, or official standing of a member of the office, Deputy Corey Whitaker. Do you have any questions about any of those? No. I think at this point, we're going to proceed to the questioning part of the interview. And
So I've stopped the video at 4:44:09. I want to ask you a few questions here, Al. With regard to the notice that you were provided, exhibits M and M1, would you agree that you had those exhibits on February 18th, 2020, going into the interview on the 25th?
Yes.
And you were again advised of all of your rights during the interview by Lieutenant Williams?
Yes.
And that notice that was provided to you back on the 18th informed you that you had to answer all the questions truthfully during your interview, right?
Yes.
I want to have you flip to Exhibit S in the notice in the binder. There are 2 Minneapolis school surveillance videos listed there, right?
Yes.
And the date on those is 2/12 and 2/17 of 2020.
Yes.
And I won't be able to pull up the video at the same time with the other software that's open. Pull up the surveillance video from the conference room video again here. So there were some videos that were provided to you from Minneapolis schools from 2/12 and 2/17/2020, right?
Yes.
By the sheriff's office.
Yes.
I want to ask you about Exhibit G in the binder.
You said G?
G. We're just going to go through some of the exhibits out.
Okay.
What is that?
Delivery receipt?
And what was that document?
Advised that the pending formal investigative investigation is a confidential matter until further notice. You are ordered as follows. Tell me not to have any verbal or written communications with members of the office, members of the public. If I have any questions regarding these orders, I'm to contact Lieutenant McCune.
You would agree that's a written order, right?
Correct.
From March 11th, 2020?
Correct.
And that's your signature there on the document?
Correct.
And who signed that on behalf of the sheriff's office?
Chief Deputy Grimshaw.
No dispute that you received it, fair and accurate?
Correct.
I want to have you go to Exhibit F, please. What is that document?
Notice of administrative hearing.
And you received Exhibit F?
Yes.
What's the date on it?
March 16th.
2020?
Yes.
And who is that from?
That is from Chief Deputy Grimshaw.
And it's a notice of pre-disciplinary hearing?
Correct.
Now, there's some documents that are listed here in the page 1, and it says enclosed with this notice are the following documents. Do you see that out?
Uh-huh.
And will you just confirm that you received the supplemental report from Lieutenant McCune from February 18th, from his second supplemental from February 26th, the report by Lieutenant Williams from February 29th, and the report from Deputy Whitaker from February 26th?
Yes.
So with the exhibits, there were attachments, but because those other exhibits are in the binders, we did not include all the attachments in there to save paper. But those were provided to you, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date that it was scheduled for the administrative hearing?
March 20th, 2020.
I won't be able to highlight this for you, Al, but in the last paragraph of page 1, we read the first sentence out loud, please.
The pre-disciplinary hearing is an opportunity for you to provide anything you would like Sheriff Johnstone to consider before a decision is made regarding disciplinary action in this matter.
And then we read the second sentence out loud.
Although this hearing is informal, you may give a statement verbally or in writing, present documents, information, or anything that you feel Sheriff Johnstone should consider.
And you were aware that you could present anything that you wanted Sheriff Johnstone to consider at the March 20th hearing, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to go down and I want to go to the page 2 of Exhibit F. Would you agree that it indicates to you that you may offer any assertions of fact, arguments, or any defenses that you wanted Sheriff Johnstone to consider as part of the disciplinary process?
Yes.
And then in paragraph 2, it stated that the garrity warning you were previously given would remain in effect for the March 20th, 2020 hearing, right?
Yes.
So you would have still been under the obligation to provide truthful statements on March 20th, 2020, right?
Yes.
Now, just for the commission's benefit, because I had some communications with your attorney regarding potential for decertification, this notice also advises you that there is a potential, given that this is an issue involving moral turpitude, that the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, if you were discharged, would be notified that you were terminated for an issue that may result in grounds for them to decertify a U.S. peace officer, right?
Yes.
And so you were fully aware of that going into the March 20th, 2020 hearing, right?
Yes.
And then finally, there's a public records notice here. You would agree that you were unaware that certain details, as indicated in the notice, may become public as part of the disciplinary action, right?
Yes.
And then on page 3 there, is that your signature?
Yes.
And what's the date on that?
3/16/2020.
And who signed it on behalf of the sheriff's office?
Chief Deputy Grimshaw.
So March 16th, 2020, you're served with reports from Lieutenant McCune, Deputy Whitaker, and Lieutenant Williams. And then there was an administrative hearing that was actually held on March 20th, 2020, right?
Yes.
Who was present at that hearing?
Myself, my attorney, you, Sheriff Johnstone, Chief Deputy Grimshaw, Lieutenant Williams, and Lieutenant McCune, if I remember correctly.
Just give me a moment here, Al. I have to close out of the software from the 25th of February and pull up the other thumb drive here. Where was that administrative hearing held at?
At the Sheriff's Office.
And so you had your union representative, Annika McVeigh, with you as well?
Yes.
And prior to that administrative hearing, you had received the surveillance video from Minneapolis schools from February 12th, 2020 and February 17th, 2020, right?
Yes.
So going into this, then you also had the videos, you had your audio recording from the February 25th, 2020 administrative interview, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you also had those written reports and the notices that you were previously provided, right?
Yes.
So I've got the March 20th, 2020 video here pulled up on the computer screen. Would you agree that this is the surveillance video from the conference room at the sheriff's office from March 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
I'm just going to start the video here just to get a little bit of an overview for the commission. I'm going to start it at 10:08:15.
Today is March 20th at 10:08 a.m. My name is Skylar Lynchman. I'm an attorney on behalf of Des Moines County. We're here at the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office in the conference room for an administrative hearing regarding Alfred Waterman. I'm going to go ahead and go around the room and have everybody introduce themselves, starting with Sheriff Johnstone to my right.
Mike Johnstone, Sheriff.
Brett Grimshaw, Chief Deputy.
Chad McEwen, Lieutenant.
Kurt Dial, attorney for Al.
Our Waterman Deputy.
Annika McVeigh, CWA Local 7176 Union Representative.
Thank you. So Al, the purpose of this today is to provide you an opportunity to respond, and I've got a few things that I want to go over with you here, just some housekeeping items. First things first, on March 11, 2020 at 12:19 p.m., you were provided a supplemental notice regarding the formal administrative investigation, and I can hand this to you to take a look at. You'd just like to verify that you received that, and that's your signature there.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna hand you another, notice, the notice of administrative hearing, and it's dated March 16, 2020, at 3:14 PM. And if you'll just do the same for me as well, and just pass both of those back, please. After you're done, take a look at it. Thank you. Let's take those back. Now, with the notice that you received on March 16th, there were some reports attached to that, and just for the record purposes, because we're audio recording this, I'm just going to read what those attachments were. There was a supplemental report by Lieutenant Kuhn dated February 18, 2020, a report by Lieutenant Williams dated February 19, 2020, a supplemental report by Lieutenant Kuhn dated February 26, 2020, a supplemental report by Deputy Whitaker dated February 26, 2020. Those were attached to the notice. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Then you were also previously provided, prior to your interview, your formal administrative interview, copy of the recordings from the Viapa School for the surveillance system.
Yes.
And there was also some notices, a notice of your interview that you were provided at that time.
Yes.
And a summary of the complaint.
Correct.
Was there anything that I'm missing here that you think that you do not have as of today?
I believe no.
And I'll just note for the record that I believe that we provided you everything that we have up until this point in time.
Okay.
So just for some background information, at the time of your interview on February 25th, Emily Ellington from Lynch Dallas was the attorney for the county at that point in time. She withdrew, so now I'm involved on behalf of the county, so she's no longer representing the county in this case. And I've had some conversations with her about that, so that's why I'm here today, just so you know. What we're going to do today is, after we go through some preliminary matters here, we're going to turn it over to you, and you'll have an opportunity to present any information that you want the county to consider. With regard to the notices, though, that you were previously provided, I want to just explain a couple of things to you and make sure that you don't have any questions about them. If your employment was terminated by Des Moines County, in this case, the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy has the power to decertify you as a peace officer. I've represented police officers, and I've had a police officer that was recently decertified following a termination. So the reason why we're providing you that information is that may weigh on your decision-making process, and we want it to be perfectly clear with you that if that is the result, which nothing has been decided as of today, that is a possibility here. Now, the county, as I put in the notice, the county can recommend that you be decertified or suspended by ILEA. However, regardless of whether the county does that or not, ILEA still has that power if you're terminated. And there are different things under their administrative code rules, and you and your attorney can talk about that further, but moral turpitude is one of those criteria where you could be decertified for. So we want to make that perfectly clear that that is a potential. That's not something necessarily that's controlled by Des Moines County Sheriff's Office. That's something that would be addressed by the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. Do you have any questions about that? And then, as part of the notice, you're also aware under Iowa Code Chapter 22 that as a result of this, some certain records could become public, and that was in the notice that was provided to you on March 16th. Okay. Just want to make sure that you don't have any questions about that. As of this time, though, there's nothing obviously that would be provided as part of any public records request or anything like that, because it's still an ongoing matter. It's still confidential. And finally, all the prior warnings as far as guarantee still apply today. So to answer any questions truthfully, nothing's going to be used in any kind of criminal investigation or anything like that. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
At this point in time, I will turn it over to Sheriff Johnstone, and then we can continue the hearing.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
I'm going to stop the video at 10:14:19. So we played a portion there. You would agree that during the hearing, I advised you again that you were still under the obligation to provide truthful statement during the administrative hearing, right?
Yes.
And you had all the notices that we previously referred to on the video that were available to you up until that point in time, right?
Yes.
Now, it was made aware to you through the notices and my statement that you just heard here on the video that this was an opportunity for you to present anything that you wanted to be considered throughout this entire process, right?
Yes.
So you're not disputing today that you had an opportunity back on February 25th to present information, and then you had another opportunity on March 20th, 2020 to present any information, right?
Not disputing that, no.
I'm gonna have you turn to Exhibit B in your binder, please.
That B for boy.
Correct.
Thank you.
Have you made it to Exhibit B? So I'm on page 1 of Exhibit B. If you'll identify for the record what that document is, please.
Notice of results of investigation, proposed discipline, and meeting.
And who is that from?
Sheriff Johnston,
And what's the date on that?
March 31st, 2020.
Will you read the first paragraph there on the notice, please, for the record?
The formal administrative investigation has concluded. I have received the results of the investigation. As stated therein, termination of your employment is proposed for your full misconduct.
So you are aware then, on March 31st, 2020, that the investigation had concluded that date, correct?
Yes.
And we'll get to the signature page here in a minute, but just because I've got it up on the screen, on page 1, this notice summarizes all of the materials that you were previously provided, right?
Yes.
Now, if you look in the middle there, it indicates video from Minneapolis school system. There's 3 dashes there. That's referring to the video from February 12th, 2020, right?
Yes.
You were also provided video from February 17th, 2020, right? It's not listed there, but you were provided it.
Yes, I was not able to open that video up.
From February 17th?
Right.
Okay. I was not aware of that until this point in time, but did you make anybody aware that you weren't able to open it up?
I let my attorney know.
So if you'll look at page 1, the bottom page, there's a sentence there that starts with, in accordance with 1010.10.2. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Sheriff Johnstone indicated in that notice that you were being provided your personnel file records, your administrative interview video from February 25th, 2020, an administrative hearing video from March 20th, 2020, a supplemental report from Lieutenant McCune dated 3/26/2020, and I'll represent for the record that is a typo. That report is actually dated 3/24/2020. An investigation report by Lieutenant Williams and Sergeant Siegfried from March 30th, 2020, and then the Chief Deputy's report and recommendations dated March 31st, 2020. Do you agree that you received all those documents with this notice?
Yes.
And there was actually a thumb drive with those videos, right?
Yes.
And then here at the bottom, you're informed that due to the COVID pandemic, you'll be provided an opportunity to respond in writing following this notice. And on page 2, it indicates that you had 5 days from the notice to respond in writing to Sheriff Johnstone, correct?
Yes.
And then it schedules a disciplinary meeting for April 8th, 2020, right?
Yes.
And it's got Sheriff Johnstone's signature there, right?
There's not a signature there, it just says his name. But...
Electronic signature.
Okay.
Now on page 3, where it says delivery receipt, is that your signature?
Yes.
And it's dated March 31st, 2020?
Yes.
And who served that document on you?
Chief Deputy Grimshaw.
So I want to have you turn to Exhibit C. Are you there?
Yes.
And I've got that displayed on the computer screen. That's Chief Deputy Grimshaw's administrative report, right?
Yes.
It's 11 pages, right?
Yes.
You received that document with the notice from March 31st?
Yes.
And then there was a Exhibit D. If you'll turn to that, please.
I'm there.
And that's Lieutenant Williams and Sergeant Siegfried's Internal Affairs Investigation Report, right?
Yes.
And you received that with the notice.
Yes.
And that was dated March 30th, 2020, right?
I believe so, yes.
So in the policy, it references, and in the Iowa Code, Section 80F.1, it references being provided the investigation materials. Sheriff Johnstone provided you the investigation materials prior to you even having to ask for them, right?
Yes.
So going into this entire process at various stages, you were provided all the information the sheriff's office had up until that point with regard to the notices, the documents, and the recordings, right?
Yes.
You're not contending here today that the sheriff's office didn't perform a fair investigation into the allegations, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're not contending here today that the sheriff's office did not perform a fair investigation into the allegations.
Not contending it.
And you had sufficient time to review all the documents and evidence that was provided to you before each proceeding throughout this process?
Yes.
And throughout the process, were you represented by Attorney Dial?
Yes.
You also had the assistance of your union representative?
Yes.
And you had your attorney and your union representative with you at every proceeding in this case up till this point, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn you to Exhibit A. Well, we'll start with Exhibit A. Recognize what this document is?
Yes.
What is it?
Administrative charges.
Exhibit A? Where it says regarding discipline notification?
I'm sorry, where it says what?
Where it says discipline notification, do you see that there? Right here.
Yes. Yes, from Sheriff Johnston.
That's dated April 8th, 2020, right?
Yes.
So just for our purposes, it's a termination order, but we'll refer to it as a termination letter if that's fine with you.
Okay.
So you received this letter from Sheriff Johnstone on April 8th, 2020, right?
Yes.
And there was a meeting that was held down at the sheriff's office where Sheriff Johnstone was on a video screen, right?
Yes.
And you were accompanied by your attorney and union representative, Ms. McVeigh?
Yes.
Who else was present?
Chief Deputy Grimshaw, Lieutenant Williams, and Lieutenant you.
And I was present as well, right?
You were there.
So this letter details specific policy violations, right?
Yes.
And then it provides reasoning and rationale for the sheriff's decision in this case, right?
Yes.
And then we're going to go to page 3 of the document here. Provide you information about the appeals process and hearings, right?
Yes.
And then there's some information on page 4 from the county auditor's office, which isn't pertinent to this, but if you'll go to page 5, please.
Okay.
Is that your signature on page 5?
Yes.
And then who signed that on behalf of the sheriff's office?
Chief Deputy Grimshaw.
And that's because Sheriff Johnstone was on video conference, right?
Yes.
So I want you to flip to Exhibit A1, please. Now, there is no video, as I indicated at the beginning of the disciplinary meeting. Because of COVID, we had to do this in the big conference room at the sheriff's office, but there is a transcript in Exhibit A1, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's a transcript of the disciplinary meeting that was held on April 8th, 2020 with Sheriff Johnstone and command staff at the sheriff's office?
I'm sorry.
Would you agree that that is a transcript of the April 8th, 2020 disciplinary meeting?
It would appear to be, yes.
Fair and accurate?
I haven't read the whole thing, but
And you were also provided a transcript from that March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing, right?
yes,
And you've had the opportunity to review those documents prior to today, right?
yes.
So I should ask you, just for our benefit and for the commission's benefit, as far as documents, information, not asking about conversations you may have had to prepare with your attorney, but what did you review prior to your testimony here today?
The two recordings of the audio recordings that we had of the interviews, and then all of the paperwork that I was provided.
For the paperwork, are you talking about the administrative materials?
Administrative materials, all of the findings.
And I've got up on my computer screen here, I've got the documents that are listed for the sheriff's office and Sheriff Johnstone's exhibits from A through U, with the exception to T and U, well, I guess also S, because it's a notice of electronic exhibit. Can you see that from where you're sitting?
S, T, and U.
Correct.
Okay.
ST and U, just for those purposes in PDF, are the notice just saying that we provided you the video and audio recordings.
Okay.
Are those documents that you had access to, though, prior to today?
S, T, and U.
Yeah, just ignore ST and U because you didn't have those.
Okay. Yes.
So I want to go back to, I'm just going to ask you a few questions here. I want to go back to February 25th of 2020. You had the opportunity at that point in time to provide any information. We've already discussed that. Did you provide any witness statements from anybody on your behalf at the interview on February 25th, 2020?
No.
Did you supply any witnesses at that point in time?
No.
Did you provide any information regarding any witnesses that the sheriff's office should contact for further investigation?
No.
So I guess in law enforcement, we would think about that as leads for further investigation, right?
I'm sorry, what?
In law enforcement, we would talk about that as a lead for further investigation. You didn't supply the sheriff's office with any additional information that you wanted investigated on February 25th, 2020, did you?
No.
So I want to take you to March 20th, 2020. Did you present any witness statements at that point in time?
No.
Did you present any witnesses on March 20th, 2020?
No.
Did you present any additional information that you wanted the sheriff's office to investigate as part of the formal administrative investigation?
No.
And then we went through the process here where after you received the notice from Sheriff Johnstone on March 31st, 2020, proposing discipline, providing his findings, rationale, you had the opportunity to respond in writing, right?
Yes.
Did you respond in writing to that notice from March 31st, 2020?
No.
But you did have 5 days to do that at least, right?
Yes.
So even then, you didn't provide any witness statements, any additional information for Sheriff Johnstone to consider, right?
Right.
So you're not contending here today that you did not have an opportunity to respond to any of the allegations or evidence against you, right?
Right.
And nobody from the sheriff's office restricted or inhibited your ability to present any evidence or information you wanted to be considered, right?
Right.
So you had the full ability to present your side of the story throughout the proceedings in this case.
Yes.
That'll be a good time for a break.
Just maybe that kind of what you were going into next, or is this?
Yeah, that's a good stopping point.
Is it? Okay, all right, let's do that, take a 10-minute break and a reminder, please do not discuss anything we've talked about this morning outside of this corporate place. Thank you very much. And please remember to use the.
I know.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's nice to have a break. Sorry if you can't hear me from
That's
here.
okay, that's all right, it's a big room. It's a big room. Where is the, closest restaurant in Des Moines?
Sit with these, this and stuff.
Sure.
There's one right outside. Here.
Well, I'm just gonna get those exhibits done.
Can get up.
That's why.
The record is what the record is. It's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of documents and it's hard to follow, so. I usually sit at the table though and have, so standing up, it's kind of weird to be over there without having everything right there. Kurt, do you plan on playing any of the videos or anything?
Well,
Because my thinking on it was just to kind of introduce the video. And that way, you know, that they're aware that they're there. And I do plan on playing portions of it.
well, if you're gonna play portions, I think the whole thing should be played.
There's 4.5+ hours
I
of
know.
video.
I don't have any problem if they just take it as an exhibit and they can
That's what I was going to suggest, yeah.
watch it.
I'm going to highlight a few things, but to keep this moving on, I mean, there's stuff that I'm sure that you're going to highlight too as well.
There's not a whole lot, but I just think if you're gonna play part of it, they should have the opportunity to see everything.
Absolutely. So Brett is going to make up a separate thumb drive for them because with that software being proprietary, it's really weird. So my exhibit will be the thumb drive, and I can show it to you when I get it, but it'll have those videos, the audio recordings, everything all on there for that. But right now, I'm actually playing it off of my portable backup, so.
No, let's just
I just wanna
make an
keep this
exhibit and just tell them they can take it and they can take tomorrow or the next day, whatever they want to, and watch it.
Perfect.
That's
That's
make a decision, so,
Cause
that's fine with me.
I'm trying to keep this
No,
thing moving.
I understand, I don't have any problem with that.
There's a lot of documents and. You can tell Al too to try to talk up a little bit. I know it's hard.
When I was in the service, I was a court reporter,
Really?
but it was back probably before you were born, but we did the face mask.
Oh, did
Do
you?
you remember, you ever wear that or?
No, I don't ever use that.
Yeah.
It isn't certified in Iowa, but it is certified in Missouri.
Is
So
it?
you can do it in Missouri.
I worked for the staff judge advocate's office. We handled all the court martials. And so the Marine Corps had its own court reporters, which is what I did. And we would sit in the courtroom with a mask over our face, and we'd repeat everything that everyone said. So if it was the prosecutor, we'd say P, repeat what they said. And then we had a backup system too, in case we missed something. But
Right.
that was in 1980.
Huh.
And then the Marine Corps was changing over to the machines.
Right.
And if I had re-enlisted, they were going to send me to San Diego to train on the machines. So,
Think of what kind of jobs you could have had. Oh.
yeah, I did something silly and became an accountant. So, but it was interesting. One time the tape went out on me overhead, and the tape that I was recording to had stopped, and I didn't realize it. So I had to tell the judge, who was a major, I said, "Major, the last 5 minutes I haven't recorded."
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, we'll just do it over again." But he was a good sport about it.
Yes.
It was a little different. Have you ever watched any of the old Perry Mason?
I've never watched any of that stuff.
Some of the old courtroom shows, you'll see the court reporters sitting there with the mask over their face.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
When I went down to Missouri, that was my first experience with it, and I went to take my test in Missouri, and we all take the same test, whether you're on a machine or you're doing, the mask reporting.
Yeah.
So that was my first experience with it.
I'm surprised that anyone still uses it.
Some attorneys tell me that it's distracting, that they'll go to, because especially like in a deposition setting.
There's a lot of them out there right
Well,
now.
the problem we would run into
There's
is
a
when
lot
they would
of
use
them
certain
out there.
terms that we weren't familiar with, medical term, or we'd have to say,
There's a
"Could you
long
repeat
day.
that, please?"
Yeah.
Because it's like, so.
Yeah.
But it was interesting.
You learn a lot.
Yeah. You become very good at hearing everything around you. All right. That's about it.
Good days, bad days, not getting around, I mean, he's not getting around near as good as he was before he fell. I mean, he's just not. We have a new normal.
Sure.
And, like the night, we could be 6 feet apart and come up. I thought, have you guys come up and
Right.
I need some socialization.
I think a lot of people do.
So I thought we'd sit out in that lobby area,
Yeah,
But
it's
he
not
just wasn't,
last year.
I'd had him out that afternoon driving. God, it was a nice day. I thought, I gotta get him out now. It takes a little doing and, and he was just beat after
Well,
that.
it's growing.
Like yesterday, he had to go in for
Oh, yeah.
lab draw, and so then therapy came, and then, the rest of the night he was just shot. And he just, his tolerance is not, his whole thing is nobody can start walking
Yeah, and
without a
that's what they
walker.
told me, I said, I can, well, they the gentleman said, yeah, except.
Colin, when we're on break,
I had.
we are not broadcasting,
Right.
correct?
It's still broadcasting.
It is.
It was real morning. I got back home, unloaded it, unhooked it.
I mean, I
hooked
can-
up with
can-
mine,
can
I go back out at night.
I'm afraid if I mute the audio, no one's gonna say, yeah, I can't
Yeah,
hear
because
you.
that was kind of, we had
The snow, yeah.
65, 70 weather 2 days before. and
Yeah.
Report on Mr. Butler.
My brother laughed, he lives up in South Dakota, and he says, you guys got it,
It's all good.
6-7 inches of snow at the time. And he said, it's just nice to see us get for a change.
We had a pretty mild one.
Yeah, we did. I was going back through looking at my invoices. I didn't even do half of what I did last year. I mean, January alone last year, I did over $10,000.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't even see that for the whole season this year.
Yeah, there was, yeah, never once I had to, scoop my driveway
Yeah.
this year.
I could have another fairly quick.
Yeah.
We only had a couple of, but last year I had to hire a guy to, with the tractor just to move so many miles farthest, without losing the track. And this year, it melted.
Yep.
We get one snow, we plow it, wait for a few days, it'd be gone, and be right back at it, so.
Absolutely.
But my wife retired, and she's on the mower, she loves it. She's been retired, she's been at the hospital volunteering duty. My wife had been out at the hospital volunteering at the cancer center, she loved it. She's been missing it, she knew a lot of it by first name basis.
So now you got an extra, mower.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's ready to get back here anytime.
I'm sure.
One of my favorite places, I did oncology for about 20 years, it was one of my favorites.
Well, she did both the cancer treatments down there, so. And she tells people, you can go to Iowa City, you can go to Mayo, but you just go to a better treatment.
Talk into that.
Do you want me to stand up and go over and talk into it?
Might be easy. We're fine. It's when you read that it's bad. When you're like, because you're looking down to read and your voice just goes right into the
Right,
paper.
okay. So speak up a little bit when I'm reading.
All we hear is.
Rub, rub, rub.
See, and I think we're all forgetting to speak louder and enunciate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And especially when you say yes, make sure you enunciate that yes.
Okay.
Like if you're doing a jury trial.
Well, with jury trials, we got these that we're able.
Sometimes not.
Yeah, usually.
But other than that, you can hear most everything pretty well, so.
Good.
Good, good.
I was like, I was sitting here while we're wondering where that's going.
Yeah, I was really pleased with the video. You hear it pretty well.
Oh, yeah, good, yeah, the video was good, good.
I was most pleased. Skylar, you can. Not a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't particularly concerned with him. I taught him well. Speak loud and proud.
I think that might help. I thought I heard something going, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
It is making a little bit of a noise.
It's, well, you don't have to yell at each other. Would that make a difference?
Oh, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I think it's cool enough in here.
I do too.
I mean, it's not cold, but it's.
I'm always cold anyway.
You got as much meat on you as I do, there's a lot of insulation there.
Well, we were debating short sleeve, long sleeve, short sleeve, long sleeve. Well, technically, long sleeve. It's a
That made
cool
a big
day.
difference. That made a big difference.
I should the jury have to, it's not the same here.
Right.
I should have fan.
He said that the recording.
Yeah, that's what Lisa said.
Yeah.
But I think that's not so much here, I think it's the video or whatever.
Yeah, the video.
Am I blocking you when I'm standing?
No, you're fine.
It's just awkward for me to stand with my back towards
Oh,
somebody.
yeah.
I never had to do that before. Good thing I don't have to worry about who's behind me.
No. Yeah, okay. Are we ready to
Are
start?
we ready to start, Scott?
Yes.
I think we will reconvene our proceedings.
We just wanted to make a little bit of a record. I spoke with Mr. Dial out in the hallway here a moment ago. Because there's so much video and audio recordings, I mean, there's at least over 4 hours of video and audio recordings in this case. There's transcripts for 2 of the hearings, for the interview and the hearing. We're not gonna play the entire videos for you. We'll play portions of it, and then if you wanna watch it, you'll have it. You can watch it at your own leisure then. purpose of time. Is that fair on the agreement?
Yeah, normally if a part of a video is played, we'd want to play the whole thing. For instance, if it was a jury, we would probably play the whole thing so you can get the context of everything that's being asked. Because honestly, just taking out 1 or 2 questions out of a hour and a half or 2 hour interview isn't really fair. That being said, since you guys will have, you can take it with you, what Skylar and I talked about doing was to try to just spend the day doing witnesses. We wouldn't play the entire videos, but then you guys can take them and watch them after the witnesses are done, so then you can review them that way. That just basically saves about 4 hours of time that we can use to call witnesses, and then you can take them with you after that.
That sounds great. Thank you.
All right, Al. So first things first, just want to ask you some background questions regarding Deputy Whitaker. How do you know him?
Through being a fellow deputy, and I've known Deputy Whitaker probably most of my career.
So going back to approximately 2004.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with Deputy Whitaker?
Being in the schools, we don't see each other much. So, I mean, relationship, I mean, we got a working relationship. I would say that's the extent of it.
Do you have any problems or anything with Deputy Whitaker?
No.
Has there ever been any dispute or anything between you two prior to February 2020?
No.
No issues with anything that he's ever done or anything?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he had actually provided a recommendation for Sheriff Johnstone to appoint you to that SRO position for Minneapolis Schools, right?
Yes.
Was he the SRO at Minneapolis Schools right before you then?
Yes.
Will you just explain for the commission's benefit how that came about and why he was no longer the SRO for Minneapolis Schools when you took over the position?
Corey was the school resource officer for both schools, Danville and Minneapolis. If my memory serves me correctly, Danville approached us wanting their own full-time SRO. So we, as Sheriff's Office, we approached Minneapolis. They showed interest in wanting their own SRO as well. So that's how the position come about. That one of us would be in Danville full-time, the other would be in Minneapolis full-time.
So I'm going to ask you about February 12th, 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes.
And where were you at as far as an assignment on February 12th, 2020?
Minneapolis schools.
Was Deputy Whitaker on duty on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
What was his assignment that day?
He's SRO, but he was at the Minneapolis schools teaching DARE. He's DARE certified. I am not yet.
So there were both of you at the school on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
What time would that have been about approximately?
Like I said, I get there about 7:30. Not sure what time Deputy Whitaker arrived.
So he would come to the school, teach DARE, and then he would go back to Danville schools then?
That I can't attest to. I know he would come teach DARE at the elementary, but I don't know where he went after that.
So he didn't stay with you there at the school then?
No.
There wasn't, other than teaching DARE, there wasn't anything else going on at the school? He was just there for that purpose, and then he was the...
Yes.
I want to pull up exhibit. I believe it's I. I'm gonna hold you off on I. Let's go to exhibit D. And we're on page 1 of exhibit D, and I have it displayed up here on the computer screen for you. There's a highlighted portion on the computer screen. Did you send the bold black portion that's on the screen there and a text message to Deputy Whitaker on February 12th, 2020?
Yes,
And is that an accurate record of what you said in your text message to Deputy Whitaker that day? In black bold.
yes,
And then did you have a telephone conversation a little bit later with Deputy Whitaker after you sent that text message to him?
yes.
Why don't you tell the commission what was said during that conversation?
I'm sorry, what?
Why don't you tell the commission what was said during that conversation?
With Corey Whitaker on the phone?
Correct.
Okay. Deputy Whitaker called me on the phone. He said, apparently, Al, some people have a problem with the way I'm driving. I want to know who the names are, and I want to know now. And I advised him then, I said, Corey, that's not the issue here. The issue is that I'm asking for cooperation just to pay better attention in the school zone because I've been stressing school zone safety with the kids. I put on 2 or 3 slideshows for the student and staff, and I've been stressing school zone safety. He goes, no, I want to know who the names are now. I said, Corey, again, that's not the issue here. I'm just asking for your cooperation. They didn't want to file a formal complaint. I'm just asking for your cooperation to pay better attention next time in the school zone.
Was there anything else that was discussed or said?
Yes. He advised me, he goes, I recommended you for that position. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I want to know who the names are. I want to know now. And I again advised him, I said, Corey, that's not the issue here. I called you and you alone to advise you of the situation. I'm just asking for your cooperation. He asked me again for the names. He goes, Al, if this is the way you want to play this game, this is the way we'll play it. And he hung up the phone.
No other conversation with him on the phone or in person on the 12th? Is that a no?
I'm sorry?
Is that a no?
No.
Remember that there's a court reporter, so you have to have a verbal response.
Okay.
So there was a conversation via text. Did he respond to that text message?
He did not. So he called me right away.
So there was the text message from you to him, and then a phone call from him to you.
Correct.
I want you to go to page 4 of Exhibit D. You see there at the top that it lists administrative charges. It says summary, the evidence supports the following administrative charges.
Mm-hmm.
And it lists insubordination, breach of integrity, and then there are specific policies cited under each heading, right?
Right.
So there were 4 categories of policy violations that were alleged against you in this case. The first one being insubordination, the second one being breach of integrity. And then if you continue on to page 5 of Exhibit D, you'll see failing to report alleged misconduct concerning another deputy, and then professional conduct, right?
Yep.
So you understand that those are broad catch-all categories, and then the specifics for the policies are listed under each, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Lieutenant Williams' March 30th report, right?
This is?
Exhibit D. With Lieutenant Williams and Sergeant Siegfried.
Yes.
Okay. So on page 5, if you look under charge 1, it says insubordination. Do you see that?
Yes.
So on February 18th, 2020, Lieutenant McCune gave you a direct order to identify the 3 individuals that you claimed had reported Deputy Whitaker allegedly rolled through stop signs by Mediapolis schools, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
If you want to read it and follow along. So Lieutenant McCune, on February 18, 2020, gave you a direct order to provide the names, the 3 names of the individuals that had reported to you, as you had claimed, that Deputy Whitaker had rolled through the stop signs by Minneapolis schools, right?
Yes.
And you refused to provide him those names, right?
Yes.
At least 3 times, right?
Yes.
And this was discussed at the March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing where I asked you that question and you said at least 3 times, right?
Yes.
So the second bullet point there indicates that on 2/25/2020, Sergeant Siegfried and I, referring to Lieutenant Williams, ordered Waterman in his administrative interview to identify the names of the 3 individuals. Deputy Waterman refused. You agree that you refused to provide the names to Lieutenant Williams and to Sergeant Siegfried?
Yes.
And then on March 20th, 2020, Sheriff Johnstone ordered you to provide the names of the 3 individuals and you refused Sheriff Johnstone's order.
Yes.
Do you see where it says recommendation?
Yes.
And it indicates sustained. Deputy Waterman admitted these violations took place. You see that?
Yes.
You agree that you admitted previously and here today that you failed to provide the names of those 3 individuals.
Yes.
Who are the names of the 3 individuals that you claim allege that Deputy Whitaker rolled through the stop signs by Minneapolis schools on February 12th, 2020?
I'm sorry?
Who are the names of the 3 individuals that you claim allege that Deputy Whitaker rolled through the stop signs at Minneapolis schools on February 12th, 2020?
They asked to remain anonymous.
So you're still today not going to provide the names of those 3 individuals that you claim reported that to you?
They asked to remain anonymous, yes.
Charge 2, breach of integrity. So on February 12th, 2020, you sent a text to Deputy Whitaker stating, I had just 3 different people approach me. You would agree that that is in your text message, right?
Yes.
Did you confirm and reiterate that to Deputy Whitaker in your verbal conversations following the text?
I'm sorry.
I'm just following along here on the document. So you had that follow-up telephone conversation, and then you had the in-person meeting with Deputy Whitaker on February 13th, along with Lieutenant McCune. You indicated that those individuals, per your text, had approached you, right?
Yes.
Second bullet point. You originally had claimed that there were 3 individuals that had approached you regarding 3 stop signs by Minneapolis schools. For the Commission's benefit, will you identify the stop signs that you specified on February 12th, 2020 or February 13th, 2020?
One in front of the elementary or administrative building, one in front of the high school, and then the third one is down at Iowa and Northfield Street.
And you refer to temporary signs. Will you just explain to them what you're referring to as temporary signs?
Temporary signs are the ones in front of the administrative building and the high school. They're taken out of the crosswalk after school hours. So they're no longer stop signs after school hours.
And then is the one on Northfield Street a permanent stop sign?
Yes.
Can you see that? Okay, I need to zoom in. So I'm on bullet point 2. Let you drink water there. So you originally indicated in your text message that there were 3 individuals that claimed that Deputy Whitaker rolled through all 3 stop signs, right? That's what your text message said.
Yes.
And then when you talked to Lieutenant McCune, you later stated that the 3 individuals had only specified 2 stop signs, which were the temporary signs we just discussed, right?
Yes.
And I'd asked you about this at the administrative hearing, but just for their benefit, because they weren't there, you had actually conceded back at that point in time that the number of people had consistently remained at 3, but your text message was inaccurate as to the number of stop signs that you had indicated to Deputy Whitaker that they had ran, or that he had ran, right?
Yes.
So if you go down to the third bullet point on the top of page 6. So you had indicated that on February 12th, 2020, you personally observed Deputy Whitaker roll through 3 stop signs by Minneapolis schools, right?
Yes.
And that's also something I addressed with you at the time of the administrative hearing on March 20th, right?
You addressed what do you mean?
I'd asked you, and you'd said, I personally observed him roll through the 3 stop signs, right?
Yes.
And then I clarified that question with you, and so I'll ask for the commission's benefit here, how did you observe on February 12th, 2020, Deputy Whitaker roll through stop signs by Minneapolis schools?
By reviewing the camera system.
So you were not outside standing on the side of the road, for example?
No.
So you were inside the school and you were in your office then?
Yes.
And it's your contention here today, still, that you watched Deputy Whitaker roll through 3 stop signs on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
The next bullet point there on page 6 of 9, where it starts on February 13th, 2020, Lieutenant McCune instructed Waterman to talk to the complainants. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's a phone conversation between you and Lieutenant McCune on February 13th, 2020, right?
Yes.
That's what that's referring to. At that point in time, Lieutenant McCune indicated to you to talk to the 3 individuals and inform them that you would have to provide their name to a supervisor, right?
I'm sorry?
I want to say that the right way. Can you read it back to me?
Question, that's what that's referring to. And at that point in time, Lieutenant McCune indicated to you to talk to the 3 individuals and inform them that you would have to provide their name to a supervisor, right?
That's the question that I posed to you.
Okay. That is not correct.
Okay, so you dispute that.
Yes. I think I have in the other meetings as well.
So your position is that Lieutenant McCune did not ask you to talk to those individuals and inform them that he had to provide, or you had to provide the names to a supervisor?
Yes.
Continuing on February 18th, 2020, Lieutenant McCune met with you in the parking lot of the school, right?
Yes.
As Lieutenant Williams' report indicates, Lieutenant McCune asked you if you had spoken to the individuals about identifying their names to a supervisor, right?
Yes.
And then the report continues on that you indicated to Lieutenant McCune that you had not spoken to those individuals as of February 18th, 2020, right?
That's how the report reads, but that's not how it happened, no.
So your sworn testimony here today is that you did not, back on February 18th, 2020, indicate to Lieutenant McCune that you had not spoken to the individuals yet?
No.
So you dispute that allegation?
What allegation?
That you indicated to him on February 18th, 2020, that you had not spoken to those individuals at that time?
I'm disputing that, yes.
So on February 25th, 2020, you did indicate during your interview to Sergeant Siegfried and to Lieutenant Williams that you spoke with the individuals on February 17th, 2020, which was Monday night at a basketball game, right?
Yes.
You didn't report that to Lieutenant McCune back on the 18th when he spoke with you in the school parking lot, right?
Right.
So there's no dispute that at that point in time when you had the conversation with him in the parking lot on February 18th, 2020, you never said anything about February 17th.
No dispute.
During the conversation, because I'm going to go through each of these with you, so I'm trying to make it simple for the commission here of what's in dispute, what's not in dispute. So I want to ask you a question while we're on the topic of February 18th, 2020, with regard to your conversation with Lieutenant McCune. That was about 20, 25-minute conversation, you said, right?
On the 18th,
Correct.
I would say, yeah, approximately.
During that conversation, Lieutenant McCune had asked you several times about the names of those individuals, right? We've already talked about that.
Yes.
He also indicated to you that they, as part of an investigation, would go back and look at the school surveillance cameras, right?
Yes.
And then after that point in time, after giving you direct orders, you said no, they asked to remain anonymous, that's when you were placed on paid administrative leave, right?
Yes.
So I want to go to charge 3, failing to report alleged misconduct concerning another deputy. Are you there?
Yep.
And this is on Exhibit D, page 6, in the middle of the page. You don't dispute that he had a duty to report the alleged misconduct concerning Deputy Whitaker through the chain of command, right?
No dispute that.
So where it says recommendation sustained, you don't dispute that you violated that policy?
No.
So you're in agreement with that today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So let's go to charge 4, unprofessional conduct. So on February 12th, 2020, you were on duty, right?
Yes.
February 13th, you were on duty?
Yes.
The 17th? That's we're referring to the basketball game?
Yes.
The 18th, you were on duty?
Yes.
The 25th of February during your interview? You were on paid administrative leave then, but you were getting paid, right?
Right.
And then on March 20th, 2020, the administrative hearing, you're also on paid administrative leave.
Yes.
And then the 23rd is the other date that's listed you were on duty, right?
Yes.
Because you were on paid administrative
Paid
leave.
administrative leave, yes.
And then, just for the record, you were still getting paid as of April 8th, 2022, right?
Yes.
Now, understand that you've appealed to the Civil Service Commission. Are you aware that there have been media reports regarding your appeal?
Yes.
Have you seen articles in the Hawkeye, for example?
I saw one, yeah.
And you're aware that the news has reported that some of the allegations against you include insubordination, integrity violations, dishonesty, misconduct.
I don't remember seeing that article in the Hawkeye, no.
The news, just generally speaking. I'm not just referring to the Hawkeye social media.
I've never seen an article pertaining to such, no.
But you would agree that the information about your appeal is out there in the public record?
Yeah, yes.
So as you sit here today, would you agree with the statement that as a paramilitary organization, the chain of command is very important?
Yes.
And that following orders is part of the job?
Yes.
And that as a deputy sheriff, you don't get to choose which orders you follow or don't follow, right?
Yes.
You don't get to choose which policies you decide to follow?
Yes.
Yes, you would agree with that?
Yes.
There's a bullet point on the bottom of page 6 where it talks about omitting details. Would you agree that through the course of the conversation with Lieutenant McCune on February 18th of 2020, and then the internal affairs investigation where you were interviewed by Lieutenant Williams and then Sergeant Siegfried, that you omitted details during those conversations?
Omitted details, I'm not sure what you're getting at there.
For example, during the interview on February 25th, 2020, you mentioned a new detail, which was that you claimed that you had spoken to those students on February 17th, 2020. You never told Lieutenant McCune about that on February 18th, right?
Right.
And for time's sake, I'm just going to try to speed this up, but there's other examples here that we'll go through as we continue down the list.
Okay.
Would you agree that you did not cooperate fully during the internal affairs investigation?
I'm not sure what you're getting at there.
Well, let's start with the conversation with Lieutenant McCune on February 18th, 2020. He asked you not only for the names of those individuals, but he asked you for background information about them, such as whether they were students, employees, or members of the community, right?
Right.
And you didn't provide that information to him at that time.
I did not.
Then on February 25th, 2020, you actually indicated that they were students, right?
Yes.
So you had omitted details during the course of the investigation, inserting new information in at your interview on February 25th, right?
Right.
There was other information that you provided on February 25th, like they were high school boys, right?
Right.
You didn't tell Lieutenant McCune that on February 18th, 2020, did you?
No.
So would you agree that you did not fully cooperate through the process from the time that Lieutenant McCune asked you for that information on February 18th, 2020, up to April 8th, 2020?
The individual asked to remain anonymous. That's what I was trying to do.
But when they're asking you for information, you're aware that there's an ongoing internal affairs investigation on April 18th. Throughout that process, you're asked additional questions and you didn't supply that information, right?
Right.
You understand that you have an obligation to have candor with your supervisors, right?
Right.
And then in the communications here that are listed in Lieutenant Williams' report, he specifies that Deputy Waterman repeatedly lacked candor in communicating with Sheriff Johnstone, Lieutenant McCune, Sergeant Siegfried, and me, referring to Lieutenant Williams, despite opportunities to fully and completely cooperate. Would you agree that from February 13th, 2020, from that point in time, all the way up until this day, you've had numerous opportunities to provide this information, not only to the command staff, but to me and the commission?
Yes.
And you still have not done so?
Right.
Would you agree that the command staff have to be able to trust the deputies?
Yes.
And that the deputies have to be able to trust the command staff?
Yes.
Trust is important for law enforcement, right?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that the command staff's time and energy, because of this incident going back to February 12th of 2020, has been diverted from their normal duties to address this personnel matter with you, right?
Yes.
And so from February 12th, we'll say February 13th, when Lieutenant McCune became involved, there have been at least 4 meetings with supervisors, right?
Yes.
There have been phone calls, right?
Yes.
There have been times where Chief Deputy Grimshaw, at least on 3 occasions, had to come out to your house and personally serve you with various documents and records, right?
Yes.
You'd agree that's a very time-consuming process.
Yes.
So the real dispute here in this case that you have is not regarding the insubordination or the issue with failing to report misconduct involving Deputy Whitaker, or even the unprofessionalism. We went through the uncooperative, that other information. The dispute really is about the allegation of an integrity violation, the dishonesty of the line, right?
Right.
So with regard to that, there was some discussion, and I'll actually just pull it up for you here. Let's go to Exhibit C, please. I'm gonna go to page 4 of Exhibit C. And there are events that Chief Deputy Grimshaw listed there. Those are factual events. If you'll just review those to yourself and let me know when you're done. Have you had an opportunity to review through that?
Yes.
So if you go to page 6 on Exhibit C, please. And so what I just showed you there were the facts that then are listed throughout page 6, tying those to the proposed administrative charges. So I wanted to provide you with the opportunity to review that before I ask you a few questions here.
Okay.
So for the commission's benefit, we went through Lieutenant Williams' report, and we went through the proposed administrative charges, and Chief Deputy Grimshaw has that listed in his report as well. And so for these purposes, as far as charge 1, insubordination, those summary of facts there are not disputed by you, correct? And that's, we went through that already.
Right. Yes.
So in the next paragraph, Chief Deputy Grimshaw indicated that your defense to this was, and I quote, "I gave them my word, and my morals would be, my word would be no good anymore. They asked to remain anonymous, and I don't want to ruin my standing with them." That was the justification that you provided for refusing to comply with direct orders from 4 different supervisors, including Sheriff Johnston, right?
Yes.
For the sake of time, for the sake of time, I won't have you flip to the exhibit unless you need to. So if you need to, you can tell me. But your statement regarding your morals is not listed in the policy as being a bona fide justification for refusing to obey a direct order from a supervisor, right?
Right.
So if you'll flip to page 7 in Exhibit C, please. That concerns the breach of integrity, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We've already talked about in the text message you wrote that the 3 individuals just approached you, but that was not correct, was it?
Right,
And
yes,
That was a February 12th, 2020 text message.
correct.
So there's no dispute about that.
No.
You go to the bottom of page 7, and you look at the failing to report alleged misconduct concerning another deputy, and then it continues on to page 8.
Okay.
Where there are a summary of facts that are provided. You're not disputing that section either, correct?
Correct.
And then for section 4, where it says unprofessional conduct, in Exhibit C, page 8, it indicates 2 policy sections and there's a summary of facts. Do you see that?
Yes,
You would agree that you were on duty when all the occurrences in this case occurred, right?
yes,
And you would agree that you omitted details during the course of the conversation with Lieutenant McCune, and then throughout the investigation where you were asked questions by Lieutenant Williams, Sergeant Siegfried on the 25th of February, right?
yes,
And you would agree that you did not cooperate fully into the inquiry of the investigation, right?
yes,
And then on the bottom of page 8, there's a last dash. You agree that you did not engage in candor when you were dealing with your supervisors, right? You're not upfront with them.
right,
And that there was information that you possessed, but you didn't provide that to your supervisors, right?
right,
And then we talked about the loss of time, resources, that kind of thing, right? You would agree with that?
correct.
Would you agree that a deputy that fails to obey orders would violate the trust of the community?
Yes,
What about the trust of the fellow deputies and the sheriff?
yes,
Would you agree that as a member of law enforcement, your reputation and your image is vitally important, not only to the public, but to the county?
yes,
In the academy, maybe you were told this, but would you agree with the statement that your reputation in law enforcement is everything, right?
yes,
You only have your good name, right?
yes,
There's a Iowa code section listed there on page 9 under recommendation and reasoning. Do you see that?
yes,
That lists Iowa code section 341A.11, right?
yes,
And you're aware that the code indicates, among other things, that insubordination is one of the grounds for termination, right?
yes,
So other than the dispute about dishonesty, you don't dispute 3 other policy violations that were alleged. The insubordination, the failing to report alleged misconduct, and then the unprofessionalism.
No.
So for the purpose of these proceedings, to speed things along, we're only going to focus on the dishonesty issue then. If that's agreeable to you.
okay,
So for the commission's benefit, did you fabricate that there were 3 individuals that approached you regarding Deputy Whitaker allegedly rolling through stop signs by the Mediapolis schools?
no,
You didn't just create that out of thin air?
no,
So your testimony here today is still that these 3 individuals exist.
correct.
At no point in time through any of these proceedings did you have any of these 3 individuals submit a written statement to the sheriff, right?
Correct.
They never appeared in person, right?
Correct.
When's the last time you talked to any of these individuals?
And on the 17th,
So you had no further contact with them?
no,
even though your job's on the line?
No.
When you spoke with them originally, when these people approached you, came to you, how did they do that?
They came to me in person.
That was an in-person conversation?
Correct.
Where was that at?
I don't recall.
Was that at the Minneapolis school?
It was at the school, yeah.
So somewhere on school property?
Somewhere on school property, yes.
Was it inside or outside?
I would say probably inside. Like I said before, I'm throughout the school all day long.
These are 3 high school students?
Yes.
And just for the commission's benefit, where is your office in relation to the Minneapolis school building?
It's down, it's in the basement part of the original school building, of the original 2-story or 3-story building.
It's in the basement.
Yes.
And so when they originally approached you, how did they approach you?
Just said they want to bring some of my attention.
Was that in a group, individually, separately?
Together.
Together. So then you had this conversation with them, and from that conversation is then when you sent the text message to Deputy Whitaker?
No.
Okay. You don't immediately send the text message to Deputy Whitaker. Did you try to check any surveillance videos?
No.
Because you're claiming from your February 25th, 2020 interview, these individuals had talked to you 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th, right?
That is correct, yes.
Well, in your original conversations with Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Whitaker, you indicated to them that these people approached you on February 12th, right?
Correct.
So that was another detail that changed in time.
Correct.
So let's go to February 12th, 2020. You wrote in your text message that these individuals just approached you, right?
Yes.
That was not true, was it?
No.
And there was nobody outside the school that could have seen Deputy Whitaker, to your knowledge, roll through 3 stop signs on February 12th, 2020?
Not to my knowledge.
And you were inside the school with the surveillance camera system, right?
Yes.
And just for the commission's benefit, because I asked you the same thing at the hearing, will you explain how that surveillance camera system was in your office back on February 12th, 2020?
It's a computer program that I'm able to pull up each morning, which I do. There was 3 different programs that I pull up each morning when I got to the schools, so I can have them up. And it's on my laptop. It's on the laptop there.
And those videos are surveillance videos throughout the school and on the outside of the school, right?
That's correct.
So when you were watching the camera system on February 12th, 2020, will you just explain to the commission like what you were seeing on the computer screen?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question.
Was it a bunch of like boxes with picture, video on there? Like how did it look to you?
The computer screen has several different boxes of different camera locations. And I pulled up the camera at the elementary stop sign, the camera at the high school stop sign, and there's a camera that faces toward the Circle Drive that goes down to the stop sign at Iowa and Northville.
So I'm displaying Exhibit T, page 1 on the computer screen here. Is that what you see, what you saw on February 12th, 2020 as far as the software with surveillance program?
Right.
I didn't have this at the time of the administrative hearing, so I just wanted to show this to you here. And there are 3 different servers that you click through with these little boxes.
Yes.
Right? And so there's inside and outside video, audio, or I don't know if there's audio, but there's video.
Video, yes.
And so what did you do? Did you access this screen and see it on this screen then?
No, you pull it up in the history. In order to review it, you have to go into a different screen and punch in what camera you want to look at, and then go back to the time that you want to review it to.
You would agree that that's an example of kind of how that computer software works, right? Or looks?
Yes.
I'm gonna go to Exhibit S, South Parking Lot Video. Maybe the software on this computer is too dated to play it. So I'm playing the video from the start. What do you see on this video?
That was Deputy Whitaker leaving.
Leaving the school on February 12th, 2020?
Correct.
So I'm going to stop the video at 21 seconds. I'm going to go back to the very beginning again. I'm going to play the video from the start. Where is the stop sign at in this video?
Right there.
Right
So
where?
There's those two orange pylons on the other side of the street. That's a crosswalk, and the stop sign's in the middle of that crosswalk.
So the stop sign actually can't be seen on the video.
Correct.
And so I'm going to stop the video at 25 seconds. We have to narrate that for the record since there's a court reporter here.
Okay.
And I'm going to go back and I'm going to play the video again from the start. And I want you to watch Deputy Whitaker's car. Is that a smooth path of travel, or does that appear jerky to you?
It would seem smooth to me, but like I said, I've reviewed the camera systems, for the last 6 months, so looking for different things that have been taken from students and stuff. So
I'm going to start it again at 000. Does that look like a video would look on your TV?
no.
Do you know why that is?
No.
Remember I asked you a question about frame rate at the time of the administrative hearing?
Correct.
Do you know what the frame rate is on the camera system?
I do not.
Even today you don't know?
No.
Did you know back on February 12th, 2020?
No.
So you believe though, and I'll play the video again from the start here, you believe that Deputy Whitaker there is rolling through a stop sign.
Correct.
That's what your contention is. You can't see the stop sign though, right?
Right, but I know where the stop sign's at.
And just for the record's purposes, in Exhibit S, there's some video of the school hallways.
Okay.
On February 12th, 2020, from the time that we see Deputy Whitaker leaving the school to the time that you later left your office for around lunchtime, and it's in the record, but nobody came and called or came and talked to you in person that day, right?
That's correct.
So you don't dispute Lieutenant Williams' investigation finding that nobody came and talked to you in person?
That's correct.
Nobody called you over the phone to say, hey, Deputy Whitaker's rolling through 3 stop signs?
Nope.
I'm going to go back to Exhibit B here.
Exhibit B.
B as in boy.
Okay.
You see there in the middle of the computer screen on page 1 of 3, And it lists the evidence that was collected during the internal affairs investigation against you, right?
The video from Minneapolis School?
It lists all of it.
Okay.
That was pretty much the investigation materials, right?
Right.
So you've got Deputy Whitaker, Lieutenant McCune, Lieutenant Williams, Sergeant Siegfried, Sheriff Johnstone, and Chief Deputy Grimshaw that have all stated in writing that they don't believe that you are honest, that you're dishonest. There's reference to lying in there. There's like reference to moral turpitude in those documents, right?
Right.
At any point in this process, from February 18th, 2020, up until the termination disciplinary meeting on April 8th, 2020, you presented no evidence in the form of any witnesses to counteract anything that they had indicated throughout the course of the investigation, did you?
No.
No written statements, no photos, no videos to support what you were saying?
No.
Did you lie to Sheriff Johnstone?
No.
Did you lie to Lieutenant McCune?
No.
Did you lie to Lieutenant Williams?
No.
Did you lie to Sergeant Siegfried?
No.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Al, can you look at Exhibit G for me? That's a notice that you were given from Rick Grimshaw on March 9th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't that prohibit you from discussing this matter with any person in the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Doesn't that prohibit you from discussing this matter with any person in public?
Yes.
So as of March 11th, up until your termination, you had a direct order that prohibited you from discussing this investigation or these matters with any other person in the world except your attorney or union steward, correct?
Yes.
But you've been asked a number of times about why you didn't provide other information to the sheriff's department, haven't you?
Yes.
It'd be pretty hard to do that when you can't discuss this with any other people, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But apparently the sheriff believes you were supposed to violate that order as part of this investigation and provide them information.
Yes.
Why is it that you've refused to provide the names of the individuals who contacted you?
They asked for remain anonymous.
Why is it important that you respect their wishes?
Because they confided in me, they put their trust in me.
Do you believe it's important in your relationship with the community to protect their wishes?
Yes.
You were also asked about Exhibit Q, which is the mission statement of the Des Moines County Sheriff's Department. Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes.
That indicates that the mission statement, part of that is so that citizens we serve may feel safe and secure within the boundaries of the community. Do you believe that violating the trust of these young high school students would accomplish that mission statement?
No.
It also indicates that the mission statement is to protect citizens of Des Moines County with fairness, compassion, and respect. Once again, do you think that mission statement would be accomplished by divulging the identity of these three young individuals?
No.
Lastly, it indicates that Des Moines County Sheriff's Department is committed to providing peace, safety, and justice for our citizens. Do you believe that providing the names would accomplish that mission statement?
No.
You've made it known for a number of time. Well, why is it that you're refusing to provide the names? Is it because these gentlemen or 3 young men have asked you not to?
Yes.
Did they indicate to you why they didn't want their names divulged?
They did not.
Did you go into that with them?
No.
How many times do you think you've informed either the Sheriff's Department representatives or anyone else that you cannot provide these gentlemen's names because they requested that you not provide them?
Several.
Okay. And with every meeting you've had, right?
Correct.
Initially just when you met with your lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
So since February, well, and I guess initially the first time was when the other deputy called you on the names, correct?
Correct.
And that was on February 12th?
Yes.
So since February 12th, you've informed everyone that's asked you that you cannot provide the names because 3, as I take it, 3 young men, high school students, had requested that you not provide the names.
Correct.
But then once again today, at a public proceeding, you're asked by the representative of the Sheriff's Department to provide these names and make them public to everyone in the world.
Right.
Do you have any intent to provide these names?
No. They asked to remain anonymous.
And I think one of the things that you talked about was your morals. Why is it important to you then that you not provide these names?
They, as I said, they confided in me. They asked me not to give their names. It's my morals and ethics that I feel that I have to abide with what they're asking.
As an SRO officer, is it part of your job, or I guess hopefully to build trust with the high school students?
Students and staff, yes.
And that's a good point, it's with the staff also.
Yes.
Why is that important to build trust?
So they know that they can trust you, and if there's any issues, more than likely they'll come and talk to you. If there's somewhat important issues that you need to find out or discuss.
Is that important for investigating future crimes?
Yes.
For instance, if a crime happens, often law enforcement's not there to witness it. Is that correct?
Right.
You rely upon citizen informants to provide information to you, don't you?
Yes.
That's what most, especially serious crimes, isn't it?
Right.
Is that why it's important to develop a trust with people in the community?
Yes.
Did you feel that if you disclosed this information that they've been asked that you not disclose, that you would be able to build that trust?
That would be able what?
To build trust with them.
I would lose it.
What do you mean by that?
I would lose their trust if I gave the names up.
And as young students, do you believe that not only would you lose their trust, but their friends' trust or people they associate with?
Yes. Staff as well.
Why is it important to have the staff?
Sometimes the staff comes to me to confide in me about situations that the student didn't want to come to me about. And there were situations that were easily resolved by the staff.
And as I understand it, this is so important to you that you're willing to risk your job because of this.
Yes.
Do you enjoy being a sheriff's deputy?
I love what I do. For the last 18 years, I've loved putting on a uniform every afternoon, every morning, every night, whichever shift I might have been on.
Did you enjoy being a school resource officer?
I did.
Why did you enjoy that so much?
It was a chance to talk to students, staff, just something different than a road deputy. It was something that I'm a people person, and it fit my, persona, if I may, to a T.
Prior to this incident or this investigation, have you previously had any prior disciplinary action?
No.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Almost 18 years.
And in that time, nothing, no written reprimands, nothing at all?
No.
And this all involves, as I understand it, an allegation of running a stop sign.
Yes.
And in regard to the investigation that you apparently did report, it's on a video that shows whether the stop sign was run or not.
Yes.
So the investigation can be conducted by looking at a video.
Yes.
Let's go back through, and I want to start back kind of from the beginning. You talked about what's happened here, but you were asked a number of questions kind of out of order. I want to go back through the timeline of how this all took place, okay?
Okay.
Is the first incident that I think it got you involved here on February 12th of 2020? That's the first date we were talking about, right?
The text message.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you had contact with 3 students, right?
Yes.
But that didn't happen on February 12th.
No.
Do you remember when that actually happened?
2 to 3 weeks prior. I don't remember the exact date, no.
Do you remember what specifically was brought to your attention at that time?
That Deputy Whitaker had rolled through stop signs.
Now, how is it then that on February 12th, you send a text message about an event that had happened 2 to 3 weeks before that?
Because I had reviewed the tape. As I've stated, was busy doing slideshows, getting slideshows prepared for presentations, for individual classroom presentations. I was just busy when I was advised of this and didn't get a chance to look at the videotape at that time.
And then, as I take it, 2 to 3 weeks later, you have time or you remember this is taking place and you looked at the video?
Correct. I was asked by a student that morning if we had 2 SROs in the school now. And I'm like, no, why? And they said, because there's another deputy car at the elementary. And I advised them that that was Deputy Whitaker down there. He teaches there every Wednesday.
And then is that, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you finished?
That conversation brought it back up in my mind that there was that conversation I had with the 3 students prior.
And then did you go and look at video at that time?
I did.
Did you believe that video showed the deputy running the stop sign?
Yes.
And is that when you sent the text message?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that the text message, when it says just spoke to students, is not correct. You had just spoken to them.
No, I hadn't.
Now, after you send that text message, you immediately get a call from the deputy.
Yes.
And which deputy was that?
Corey Whitaker.
And Mr. Deputy Whitaker at that time is pretty adamant that he wants the names of the people that have reported this.
That is correct.
And did that cause you concern that he was so adamant about wanting the names?
Yes, it did.
Why's that?
Him being so adamant that he's wanting the names, it brought concern to me that he was going to confront the situation, confront the individuals.
Did you want him to confront the individuals?
Absolutely not. They asked to remain anonymous.
Had they already asked to remain anonymous when they had spoken to you?
Yes.
So that was when they spoke to you 2 to 3 weeks before February 12th.
Correct.
So, as I understand it, this conversation is basically just the deputy wants the names, you indicate that's not the issue, you're not going to give them, and then you guys hang up.
Correct.
Did you believe anything else was going to come from this?
I did not.
What's the next thing that happens in regard to this matter?
I was called into Lieutenant McCune's office the very next day on the 13th.
When you got there, were you informed of why you were being called in the office?
Yes,
And what were you informed?
that he was asking me about the text that I had sent Corey. I asked him if he had read it. He said, Corey said it sounded condescending, and I asked him if he thought it sounded condescending, as anybody can take any text condescending.
Was Deputy Williams in there also? Who was the other deputy?
Whitaker.
Whitaker. Was Deputy Whitaker in there also?
Not initially.
Okay. So initially the conversation is just between you and your lieutenant about the text.
Correct.
At that time, did the lieutenant ask for any names?
No.
Did he? So it was just about whether the text was condescending or not?
Correct. And a few other questions.
Once that conversation with your lieutenant ended, what happened?
Then Deputy Whitaker was brought in.
Was there some conversation between the three of you at that time?
Yes.
And what did that entail?
Conversation stating that Lieutenant McCune stated that he was there to mediate, that we needed to get along. We were both in the same position. And that we needed to get along because there'd be times that he would be at my school, there'd be times that I'd have to go to Danville School.
And did that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Was the conversation pleasant at that time?
Yeah, it was pleasant.
Okay. How did it end?
It ended, Corey did ask me a couple times to give him the names in the office. And again, I told him they asked to remain anonymous. Lieutenant McCune asked me, well, if you won't give them to Corey, will you give them to me? And I told Lieutenant McCune the same thing, that the individuals asked to remain anonymous. Towards the end of the conversation, I told Corey, Corey, I can ask the students, I can go back to the school tomorrow, I asked the students if they would be willing to let me give you their names. I'll see what I can do. Corey said, you know what, we're past that. Not worried about it anymore. We just need to get along because we are both SROs. And we shook hands and left.
Did you believe everything was resolved at that time?
Yeah, when Corey left the office, I thought, after shaking hands, I thought everything was resolved and the issue was done.
And so at that time, your lieutenant, your direct supervisor, would have had the information about the allegation of Deputy Whitaker running the stop sign, correct?
Correct.
Now, what's the next thing that happened in this sequence of events?
Later on that evening, I get a call from Lieutenant McCune. He says, Al, I'm going to take you up on that offer, see if you can give me the names of the individuals.
Was that his direct quote?
Yes.
Why did you understand that to request at that time?
That he was wanting to see if I could get the names of the individuals.
Did you tell him you would do that?
I would. I did.
Did you then? So that's still the evening of the 12th or the 13th, I guess.
That's the evening of the 13th.
So after that, did you attempt to have contact, or did you have contact with these individuals?
Yes.
Do you remember where that contact took place?
It was at Mediapolis Schools.
Do you remember a specific location?
I don't remember the specific location.
Did you speak to all three of the individuals?
Yes.
Did you explain to them what was being requested?
Yes.
Did you explain to them who was requesting the information?
No, just that they were wanting the names.
When you say they, did you mean the sheriff's department?
Right.
Did any of the three individuals indicate that they had authorized you to provide their names?
No, they want to remain anonymous.
Did they tell you that?
Yes.
They said they don't want their names disclosed?
Correct.
Once you had that information, when's the next time that anything happened in regard to this investigation?
That would have been the 18th.
What happened at that time?
I was getting ready to leave the school to go to a home visit on a student that hadn't been to school for a couple days. As I'm walking to my car, I see Lieutenant McCune's vehicle coming down Northfield. He pulls in the parking lot, and I walk up to his vehicle. And he asked me, he says, did you give me the names yet? And I'm like, Lieutenant, they still ask to remain anonymous.
Okay, was there any further conversation?
He looked at me, he says, "Get in the truck."
Did you get in at that time?
I got in the truck and we went over to other side of the parking lot, where there was no traffic or no vehicles.
And what happened at that time?
He advised me that he didn't feel that I understood the severity of the situation. He ordered me, he goes, "I am ordering you to give me the names of the individuals." He kept calling them complainants, but there was never a formal complaint filed. They didn't want to file a complaint. And I told him that he ordered me at least 3 times. And my final answer was, "Lieutenant, if you're ordering me to give you the names of the individuals that asked to remain anonymous, I'm going to have to tell you that there are no individuals."
What did you mean by that?
That I wasn't going to give up the names.
And when you say, what do you mean there? There's a difference in terms used, complainants or individuals. What do you mean by that? Was there ever any formal complaint made that you're
There was
aware of?
never any formal complaint filed. They just brought it to my attention.
So this isn't where anyone has come to you in their capacity as a citizen and say, I want to make a complaint of a crime being alleged.
That was never said, no.
And in regard to what was provided to your lieutenant by that time, I assume that you had provided him the information that 3 anonymous citizens had alleged that Deputy Whitaker had run a stop sign.
Correct.
That would have been in the February 13th meeting, right?
Yes.
And you had no personal knowledge as to whether that had taken place or not, did you?
What's that? Personal knowledge of?
As to whether 2 to 3 weeks before that, Deputy Whitaker had run a stop sign?
No.
All you have is the anonymous, or the people that want to be remain anonymous.
Correct.
So, this is February 18th that you're in Lieutenant McCune's truck?
Correct.
And at that time, you basically said, if you're gonna keep pushing me, then I'm just saying there are no people.
Correct.
What's the next thing that happened?
He advised me to go home.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And what took place after that?
I think I received a text from him a few minutes later. Just to be clear, you've been put on paid administrative leave.
Anything else in that text besides just telling you you're on paid administrative leave?
No.
Right. What's the next thing that happens then?
I go home.
What's the next event or meeting or conversations that you have?
Later that evening on the 18th, I get a text from Lieutenant McCune stating that he had paperwork that he needed to deliver to me. So he asked if I was at home, which I wasn't. Told him where I was at. He said, "Okay, I'll be over there in a little bit with the paperwork."
And was that the paperwork that we've already witnessed, just to notify you of the administrative leave and the allegation?
Yes.
And then that led to an interview, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been the first interview at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And did you go to that interview as requested?
Yes.
Did you comply with what was requested of you at that interview?
Yes.
At that interview, were you once again requested to give the names or provide the names of these individuals?
I was.
Did you refuse to do that?
I did.
Is that still the same reason, because they had asked to remain anonymous?
That's correct.
Did you believe that there was any way that you could provide the names of these individuals to any person that would protect what they wanted?
I did not.
Have you ever provided their names to any person?
I have not.
You haven't given me the names, have you?
No.
You've not given your union steward the names?
No.
You've not disclosed these names to any other person?
No.
So, and I know, the commission can watch that interview, but that interview took an hour or so, maybe even a little bit longer, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were asked a number of questions, and you answered the questions?
Yes.
And basically, did it all come down to the sheriff's department still wanted the names of the individuals?
That's correct.
After that interview took place, were you then provided the notice not to discuss this matter with any other people?
That's correct.
Then after that, another interview took place.
Yes.
Now, that's been phrased earlier as an administrative hearing. There was no actual hearing, was there?
No.
I mean, there was no administrative law judge there. There was no independent board hearing that, was there?
No.
It was just another interview, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's been recorded. You've seen the part of that recording, correct?
Yes.
And the commission can watch that, but once again, were you requested to provide the names of the individuals?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did not.
When is the first time that you were ordered to provide the names of these individuals?
On the 18th.
That would have been at the school when Lieutenant McCune showed up in his truck?
That's correct.
I'm going to go through the administrative charges that you were provided and your termination notice of April 8th with you.
Okay.
And that's on Exhibit A if you want to look at that. You have that in front of you?
I do.
The first one of those is an allegation of insubordination, which is failure to follow lawful directives and orders from any office supervisor absent reasonable and bona fide justification. Did you fail to provide or follow an order?
Yes.
And that was the order to provide the names of the 3 individuals?
That's correct.
Do you believe that there was a bona fide, reasonable and bona fide justification?
I do.
What is the reason or what is the justification for that?
If I was to reveal the names, my word, my morals, they would all be in question. I grew up in a time where if a man gave you his word, it was golden. That's what it was. But if I would have give up the names, and I still believe in that today, I still practice that today. If I give somebody my word, I stick by it.
If I tell somebody I'm gonna be there to help them, I'm there.
The next allegation is breach of integrity. Indicates giving false or misleading statements or misrepresenting or omitting material information to a supervisor in connection with an investigation. Did you ever provide any misleading information to your supervisors?
As far as,
Any misleading information? Did you ever tell anything to your supervisors that was false?
no,
Everything that you told them in these interviews, was that true?
yes,
Did you ever omit any information?
no,
I think there's an allegation that you might have provided more information during the interviews in February and March than you provided to your lieutenant on February 18th.
correct,
Was there more information provided?
yes,
Had that information originally been requested by Lieutenant McHugh?
no,
Okay, so he didn't ask you those specific questions when you met with him on February 18th?
no,
As this progressed, and I think there's an attempt possibly to try to determine what you said is true or not, you provided more information as far as details about who had provided the information, didn't you?
correct,
But that was requested during those meetings for the first time, as far as what information could be provided.
yes,
And did you feel that that information that could be provided was as much as you could provide without identifying the people?
yes,
Basically, the only thing that you felt you could do was provide that they were students at the school, high school student who were male.
correct,
And during your original interview or conversation with Lieutenant McHugh, he didn't ask you that information.
no,
He just wanted the names. Is that right? So when it talks about omitting information, you didn't admit anything in the original meeting with Lieutenant McHugh. It's just that as it progressed, you were asked different questions and provided answers.
right,
There's another allegation here of dishonest conduct on duty that adversely affects a member's relationship with the office. Have you been dishonest about anything?
no,
Have you from day one told your supervisors, everyone that's asked, that you would not provide the names of these three gentlemen?
yes,
Did you ever lie about anything in this process?
no,
And the next one I want to make sure I understand here is failing to report or allege misconduct concerning a deputy. I take this goes to the running the stop sign. You've indicated that you didn't report this during your previous testimony, right?
correct,
But once again, what were you required to report? You were not aware of anything personal about the other deputy running a stop sign, were you?
No.
You had you had reports from three people, and you provided that information to your lieutenant on February 13th, right?
right,
Let's talk about how this works in practical matter in the department there. Are you aware this is kind of the way it's usually handled? If an officer may see another officer speeding or something, you would just notify that other officer?
that's the way it's been for a long time,
Have you done that previously?
yes,
And to your knowledge of other deputies done that?
I'm sure positive other deputies have done that. They catch them speeding on radar or whatever, call them and text them and say, hey, I just had you here, locked in at this, slow down please.
And basically
I
what
know it's happened,
you were doing was kind of the same thing that has always happened.
that's correct,
The next allegation is number 4 on there, which is unprofessional conduct, which indicates on-duty conduct that brings discredit to the office. you aware of anything that you've done that would bring discredit to the office?
No.
You were asked about a number of, I guess, news articles, and I haven't seen anything, I don't know what's out there about your, about this hearing, your appeal. Do you believe that what you're doing would help the office and the public?
Yes.
You believe it's important that the public knows that if they come to officers, deputies, and they give information, and they ask that their identity be withheld, that this is gonna take place?
Yes.
Is that important to community-based relationships and community law enforcement?
Yes.
You were asked about expenses, costs that have been incurred by the department.
Mhm.
Isn't it correct that basically all these costs have been incurred to get you to provide the names of 3 young gentlemen that told you they didn't want you to provide the names?
Yes.
Every meeting that's taken place, that's been the main issue, hasn't it?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why it's so important that you provide these names?
No.
At any prior time, has your integrity in law enforcement ever been questioned?
No.
And I want to make sure, but I think you've talked about this, you've had a number of jobs in law enforcement, haven't you, as far as not different locations, since it's West Burlington, Des Moines County Sheriff, but different areas within the department.
Yes.
One of them was the task force, correct?
Correct.
Pretty easy to have your integrity questioned in the task force, isn't it?
Yes.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Anything else that you remember ever coming up where your integrity was a question?
No.
It's never come up that you provided false information before?
No.
And I think one thing that possibly has led to some confusion here is your text message that you originally sent to the other deputy.
Yes.
That's basically not factually correct, is it?
No.
Okay. Because the people hadn't just spoken to you.
No.
Sounds like you had just remembered them speaking to you.
Right.
Now, would you agree that could have been a more appropriate text?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I just simplified the text, not thinking that it would ever go this far.
Okay.
It was just a simplified text. Hey, please, I'm asking for your cooperation. Please pay better attention next time in the school zone.
That's what that text was, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much it. And it was sent to him and him only, no one else.
Why is that important that it was only sent to the other deputy?
Because I thought that between the two of us, we could handle this situation by ourselves. Hey,
The same thing, same way that everybody else has done with speeding, with other deputies, other officers, you know, whether it be Burlington or West Burlington, the county. Hey, slow down, you know, just asking for cooperation.
Did you just expect to get a response back saying something to the effect of, okay, I'll make sure next time?
Yep, I'll pay better attention next time, sorry about that.
I mean, because honestly, as a practical matter, even law enforcement, you can get distracted and run a stop sign pinch you.
Correct.
I don't have any witness or questions for this witness at this time, any further, although he is a witness that we would call later on possibly.
I have one follow-up question for Al. With regard to the school surveillance video, those are on a server, right?
Yes.
How long does that video stay on the server for?
I don't know.
You don't know if it's permanent, a couple weeks?
No, I'm not sure how long it stays on there.
I have nothing further from this time.
Nothing else based on that?
Do you have any further witnesses to call?
I will. Be a good time for a break. He
I
is
was
here.
gonna say,
Yep.
Your next witness, how long do you anticipate?
I don't know the answer to that question, but we could probably take him right up to lunch. It's Lieutenant McCune.
reconvene at 12:30? Want an hour, or do you want shorter?
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I could go, if you wanna do lunch now, we can, but I would prefer to start him.
Would you?
Yeah, because they're on duty right now.
Okay,
So I've got several that are
okay,
lined up.
whatever works.
And just see how far we get with them.
Okay. Mr. Waterman, thank you.
Thank you.
And do keep in mind for the call later.
We wanna take a 5-minute break then?
Yeah, let's do that.
And then we'll call the lieutenant again.
Yeah.
And again, bear in mind, do not discuss this outside of here. Thank you. And Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
You'll bear in mind that when you're called back as a witness, that you already have been sworn. Okay. So, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Wow, do my piles real good next year.
Stretch.
Yeah. By the end of the day, we're gonna have to have somebody call you and me out here. Type the both of us are, we're a real pair. Well, that's what I said, it's just like, God. I was saying I've been working from home for 5 weeks. I said when I'm at work, I get called to easy, I get called to up and down, you know. At home, I just put Rod Stewart headset in and I sit there and pretty soon it's like been 2.5 hours and I haven't moved. And my licorice, my apple crackers.
I enjoy being home a little more, but it's still, I never have my life again.
Oh. I can add.
Yes, but I packed lunch. I got it. Thank you.
Do you need people to speak up a little bit?
I'm doing okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it helps that I'm right there, right at this box, so. Good, thank you.
No problem.
Nobody ever asks you that, do they, to speak up?
It happens occasionally.
Really?
Yeah, occasionally. Or it's usually slow down. That's the one that I get.
Yes.
That was already on the top of my list.
You got steps too, huh?
Yes.
So then the plan will be after this witness, we'll do a lunch break, right?
Yes.
And you usually do an hour, is that what you
Yeah,
usually do?
yeah, usually. That's what I would, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise half hour's pretty tight.
Especially with
Is that okay?
Good for me.
Okay.
Especially with no opportunity to get any food in person anywhere.
Well, that said, the three of us can't go all the same, to the same place, so we've gotta be,
That's where I got mine.
yeah, I saw that.
When you, like you said, you can't go in any place,
Yeah, well, I don't know that part.
that's what I was thinking. You were very close. Makes it nice, huh?
Spray Roundup.
Yeah.
Spent $1 million in Roundup over here. I love my pool. Once I got it situated, it was always okay, but it just took a while the first year for me. This year's been horrible. Because it's one.
You can just sit there.
This goes on too long. You need a break.
Whenever we're ready, I'll swear you in. Okay.
She said something.
The deal is make sure you speak loudly enough, because apparently the last time we had a hard time hearing.
It's like,
Okay.
honey,
So I get to
You
swear
know,
in.
so, I mean, if you're getting to
And
feel
you're Officer McHugh,
good
correct?
thing.
Lieutenant,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I am noticed that needy
I knew
it
Jody
always
after
requires lunch, but.
He keeps me straight on all
But
that.
happy that I did Lisa. I don't know.
Des Moines County Sheriff's Office policy.
Well, I didn't know if you had medical
But no,
issues,
it's,
but it
it's
just,
a matter.
I'm just one of those
it's
people
a
that
matter of
can't skip
respect.
well, me
meals.
too.
Not to tell your,
You earned it.
Me too, I'm about eating.
Me too.
But I just thought if
To
you're
explain
like, I
what-
feel weak. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead, that works for me.
Let me know when we're ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All ready to go. Lieutenant McCune will be our next witness. Would you please state and spell your full and first name and last name for the recorder?
Chad McEwen, CHADMCCUNE.
Would you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
You're employed as a lieutenant at the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office, right, Lieutenant?
I am.
How long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Since 1994, so 26 years.
Will you just describe your training, education, experience for the benefit of the commission, please?
Well, since 1994, 23 of my 26 years have been assigned to Patrol Division. So I've run the gamut of training through as a patrol deputy. I've held majority of all instructor certifications that you can hold as a patrol deputy. I was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2006 and promoted to the rank of lieutenant in January of 2017. In that time, I've attended numerous supervision and leadership training to the point of executive level training, executive level leadership training, and all three phases of the Iowa Sheriff Association credible leadership training offered by them.
Will you describe your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant in February of 2020, what they were?
In February 2020, I am the lieutenant over the patrol division.
And what did you have to do as a lieutenant of the patrol division?
I oversee 2 sergeants, 9 deputies assigned to patrol division, 2 deputies assigned as school resource officers, and 1 deputy assigned to the civil division.
So in February 2020, you were Deputy Waterman's direct supervisor?
I was.
And how long had you been his direct supervisor for?
I've been Al's direct supervisor since I came back from narcotics. I'm sorry, that's one part of my training I left out. I was 3 years in narcotics investigator. I came back in January of 2017 and as a patrol sergeant and was Al's direct supervisor at that time, ever since.
With regard to Al's performance, did you do any performance evaluations on Al as his lieutenant?
I did. In fact, I did it as a sergeant at the time.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit R in the binder, please. You go to page 72, please. You recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
That is our performance evaluation report.
Is that the performance evaluation you completed on Deputy Waterman?
It is.
What's the date on it?
Review date is October 20th of 2018.
So I just want to ask you, based on your experience supervising Deputy Waterman, about his performance as a deputy. How would you rate his performance overall?
Overall, above average.
And did you indicate that here in the 2018 performance evaluation that you completed?
Yes.
Did you ever have any issues with Al?
No, there's 17 graded categories, and there is areas that we talked about that can meet better improvement, but no significant problems.
Is that document there a fair and accurate copy of the performance evaluation that you completed of Deputy Waterman?
Yes, it is.
That's part of his personnel file.
Yes, it is.
Would you agree that Deputy Waterman up to February 12th of 2020 overall had no performance issues?
No, he did not.
No disciplinary action?
He had there was a mild caution counseling statement that I addressed with him over an incident with excessive use of a taser, but that was minimal.
I've got Exhibit R, page 71, displayed up on the computer screen here for you. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
That's a caution counseling statement. All discipline needs to be documented at the sheriff's office. That was discipline that I had talked to Al about from that incident that him and another deputy responded to.
And what's the date on that?
November 17th of 2015.
So for the purposes of this internal affairs investigation that was eventually started on Deputy Waterman, other than this, would you agree that he has a clean disciplinary file?
Yes, I would.
No prior issues as far as integrity violations, insubordination, failure to report misconduct, or unprofessionalism?
No.
I want to ask you some policy questions with regard to the Sheriff's Office policies, and you don't have to refer to these if you don't want to, Exhibits O and P. So as Al's direct supervisor, both on patrol and then as the SRO, did he ever come to you and ask you any questions regarding the standards of conduct policy?
No, he did not.
What about the complaints policy?
No, he did not.
Did he ever ask you what constituted a complaint?
No, he did not.
What are deputies supposed to do by policy if they have a question about something that's in the policy manual?
They need to come to their immediate supervisor to get clarification.
Are there any emails that you received prior to February 12th of 2020, or I should say February 13th of 2020, with Deputy Waterman asking questions about either the standards of conduct or the personnel complaints policy?
No, there is not.
I want to ask you about your specific involvement in this matter, why we're here today. How did you become involved in Deputy Waterman's disciplinary action?
On Thursday, February 13th, Deputy Corey Whitaker came to my office, said he wanted to speak to me about a problem he was having with Deputy Waterman. He then shut my door and began to tell me about a text message, and then he subsequently forwarded the text message to me so I could read it, about a text message he had received from Deputy Waterman. Deputy Whitaker elaborated that he had called Deputy Waterman. There was some back and forth discussion between the two deputies. And Corey stated to me that he does not remember, does not recall, does not believe he ran any stop signs, but he told me that he wanted me to look into it, and if he did, he wanted me to write him up for it.
So what are your obligations when a deputy comes to you and reports an allegation such as Deputy Whitaker did?
All personnel complaints have to be looked into. Either anonymous complaints, written complaints, complaints via our email.
So the 1010 personnel policy, Exhibit P, are you actually required to inquire or investigate these types of matters?
Yes, I am.
So if a deputy brings forward, even self-reports, an allegation of potential misconduct, it's your obligation to look into it?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
So there's no impropriety. So they're following their policy also. Deputy Whitaker freely admitted that if he ran these stop signs, that I was to write him up for it. But he believed that it was he did not do such a thing, and believed it was a false statement on Deputy Waterman.
he ask you about mediating a conversation between you and Deputy Waterman?
Yes, he did.
Can you explain how that came about?
So that Thursday, both these deputies are school resource officers, but class was out of session that day for I don't know what reason. Deputy Waterman was actually here at the Des Moines County Courthouse performing security for a trial that was ongoing, and Deputy Whitaker was in the office. So after Deputy Whitaker's explanation of the incident to me and his request for me to mediate between the two, I then summoned for Deputy Waterman to meet me in my office at the sheriff's office so we could talk about this incident.
And tell us how that conversation went between you and Deputy Waterman.
Deputy Whitaker was not in the room at that time. I had Al come in and explain to him that Corey had came to me with a problem about what had transpired the day before, the 12th. I asked him about this text message that he had sent, and then I started reading the text message to him and asking Al if that was a correct text message that he had sent to Corey. He stated that it was. He stated that he was trying to get the kids to be more compliant with their driving around the school and stopping at stop signs. He told me that he had just received three separate individuals that came to him about Deputy Whitaker running 3 stop signs in front of the Mediapolis High School or the school system on Northfield Street. While we're discussing that, I was trying to get the who, what, when, why, and how about the incident from Al. I'd asked Al if this was a student, a faculty, or a parent since they came to him at the school, and he responded that he wasn't going to tell me. I thought that was extremely strange that he wasn't going to tell me who these people were about this complaint about Deputy Whitaker. I then specifically asked Al who these people were, and he stated that they wanted to remain anonymous and he wasn't going to tell me.
At that point in time, when you're just having the conversation with Deputy Waterman in your office on the 13th, what are you doing as far as your duties and responsibilities go?
It was by no means. It was a informal discussion at the time, informally looking into this incident. It was not a formal inquiry at the time. And Deputy Waterman, we had numerous back and forth about he didn't have to tell Corey who these names were, but he did have to tell me when I asked them. And then I could have resolved the situation, investigated it, looked into that there was 3 complaints on Deputy Whitaker's driving, and then handle that appropriately.
So for the commission's benefit, then, the conversation of the 13th, when you're trying to get to the bottom of this, who is the target at that point in time of your inquiry?
It was Deputy Whitaker.
It was not Deputy Waterman?
No.
So what happened after you had the conversation? Well, Corey, hang on. Was there anything else that was said during that conversation when you were alone with Deputy Waterman in your office on the 13th?
As I was trying to pinpoint what actually transpired on how the complaint was brought to Deputy Waterman, he then changed the story that there was actually 3 complaints that came to him about 2 stop signs, and that he, in fact, was the complainant on the 3rd stop sign. Also pinned down the location of the stop signs. There's 2 stop signs in front of Mediapolis High School, one in front of the administration building and/or elementary, and one in front of the high school itself, and then a 3rd stop sign, which is, I estimate, 80 yards down the street to the south at the intersection of Northfield and Iowa. And the stop sign at the intersection of Northfield and Iowa is the one that Al stated that he was actually the one that, while reviewing video footage, he's the one that stated he saw that violation.
So there's a text message from the 12th that you had in your possession at that time, right?
Yes.
That text message indicates 3 stop signs reported by 3 individuals.
Yes.
And then in the conversation with him on the 13th, when you're alone in the office with him, he indicated to you that there were actually 3 individuals making him aware of Corey rolling through stop signs, but it was just 2 stop signs, not 3.
Correct. And also, I asked him if these 3 individuals came together, like if they were all in one car or together at the time, and he was adamant that they were 3 separate individuals coming in to tell him this complaint.
What did you make of the text message saying that it was 3 individuals with 3 stop signs, and then the change in the story from 3 stop signs down to 2?
I, of course, was suspicious about that the story had changed, because even when Al first told me the story in my office, he was stating that 3 individuals complained about 3 stop signs. So the story had changed during that short duration of that initial conversation.
Was there anything else said that you can recall here today in that initial conversation with Al on the 13th when you were alone in the office?
No, other than I'd asked him again and reiterated the point where this is a personnel complaint now. Corey had came to me about this supposedly of him running through these stop signs. He self-reported the incident, and it was my duty to investigate if this actually happened, if there actually was citizens who had complained about Corey.
What happened then after you had the conversation with Al alone in the office?
Al stayed in the office as I summoned Corey to come back, and the 3 of us then started to mediate the incident.
Can you just kind of explain for the commission what happened during that session?
During that session, Corey, they started rehashing about the text message and their phone call between the 2 deputies. Corey was asking him again about who had made this complaint, because I did not run through any stop signs, and it was pretty much left at Al sticking to his story that the individual wanted to remain anonymous. And backtrack slightly, when he had told me that they wanted to remain anonymous, I asked him why, and he just said they just wanted to keep their names out of it. They just wanted to remain anonymous. He didn't give it a reason on why.
So with regard to this conversation between Corey, Al, and you on the 13th in your office, how was Deputy Whitaker's demeanor at that point in time?
Normal, cordial.
What about Deputy Waterman's demeanor?
Again, same, normal demeanor for Al.
Tell the commission what else happened during that conversation.
During that conversation, Al did state to Corey the same thing he told me, that there was the 3 complaints were about the 2 stop signs, not the 3rd. Corey, I could tell from his demeanor, he thought that was strange also, because it was contrary to what the text message had stated, and contrary to whatever their phone discussion was.
Did you indicate anything to Al at that point in time in the conversation with regard to the names of the complainants?
Other than asking who the names were?
Right.
I asked him numerous times during that initial conversation on the 13th, who were these 3 individuals?
Did you, during that conversation with Deputy Whitaker and Deputy Waterman, come to some kind of resolution about what would happen next?
I did it with Deputy Whitaker in the room. With Deputy Whitaker in the room, I was trying to, like I say, mediate between these 2 school resource officers, stating that they had to work cordial with each other. They're the only 2 SROs we have. We had to maintain a business environment. We couldn't have any nitpicking or any kind of problems about this incident to be long-standing.
During the conversation with them, did you ask either of them if they had problems with each other?
I did. When it was just Al and myself in the room, I did ask him if there was any problems with Corey. If Corey had said something to him, if there was friction between the 2.
To your knowledge, prior to February 13th of 2020, were you aware of any friction or issues between Corey and Al?
None whatsoever.
So was a conversation with the three of them, and then did you have another conversation with Al alone after Deputy Whitaker left the room?
I did. Deputy Whitaker and Deputy Waterman shook hands. I didn't believe the incident was resolved. We were kind of left at a standstill because of Al admitting to Corey that he wasn't going to tell me either. Corey even stated to him that he doesn't have to know the names. But Corey then left my office, and Al and myself both stood up. I stated out loud, I'm like, Al, I believe we're done for today. And he stood there for what I perceived to be an uncomfortable amount of time, possibly at least 10 seconds, looking at a wall. And I asked him, like, Al, do you have something else to say? Is there something on your mind? He then reached over and shut my door. He then began to tell me a story about this past fall. So it would have been the fall of 2019. It was a Mediapolis football game. Al was at Mediapolis in his capacity of a school resource officer. Corey Whitaker was there off duty. Al stated that Corey had walked by him. There was nobody around talking to Al at the time. Nobody was with Corey. Corey was by himself. And Corey had walked by Al and did not say hi or greet him. I thought that was extremely strange. And then began our discussion because it obviously bothered Al. I could tell by his demeanor, his thinking about it for a length of time, that this incident, which I thought was small, was obviously bigger than that for Al. We then sat back down and had a discussion on, just because we are all co-workers at the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office does not mean you have to get along or be best friends with these co-workers when you're not at work. I began to tell Al their stories of past deputies that I personally have had rubs with that just happens in a workplace. We left that discussion at that, and Al left my office at that time.
What did you do after Al left the office with regard to the allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker?
With Al refusing to identify these individuals to me who were complaining about Deputy Whitaker's driving infractions, we don't have disciplinary issues routinely at the Sheriff's Office. So I knew I needed to review our policies on what exactly I can mandate, I can order Deputy Waterman to do. I need to reread the Iowa Peace Officer Bill of Rights. I reread all that paperwork.
And then when did that take place, just for the record?
That afternoon.
What did you do after reviewing those items?
Prior to Corey leaving the room, Al had offered to Corey about talking to these three individuals the next day being that Friday the 14th. Corey kind of left it at that. I think he was mainly just wanting to get out of the office at the time, and I think he uttered, whatever you want to do. But it was Al's offer to Corey prior to Corey leaving. I then called Al later on that evening, and after reviewing all the policy paperwork that I needed to do, advising him that I was taking him up on that offer that he had voiced out loud, and I was needing him to contact those three individuals and advise them that he needed to tell his supervisor the names.
And why did you do that?
Again, I was investigating Deputy Whitaker. There was no way for me to complete my investigation of Deputy Whitaker with these three individuals who might be out in the public who are making personnel complaints.
When you reviewed the policy, did you see anything in there that required you to try to validate the information that was provided to you?
Yes, the supervisor responsibilities of our policy 1010, which is personnel complaints.
When you had a conversation with Al on the 13th on the phone, did you indicate that to him, that you're trying to validate the information?
I told him yes, I had to validate the personnel complaint on Deputy Whitaker.
There's some dispute about whether this was a complaint or not. Why did you treat it as a complaint under the 1010 policy and Bill of Rights?
Because these unknown citizens came to Deputy Waterman with a violation of another deputy. A deputy committed a traffic law violation. So 3 separate people made a complaint to Deputy Waterman about this traffic infractions supposedly made by Deputy Whitaker.
Did you have any discretion to not look into that?
No, I did not.
So once you became aware of it, you had an obligation under the policy to make an inquiry of the information that was provided to you.
Yes.
So after, well, let's talk about that phone conversation. What did Deputy Waterman say back to you on the phone that night?
His immediate response to me was, well, I can ask them. And I responded, Al, this is not an ask, this is a tell. I need to know the names of those people. And I advised him that I was off on the next day, which is the 14th, and that both of us were off on Monday, which I believe is President's Day, the 17th. And I told him that I would be coming up there at the beginning of my shift on the 18th to retrieve those names.
What did he say back in response to you?
He just acknowledged my statement, and the phone conversation was, I believe, ended at that time.
So let's fast forward then to February 18th, it's a Tuesday, right?
Yes, sir.
What were your scheduled hours that day?
My scheduled hours are 1,100 hours to 2,100 hours, so 11 a.m. till 9 p.m.
What time did you come to work on the 18th?
I came to work early that day. I left my house just a precautionary sake. I didn't want to make sure Al was going to be at the school when I got there.
Why do you say that?
Just a suspicion.
When you say suspicion, was there something that gave you off a feeling about the situation?
The whole incident was strange. The whole incident was strange with Al not even telling me who these people were. There was red flags. There was red flags every time Al would speak to me about it. It was not a normal conversation I've ever encountered in 26 years of an officer not divulging information to this minuscule amount.
When you went on duty that day, did you radio out that you were on duty?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you do that?
If I radio out on duty, then everybody is aware that I'm out in my vehicle.
So once you left your house, where did you go?
I drove directly to Minneapolis High School.
What time did you get there?
At approximately 10:30, 10:35.
What did you see when you got to the high school?
Deputy Waterman was leaving the school and was walking across Northville to his patrol vehicle.
Did you make anything of that?
Just that I caught Al right before he was leaving.
So he knew that you were going to come get those names, but he was leaving the school.
Yes.
Do you know where he was going?
He advised he was doing a home visit on a student.
So what happened when you made contact with Al at school?
I got behind his patrol vehicle right when he was getting to the door. I had a greeting with him. Al, how's your day? Hello. And I said, Al, I'm here to get those names from you so I can put this investigation of Whitaker to bed.
And how did he respond?
He responded, I can ask them. And my response was, Al, you had 5 days to do that. This is what I told you to do on the phone call on the 13th. By his own statement to Whitaker, he was going to ask them on that Friday the 14th. That was his response to me.
Was that significant to you in any way?
Again, I believe he was deflecting the incident.
What did you have Al do then, once he made that statement to you?
I instructed Al to have a seat in my vehicle. We needed to talk. We were at the entrance to the parking lot, kind of a busier area. Kids were coming and walking, coming and going. It was near lunchtime. So we drove to a back portion of the parking lot so we could have a discussion about this.
Tell the commission about that discussion and what was said during it.
I asked him again, I go, Al, the whole reason we're here, is about these three people you told me made a complaint about Deputy Whitaker's driving infractions. I have a responsibility that I need to check into this. And you are essentially roadblocking my investigation. Al maintained, I gave these three people my word that I was not going to divulge their names. Again, he would not tell me if these were adults or juveniles. I still did not know.
What kind of questions did you ask him during that conversation?
It was more along the lines of pleading with them, because I was advising him, Al, you're leaving me no choice here. You're still refusing to tell me who these people are. I then was more direct on my language. I told him, Al, I'm giving you a lawful direct order. I did that at least 3 times, advising him that this was a lawful direct order. I even made sure, Al, do you know what a lawful order is compared to an unlawful order? We had that discussion. I pled with him. I go, Al, I don't know who these 3 people are to you, but you're disobeying a direct order. It's blatant insubordination. And again, the conversation with us lasted at least 15 minutes in my truck, pleading with him that he was painting me into a corner. There's no other way to go with this incident than further.
How did he respond when you were trying to plead with them to provide you the names of these people?
There was a lot of silence. There was a lot of Al just looking out my windshield. Again, to me, it's uncomfortable silence, but so I was trying to get Al to talk to me about this. I even was opening up the topic. I'll go, Al, I can understand what you might have been trying to do with Corey. Excuse me. If you were trying to gain compliance or control out of Corey, to have him, if you perceived he didn't stop at a stop sign, I can understand you might have been trying to gain something on Corey, but this is the wrong way to go about it, is to stick with this story, that there was 3 unknown individuals.
How do you take that?
He just sat there. Again, he sat there. He would look out the windshield of my truck. It was uncomfortable.
Did you say anything to him about, hey, this is a minor dispute, anything like that?
I did, and I actually explained to him that on the 13th. I go, this is something minor. I think I know where you were trying to go with this. I think you're again trying to gain compliance from Corey. If you, I even offered up the explanation. I go, if you're trying to just do this with Corey, and you admit to me, hey, this is what I was trying to do. It got blown out of proportion. I just wanted to gain compliance from Corey. Then this would have been over and done with. It would have been minimal documentation of the incident.
So when you say minimal documentation of the incident, are you saying with regard to Al?
Yes.
So where in this conversation, you indicated that you asked him some questions. Did you start asking him questions about the complainants besides the names? Did you ask him, any background details about the complainants to try to further your inquiry?
I believe I also asked him again, are these adults or juveniles? His statement was always they wanted me to remain anonymous, and he wasn't going to tell me.
Did you ask him if they were students?
I did.
Did you ask him whether they were high school, elementary students, or staff members?
I didn't go into details with that. I left it at students, but still he wasn't going to tell me who they were, and he just kept stating they wanted to remain anonymous.
Did you ask any other questions about the details concerning who these individuals were that you can remember today?
Not that I recall that question.
With regard to the communications that you had with Deputy Waterman in the truck, did he give you any sense of when he had these conversations with the 3 three individuals that he alleged had told him that Deputy Whitaker had rolled through the stop sign?
It was clear, it was crystal clear to me from the moment our first talk on the 13th, when I was asking him the who, what, when, why, and how this all transpired, that this incident transpired on the 12th, the day before our talk, and the day that the text message was sent.
Did he say anything to you on February 13th to indicate that these individuals did not approach him on February 12th, 2020?
No, never.
So it was your understanding from the conversations on the 13th that he had spoken with these individuals, these three individuals, on February 12th, 2020?
Correct.
What about your understanding of the conversation with him on February 18th?
The discussion on February 18th, well, like I say, was more direct. I told Al that I was starting to move my investigation into Corey Whitaker into him, because now I'm starting to believe that this allegation of these three individuals were fabricated. Also, during my time in my vehicle, he reiterated that he would have to ask those three individuals again if he could divulge the names to his supervisor.
So thinking it was February 12th that these individuals spoke with Al, did you say anything to him about the surveillance system at the school?
I did. When we get to the end of our discussion, it was obvious to me that I was trying to interview Al on what this incident was about, and I told him, I go, Al, you work here at Mediapolis High School. You know all the surveillance systems are around. You know we are going to go back and review this camera footage from the 12th to find out who was on the sidewalk on the street, who might have came in your office on the 12th that might have made these complaints. So I was trying to get him to say, we're going to find out anyway by watching the video. You might as well tell me now.
And why did you say that to him?
Again, I just wanted to hear from Al. I wanted him to come off his story of this of these three individuals and this wanting to remain anonymous.
So you gave him another opportunity there by saying, hey, we're gonna go check the video. We're gonna find out who they are anyway. You know, just tell me now. Let's get this done.
Yes.
And did he provide the names then?
No, he did not.
So you gave him at least 3 orders and he refused to provide the names of those individuals then?
Exactly. And on the last time I asked him, I go, Al, I just need these names so I can get this investigation completed. He then, his statement to me was, my official comment is going to be, there are not 3 names to give, and there is no complaint. I thought that was a spin on words. I wanted to understand what exactly he was trying to tell me there, and I asked him again. I go, what are you trying to tell me here? And he says again, he repeats the statement that there are not 3 names, and there is no complaint.
What did you make of that?
Again, extremely strange. Strange behavior on Al's behalf. I made the comment to him that, Al, well, if you're telling me there's not 3 names, there is still, are you telling me that the story was fabricated if you made this story of these 3 individuals up? And he again reiterated the previous comment. And at that time, I drove him back to the squad car and told him that his day is done and he is on administrative leave.
I think that's a good stopping point for lunch right there.
Okay, I wondered about that. Okay.
So I'll just recall him after lunch.
Sounds good?
Sure. 1:15 return.
Sounds perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. And remember that when you come back, you've been sworn in, so we'll not have to do that again. Probably know that better than me.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Did you have a specific time you were planning on adjourning today? Or?
I'll let you decide when to attend.
I mean, I'm thinking I'm gonna fly through some of my next witnesses, so, I mean, I definitely think we can finish today.
Okay. So like what time today? You're thinking?
I mean, it'll probably be mid-afternoon, but I honestly don't know. I would just like to get it done today
Today, okay.
for everybody.
What about
Well, depending what happens, I may not have any other witnesses, I was already testified. So, I mean, the other one's kind of rebuttal, so a lot of that depends on what the witnesses do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna call Al just to do it. But yeah, so.
I would hope that we could,
Finish it by 4 today?
Say at 3 o'clock, we
figure out.
figure it out, then you'll have a better idea.
Yeah, take a
I just want to take a quick break
You're
at 3,
gonna call
is that
all,
what you're saying?
are you gonna call all those witnesses or?
Yeah, some of them will be really quick.
Okay.
So, should be good. I just need to rearrange the papers.
I'll leave it up to you to guide when's a good time for break and when's a good time, because you know what your flow is.
Yeah, that was a good stopping point for lunch, because it goes kind of into a new topic now.
Right. Oh, sir, they don't want anyone to use, then say don't use that door. They're going out the back door.
Can our court reporter get back in?
Huh?
Is she back, can she get back in her?
Yeah. She should be able to, is the door unlocked?
Uh-uh,
I'll go down and see.
it's not unlocked. I had to call Kathy.
I helped them get in also, so.
Should probably stand out there, check on the door.
Some lady was coming out and I was gonna go in and I thought she was gonna like beat the crap out of me.
That's so beautiful.
They have protocol, they're not supposed to let anybody.
I know, but it was just kinda like,
Yeah.
off. It's okay.
I didn't realize that in the courthouse.
We're good.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's kind of eerie to see this.
It's kind of nice, people actually getting work.
Well, I mean, to see,
right at the point where I advised Deputy Waterman he was on administrative leave.
Thank you.
So,
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, we are now back in open session for the Waterman hearings, and our witness has already been sworn in, so we'll just continue on from there.
Lieutenant McCune, before we went to lunch, I was asking you about placing Deputy Waterman on paid administrative leave. So I want to ask you a few questions about some of the exhibits in this case. First one I'm going to have you turn to is Exhibit M in the binder, as in Mary. There's a binder on your counter. So it's displayed on the computer screen here. Do you recognize what that document is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That's the notice of administrative interview after being placed on administrative leave. I issued that to Deputy Waterman.
And when did you issue it to him?
On the evening of the 18th.
And is that your signature there?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the document that you issued to him?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit M1 and identify that for the record as well, which is up on the computer screen.
Yes.
What is that document?
Describing the administrative leave and the date and time of the administrative interview.
Fair and accurate copy of the document?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit N as in Nancy, which is up on the computer screen. Can you identify that document for the record as well?
That would be my initial report in reference to the incident involving Deputy Waterman and Deputy Whitaker.
And you wrote that on February 18th, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Have you had an opportunity to review this report before your testimony today?
I have.
In the report, you write about details from two separate incidents, first occurring on February 13th, and then the communications that you had with Deputy Waterman on February 18th at the school parking lot. With regard to your written report, when you reviewed it, was there anything in this report that you forgot with regard to the February 18th, 2020 details that you included here?
That was a summation of the highlights of our contact from the 13th and the evening of the 13th, and again on the 18th. Some of the details that are omitted were details that were discovered or voiced by Al during the administrative interview.
Okay, so you wrote this report on February 18th, 2020, and you're summarizing your interactions and conversations with Al from February 13th and then February 18th, right?
Correct.
Was this intended to be a full and accurate transcription of your conversations with him?
No, it was not.
What is the purpose of a report?
To summarize the highlights of the event, noticeable comments that were remarkable to me at the time.
So I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit I. And it's up on the computer screen. Do you recognize what this document is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is a supplemental report that I did after the administrative interview on the 25th.
And why did you draft this specific report on February 26, 2020?
Because Al had made remarks and comments that were in complete contrary to what was initially either described, talked about on the 13th and the 18th.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of your report?
It is.
This time I'm going to play a portion of the interview for you. Before we begin, prior to today, had you watched the administrative interview recording?
Yes, I have.
When did you watch that?
I watched it live as it was ongoing and since that time to prepare for today.
Yeah, I'm going to start the video at 4:43:46 from February 25th, 2020.
or official standing of a member of the office of Deputy Corey Whitaker. You have any questions about any of those, Al?
No.
I think at this point, we're going to proceed to the questioning part of the interview, and Lieutenant Siegfried, I'm sorry, Sergeant Siegfried is going to take over here.
I got a little thing wrote down here, I'm gonna read just to summarize that this is some serious issue that we have. And I wanna make sure that you understand that it is.
Okay.
Deputy Waterman, we're here today in regards to 3 complaints that you, have yet to divulge to 3 complainants that you have yet to divulge to Lieutenant McEwen. With that, you have violated several policies that have been listed in the notice that you were served, and those policies that you have violated, with those policies, your honesty, your integrity, your morals, and your ethics are now in question. I feel that you have fabricated a story and you use your morals as a weapon to validate these stories against Deputy Whitaker and Lieutenant McEwen. And at this moment, you have not shown any remorse for what you have done, nor have you apologized for any of your actions that you've done. But the most concerning to me is that yet you still haven't owned up to any wrongdoing or taken any ownership of anything that's happened, and that's what worries me. You know what the allegations are against you, and now you have the opportunity to tell the truth of what really has happened, and the opportunity to clear the air of any doubt for anyone, that any doubt anybody should have.
Okay.
So the floor is yours to explain what has happened.
I thought there was gonna be a question of that.
The floor is yours to explain.
Okay. What are you asking me to explain?
Explain, it has all started with you saying that there's 3 complaints against Deputy Whitaker. So who are the 3 complainants?
There were never any complainants. Complaining means you have to file a formal complaint. And they never filed a formal complaint, they just advised me of the situation.
So 3 people have advised you what?
That there was stop signs that was rolled through.
How did these 3 people advise you?
By person.
By person.
Mm-hmm.
So when did they advise you?
2 to 3 weeks earlier.
I'm gonna stop the video at 4:47:30. You heard there on the audio recording that Deputy Waterman stated in response to a question from Sergeant Siegfried that the 3 individuals advised him that Deputy Whitaker rolled through the stop signs 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th, 2020, right?
Yes.
In your conversation with Deputy Waterman on February 18th, when did he indicate to you that these individuals had reported to him that Deputy Whitaker had rolled through the stop sign?
Well, he first reported on the 13th. The 13th is when I was asking the details about or surrounding the text message. And that's when he was adamant that the violations occurred when Corey was leaving after teaching DARE at the Media School on the 12th. So we were crystal clear from the 13th on that the event that preceded the text message all happened on the 12th.
So this is now February 25th, 2020 that Al's being interviewed, and you hear him say that these individuals reported this to him 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th, 2020. What did you make of that?
during my direct questioning of Al on the 18th, I was talking to him at length about these violations that occurred on the date that after Corey had left DARE. I'd also made mention that we were going to be reviewing the video camera system from the date of the 12th. I told him that we were reviewing that day of the 12th. The mention of 2 to 3 weeks prior was never mentioned at all during the entire time until this interview.
So the first time you heard Al say 2 to 3 weeks prior was when those people came to him allegedly and reported Deputy Whitaker, was when he made that statement at about the 4:47 mark on this video from February 25th, 2020.
Yes.
Never heard that before.
No.
Was that significant to you when you heard it on February 25th?
It was, because on February 18th, when Lieutenant Williams and myself met at the Mediapolis High School and met with the IT director, Mr. Jondry, I believe how you pronounce his name, we reviewed the video and could see Deputy Whitaker's car. We could not see any violation of a stop sign on any of the camera systems. And Mr. Jondry also explained to us that the database rewrites over itself every 2 weeks.
So you had went, because we need to back up here just to talk about that a little bit. You had actually went to the school with Lieutenant Williams on February 18th, 2020?
Correct.
And you watched the videos with your own 2 eyes at that point in time?
I did.
And you didn't see any violation by Deputy Whitaker rolling through the stop signs?
No, you cannot determine on the rate of the camera. And specifically, Deputy Waterman mentioned that he himself was the complainant on the stop sign at the intersection of Northfield and Iowa. The camera angle is, Northfield is a north and south street, Iowa being east and west. The camera angle is at a near parallel angle with Northfield Street. You can see brake lights, but you cannot see a vehicle, any vehicle, Corey's vehicle or any other, run that stop sign.
So you watched the video of the outside surveillance cameras on February 18th, 2020. Did you watch any other videos at that point in time? Inside the school?
Inside the school on the hallway, Mr. Jondry, I apologize if I'm massacring his name, was able to pull up the doorway to Deputy Waterman's office. And during that time span, from the time that we could positively identify that Deputy Whitaker was leaving the school till the time that the text message was received by Deputy Whitaker, there was nobody coming in or out of Deputy Waterman's office.
I'm going to go to Exhibit S, and there's nothing in your binder because it's an electronic exhibit. I'm going to pull up the video that says 11:15 MS Hall. And it's starting from the beginning of it. Do you recognize this video?
I do.
What is this video showing?
I believe I have not reviewed this video since that date and time, but I believe that bottom right corner is actually the doorway to Deputy Waterman's office.
And did you watch this video in its entirety from the point that Deputy Whitaker left the school to the point that Deputy Waterman exited his office?
I did.
Did anybody come talk to Deputy Waterman that day?
No.
I'm going to play, I stopped the video about 45 seconds or so in, and I'm going to now go to the video that says L Hall on it, and I'm going to play that from the beginning for the record. And the timestamp on it started at 2/12/2020, 11:15:40 a.m. Do you recognize this video?
It's a long hallway shot of the entrance at the far end of Deputy Waterman's office.
Did you review this video on February 18th, 2020?
I did.
Did you see anybody come talk to Deputy Waterman at his office that day?
No, I did not.
I'm gonna stop it at 11:16:16. So what was the significance to you when you reviewed those videos that nobody had came to talk to Deputy Waterman on February 12th, 2020?
That the whole incident did not happen as Deputy Waterman stated it did.
Because his text message indicated what?
His text message indicated that three individuals just came to him to complain about Corey Whitaker driving through stop signs.
And he sent that text message then to Deputy Whitaker, which you had received a copy of, right?
Correct.
And so you looked at the surveillance camera with Lieutenant Williams from the point that Deputy Whitaker left to the point that Deputy Waterman left his office. Nobody comes and talks to him. And at that point on February 18th, you're still under the understanding, based on his representations to you, that these events where the students, or the, individuals approached Deputy Waterman occurred on February 12th, right?
Correct.
So at this point in time, the administrative interview hasn't happened yet because it's February 18th, right?
Correct.
So what are you thinking in your mind based on the conversations with him from February 13th? And then now the video that doesn't show anybody coming to talk to him at his office like it indicated to you guys.
That the story was fabricated.
I'm going to play the 2/25/2020 conference room video starting at 4:47:30.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand because Chris and I are coming into this 2 to 3 weeks earlier to what? Can you just explain that?
2 to 3 weeks earlier, before the 12th, before the text was sent, correct? Before the text was sent, yeah, on the 12th.
So you're saying that there was 3 people that came to you all at the same time?
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks earlier than, when was the text sent on the?
12th, I believe.
We'll stop the video at 4:48:17. Sergeant Siegfried asked Deputy Waterman if he was saying that 3 people came to him all at the same time 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th, 2020. Did you hear that?
I did.
Did you make anything of that when you heard it on February 25th?
I was told by Deputy Waterman that it was 3 separate individuals, because I'd asked him if the 3 people were all in one car, or something along those lines. But he stated that the 3 separate individuals came up to him.
So based on this statement, where he's indicating that they came to him as a group, that was inconsistent with what he had told you and Deputy Whitaker from February 13th in your conversation with him on the 18th.
I'm sorry, can you first repeat, please?
The statement that you heard just here on the video was inconsistent with what he previously told you and Deputy Whitaker, both on February 13th, and then when you had the conversation with him on the 18th, he had indicated again that they were separate, right?
Yes.
And that was inconsistent.
Completely.
I'm going to play the video from 4:48:17.
So you're saying the text was sent on the 12th, and these people came to you 2 to 3 weeks earlier, and what did they say?
Just advised me that there was a Deputy Whitaker, going through the stop sign. And I have been stressing school safety. Talked to the student staff. I talked to the students about making complete stops at the stop signs. I've stood out there at the stop signs. And they were getting better at making complete stops. And there's times that was sitting in my squad car. and they apparently didn't see me sitting in the squad car, but they would, and that's when I started talking to different students.
So, why, I guess to go back, who are the three people?
They asked to remain anonymous.
Who are the three people that complained on Deputy Whitaker?
They asked to remain anonymous.
Okay. So who are the three people?
They asked to remain anonymous.
So you're going to hold your feet down that three people complaining about a simple stop sign violation is worthy enough not to tell your supervisor who the three people are?
Yes, they asked to remain anonymous.
So you've been ordered to tell who the three people are, and at this point you're still refusing to tell who the three people are.
They asked to
Because
remain anonymous.
you understand that by telling the three people to validate your story, that this could end.
Yes.
And you're unwilling to provide three people at the school, or three names of the people, over a stop sign violation that would have went no further than Lieutenant McEwen to validate these complaints. And you are refusing to do that.
They're asked to remain anonymous.
Can I just clarify? I don't think you quite answered the question. I just want to make sure. Are you saying that you're not, are you just going to say that you're not informing the superior officer of the names of these individuals? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what grounds do you have not to divulge their?
I'm going to stop the video at 4:51:05. Lieutenant McEwen, at that point in time, by February 25th, you personally went to the school with Lieutenant Williams on February 18th, right?
Correct.
You tried to verify the information that Deputy Waterman had provided you, indicating that these individuals approached him on February 12th, right?
Correct.
He's not providing you the names of the individuals, right?
Correct.
Did you ask him any questions back on February 18th to try to ascertain who these individuals were besides their names?
Yes, just like I did on the 13th. I asked if they were, who are these people to you? Are they a juvenile? Do you have a reason because they're a minor? Who are they, administrator over you that might hold some kind of authority? I was trying to figure out who these people were that was so important to Al that he was willing to sacrifice all this discipline and, quite honestly, his career on this insubordination.
So let me ask you this. As far as you're trying to perform an investigation, an inquiry into Deputy Whitaker to see if he really rolled through 3 stop signs by behalf of schools, right?
Yes.
Where's your investigation at by this point in time?
It's moving from Deputy Whitaker. It's moving completely on to Deputy Waterman. At that point in time, I was believing that there was not 3 people. There was not 3 driving infractions that even happened.
Were you able to go back and do any other investigation into Deputy Whitaker by the 25th?
You mean by watching him leaving the school after DARE?
You have I'll rephrase. You had no identity information of who these individuals were. You didn't know their names, right?
Correct.
You didn't know whether they were students or employees or just members of the community, right?
Correct.
You didn't know their sex.
Correct.
Didn't know their race.
Correct.
The only thing that you knew back on February 18th, 2020 was that these people had just approached Deputy Waterman on February 12th, right?
Correct.
So to try to validate the information that he provided to you, you went to the school with Lieutenant Williams to review the video from the school surveillance cameras, right?
Correct.
And at that point in time, you weren't able to validate the information that he provided.
No, I was not.
So where did your investigation into Deputy Whitaker stand?
It stalled. There was nowhere to go with my investigation with Deputy Whitaker.
Why was that?
Because of Deputy Waterman's refusal to comply and answer questions in regards to these driving infractions.
Why is that significant to you as a command officer?
The complaint from 3 unknown individuals was about Deputy Whitaker. So if I don't exonerate Deputy Whitaker, it's his name and his reputation on the line of what 3 unknown individuals in the community are accusing him of.
So you have this allegation that's hanging out there, and you're unable to get to the bottom of the facts and circumstances of that allegation. Is that fair?
Correct.
So the 25th comes around, you're listening to this in the interview, and then you write that report on the 26th.
Yes.
What was the purpose of that report then?
The purpose of that report was a rebuttal over these comments made by Al. My initial report was a summation of the events from that I knew at that time, and now with this extra information that Al was saying during the interview, that was a rebuttal over what actually transpired or what my thought was at that time.
So I'm going to throw a hypothetical out there to you. Let's say that February 18th, 2020, Deputy Waterman would have said, you know, I misspoke. These individuals came to me 2 to 3 weeks prior. I'm not sure of the exact date, but they came to me on the school grounds about 2 to 3 weeks prior. What could you have done?
Well, my focus would have still stayed on Deputy Whitaker at that point. Granted, I still would have needed verification of these individuals that they did in fact make a complaint about Deputy Whitaker, but the emphasis would have been at that time to look back at the video footage from the 18th that still possibly would have been on the camera system to exonerate or prove the allegation against Deputy Whitaker.
You said the 18th there. I think the dates are a little bit confusing, so I'll make it a little bit simpler for you. I understand where you're going with this. So the 18th, if he would have told you that information, you would have tried to go back in time on the surveillance system to validate the information that Deputy Waterman indicated to you, right?
Yes, so 2 to 3 weeks. He was vague on the actual when that actually transpired.
So February 25th comes around, and that's the first time you hear 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th is when these individuals allegedly came to Deputy Waterman, right?
Correct.
As far as being able to go back to the video on the 25th to that time, could you have done that?
No, the video would have been gone.
Okay, so when you're going through your report, you're drafting your report, was there any significance to you that he just now, on February 25th, indicates that, hey, that was really 2 to 3 weeks prior that these individuals came to me?
I told him I was going to be looking at the video over the 12th. So he knew we were going to be reviewing that video footage from the 12th. And by the time of the 25th, enough time had elapsed.
So you wouldn't have been able to go back and verify that or get the videos?
That's correct.
In the criminal law, or in civil cases, have you heard of the term spoliation of evidence?
No, sir.
Fair enough. I won't quiz you on the law then. With regard to the February 25th, 2020 interview then, and this going back to get the video, if Al would have just said, hey, 2 to 3 weeks prior, and you would have went back and you would have got that video, and you would have seen some students that were talking to Al, would you maybe had enough to continue the investigation into Deputy Whitaker?
Yes.
And even on the 18th, when you had the conversation with him in the truck, did you indicate to him anything about where this was headed as far as the issue with Deputy Waterman, as far as disciplinary action?
Yes, I advised Al that he was giving me no other choice. He was disobeying a direct order multiple times. There was no other way I could either dispose of the whole thing and forget it even ever happened, or he would have to be on administrative leave and then go into a more formal investigation.
So with regard to Deputy Whitaker then, why was it significant that you couldn't investigate the allegations concerning him any further?
I had no further information from Deputy Waterman.
What could have Deputy Whitaker have done? Because there's allegations that are outstanding against him, his reputation's on the line, and you're required to perform an investigation. And he is a subordinate of yours, right?
Correct.
you have any concerns about civil liability for employees making lawsuits against the county as a supervisor?
Yes, Corey Whitaker would have grounds for that.
And why is that?
My responsibility as a supervisor to investigate allegations of wrongdoing against him.
So would Al's justification that his morals and ethics were justification for him to not provide those names to you, would that have shielded you from liability in a civil lawsuit?
No, it would not.
I'm going to play a little bit more of the video here with you. I'm actually going to move forward to about 5:04. I'm going to start playing the video.
Well, there's not 3, there's only 2.
There was 3 complainants. Is the way Lieutenant McCune does. So there was 3 complaints or 3 complainants. There's 3 people that advised me of the situation. There's 2 stop signs. The one's right by at the elementary and the one by the high school. The one down at the end by Iowa Street, that's one that I observed myself. Well, I'll see if he rolled through that one as well.
So how did you observe that?
Did you observe that in person or on video?
On video.
From the video from the school?
Yes.
Is there cameras that shined at the corner of Iowa and Northfield?
There's one that goes, faces the north and south, faces south, and takes care of all the circle drive there from the old part of the high school, and that gets you right down to the stop sign.
Because there was the IT person at the school couldn't find no camera that shined to Iowa Street.
Yeah, if you look at the camera that in the circle drive there from the old 2-story, that'll get you to the stop sign.
There is one, but I watched that camera. It's very difficult for me to tell if somebody stops at that stop sign from the camera view.
Okay.
But you could see him go through that stop sign?
He rolled through it.
Why did you not initially report it after the 3 individuals reported it to you?
Initially reported.
The concern.
As I said, I got busy. I was working on other stuff. It's something that I just.
When you spoke with Deputy Whitaker and then Lieutenant McCune, they were both under the assumption that the complaints happened that day, the 12th. Why did you clarify that? That they didn't happen that day?
Okay, I summarized the text because I had no idea it was gonna. I could have said happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. I just summarized and said that I was approached, stop sign violations or stop signs that you rolled through stop signs, and I had no idea it was going to go this far.
Well, to be real honest with you, I wish it hadn't. I wish we could have got this taken care of a long time ago.
But with what Lieutenant Williams said, why at some point during this whole thing, the whole time talking to Lieutenant McCune or Whitaker, did you never bring that up? That these complaints that happened today, these complaints have been over the past 2 weeks. Why was that never brought up?
I don't know. It was just, I just kept sticking to the story that they want to remain anonymous.
Well, I understand that, but at some point.
I'm going to stop the video at 5:07:36. You just heard Deputy Waterman on the audio recording of the video indicate that he was just sticking to the story. When you reviewed the video back on February 25th, 2020, did you find that significant for any reason?
Yes, just by his mentioning, him sticking to his story was a theme. It was just for him to stick to that story. These people want to remain anonymous, and he was going to ride that story out to the very end.
So when you wrote that report, Exhibit I, and then the report from the 26th, and you're providing rebuttal information, is that what you're trying to get at with the report?
Yes, yes it is.
Will you flip to Exhibit I in your binder, please?
Okay.
I'm looking at page 1.
Yes.
Is this your report from February 26, 2020?
Yes, it is.
And I'm looking down at the last paragraph on the first page. You're detailing in the report, Deputy Waterman's response was, I can ask them.
Correct.
Why is the first time that that's in a report, in your report of February 26, 2020, not in your report from February 18th?
Because during this interview, Deputy Waterman came up with another side story, was that he actually spoke to these 3 individuals the night prior at a basketball game in Minneapolis on the 17th.
Did he ever mention the 17th to you on February 18th?
No, he did not.
So what was the significance to you, and we're just for time's sake, because we've got to play the video with some other witnesses, not going to play the whole investigatory interview right now. When you heard that he said that he had spoken to these 3 individuals on February 17th, what was the significance to you?
I knew what his remark was to me when I first went to the Minneapolis High School, was that he replied, I'll ask them. And I told him he already had 5 days to do that. And then he said again, while he was in my truck, as we're talking at length about this incident, he again reiterates that he would ask the 3 individuals. And during this interview, he then mentioned being at the basketball game and has already done that, which was never mentioned. Him working at the basketball game on the previous night, or having any comments or any interaction with these 3 individuals were never mentioned. It was actually the opposite.
So February 25th, 2020, during his administrative interview, was the first time that you had ever heard him say anything about February 17th?
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge or information of whether these individuals communicated to Deputy Waterman on that date?
No, I do not. I have reviewed some of the camera footage from that basketball game in question. I did not see Deputy Waterman speaking to anybody in the camera views on the concourse or in the hallway. And during the interview, Deputy Waterman could not remember where he spoke to these 3 very important individuals at.
So when you were writing that report on February 18th, 2020, you didn't have any information about the 2 to 3 weeks prior. You didn't have any information about him allegedly speaking to these individuals on February 17th, right?
No, I did not.
So in your report on February 26th, when you documented that, you indicate, in quotes, the Deputy Waterman's response was, I can ask them. So you were under the belief back on the 18th that he still hadn't talked to these individuals.
Correct.
So there's been some discussion here this morning so far about complaints. I want to ask you about that because you mentioned earlier that you thought that he was making a play on words or parsing words. What's it take for somebody to file a complaint?
It can be anonymous. It can be via email. It can be via website of somebody taking issue with an improper, or what they perceive to be an improper action. Obviously, we just watched the video. Al himself used the words, the complaints. complainants.
So if he later says during this interview and then March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing that he wasn't considering them to be complainants, did you believe that they were complainants?
Yes, they had took issue, these supposed individuals took issue with Deputy Whitaker's driving and accused him of violating the law. So those were complaints that were received by Deputy Waterman.
Who is the proper person under the 1010 policy to receive complaints against other deputies?
A supervisor.
So if a deputy would receive information from somebody regarding an allegation of misconduct, what are they supposed to do under the policy?
Notify a supervisor immediately.
Why is that policy in place?
Just for this simple fact of why we're here today. So a deputy will not have, a deputy does not have the right to look into another deputy's improper action. That's the job of a supervisor.
And so were you able to go any further with your investigation into Deputy Whitaker one way or the other?
No, I was not.
Where did that investigation ultimately stand?
It ended on February 18th.
And was that because it was incomplete?
That's correct.
So one way or another, you couldn't prove or disprove it.
Correct.
Do you have to file, when somebody wants to make an allegation against the deputy, do you have to come down and file a formal form that says it's a complaint?
No, you do not.
But once you become aware of an allegation, you as a supervisor have that obligation to look into it, right?
I do.
Would you be in trouble with Sheriff Johnstone if you didn't look into it?
I'd be derelict in my duties.
I want to kind of move forward here with you. Again, we're not going to play the entire February 25th video with you. Did you consider any statements that Deputy Waterman made to be false during that interview?
The statements that I documented in my report would be about speaking to those individuals the night before at the basketball game, I believe was a false statement. There was also other comments made by Al that he got along fine with Corey Whitaker, which was contrary to what he told me on the 13th. I'm reflecting on my report right now.
It's fine, we have your report in the record, but you believe, based on the interview, that he made false statements in it?
Yes.
Do you believe that the things that he told you on February 13th and February 18th contained misrepresentations?
Yes, I do.
Why do you believe that?
The whole story of these three mysterious people coming to Deputy Waterman, that alone is a misrepresentation of what I believe actually happened between him and Corey.
So when we talk about misrepresentation, let's talk about February 12th, 2020. Do you believe it was a misrepresentation that he led you to believe that those individuals came to him on that date and reported Deputy Whitaker rolled through 3 stop signs?
On the 12th?
Correct.
Al said that event happened right when Corey was leaving Dare on the 12th.
So you believed him when he said that?
Yes.
Okay, so when you got the new information about it happening 2 to 3 weeks prior, based on what he said in his interview, do you believe that was a misrepresentation?
Yes, I do.
We've already talked about the inconsistent statements, so let's keep moving here. Overall, you wrote a report on the 26th, that's Exhibit I. Do you believe that Deputy Waterman engaged in dishonest conduct?
I do.
How did Al's conduct adversely affect his relationship with the sheriff's office, in your view, as his direct supervisor?
Speaking strictly for myself, I believed I could not trust Al on if he would even obey an order in the future. I could not trust Al on any kind of criminal case that he might be working on. I'd have to double check everything he would do from then on.
Is there any other concerns that you had about his conduct and the relationship that he has with the office based on what happened in February of 2020?
Most of the office did not know about the incident. Obviously, it's a personnel matter, but I believe it has disrupted the office greatly since that time.
What about an issue between Deputy Whitaker and Deputy Waterman? As their direct supervisor, how would you handle that going forward when you have two deputies that are at odds with each other?
They wouldn't be working together.
Does that create an issue for you?
Yes, it does.
Can you explain that to the commission?
Obviously, Deputy Waterman would no longer be in his capacity as a school resource officer. He cannot work closely with Corey Whitaker anymore, based on this incident. Deputy Waterman would have had to have remained on second shift patrol under direct supervision from myself and the two sergeants.
So why would Al move from the SRO position? Why wouldn't it be Deputy Whitaker?
Deputy Whitaker has tenure as a school resource officer, and he's been an excellent deputy sheriff ever for many years now. I see no problem with Deputy Whitaker's work performance. Quite the contrary, he's taken the school resource officer program to levels that's never been before.
So with regard to the incident that's at issue here, you were never able to substantiate the allegations against him, right?
That's correct.
But were you able to substantiate any details or allegations concerning Deputy Waterman?
His untruthfulness as he goes from story to story along his timeline.
And what about the insubordination?
That was blatant. I gave him direct orders. The withholding of whomever these three, if there was three individuals, over a minor traffic violation, have had no grounds to refuse that order. Along with my refusal of Sergeant Siegfried, Lieutenant Williams, and finally at the end, Sheriff Johnstone.
So I got one more video to play with you, and it's going to be the video from March 20th, 2020, but it'll take me a moment here to play that as it loads up. You were present at the administrative hearing on March 20th, 2020?
I was.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video from that time?
I have.
And were you there as his direct supervisor?
I was.
Test this here.
You put it in your own words, but where it's
There was a conversation that took place between you and Deputy Waterman at that time, right?
Correct.
I'm going to play the video from 11/11/18 forward.
I haven't asked that.
Okay.
Lieutenant McCune, do you have any questions?
Just a couple, just to clarify, Deputy Waterman, on the evening of the 13th, a phone call that you and I had. Okay. We started off going, Al, we're gonna take you up on that offer that you actually proposed of talking to those three individuals, correct? Correct. Okay. Your response was to me, I'll see if they're okay with it. Okay. Correct. Yeah. Okay. My response to you was, this wasn't just an idle request. This wasn't a passive request, this was a demand. I was coming on the 18th to retrieve those names from you. Okay. Is that correct?
Is what correct?
My statement I just gave you. Did I not tell you that?
No. The only thing you told me is I'm gonna take you up on that offer, see if you can give me the names. And that's what I told you, I'll see if I can get the names.
And then what did I tell you? Did I tell you I was coming up on the 18th to get those names from you?
Correct. If we're off on Friday, or I'm off on Friday, we're both off on Monday, I'll be up on Tuesday.
Okay, and you're saying I did not tell you that this wasn't just not a normal request, that I was telling you I needed those names.
That was not part of the conversation that I recall, no. As soon as you said.
Not that you call me, are you saying that I did not say that?
That is not what you said.
Okay. On the 18th, when I met you in the parking lot, and I asked you how your day was, I asked you, Al, I'm here to get those names. Your response to me was, well, I have to talk to them. At that time, I told you I gave you 5 days to talk to those individuals. Is that a correct statement?
No, that is not correct. And it states that in your report. The report on the 18th states that.
States what?
States that let's see here.
I'm going to pause it at 11:13:43. You indicate again, and you testified here today, that you gave him 5 days. Why is that 5-day period important?
I gave him more time than I should have, maybe. I gave him ample amount of time to get a hold of these unknown individuals.
So when you're questioning him there, and you had the opportunity to go back and look at the video from the February 25th, 2020 interview, what were you thinking that he did with those 5 days?
Well, he obviously, as far as I knew, he obviously didn't talk to the people as I instructed him to.
Well, you mentioned earlier that you used the word fabricated.
Correct.
So did you have any concerns then about giving him 5 days to talk with those individuals?
I wanted to bend over backwards and give Al as much leeway as I could.
And so then when there's this conversation about giving him 5 days and what took place on February 18th, how did you take that when he's saying that didn't happen?
Well, it was an attack on me. He's now saying that I'm lying.
I'm going to play the video from 11:13:43.
That was Deputy Waterman outside Minneapolis School. Deputy Waterman was asked again for the complainant's names and Deputy Richter's driving infractions. Deputy Waterman continued to reiterate that what he had previously told me, that he was not going to divulge the names. The 18th, your 26th report, it reads completely different. It reads what you're saying that I said, and I didn't say that.
You understand that my report on the 26th was a rebuttal from your answers during the administrative hearing? Interview, I'm sorry. You understand that's what that report was?
I don't get what you're saying.
My report. So he reviewed your administrative interview and wrote a report on February 26, 2020. That's a report that's in front of you, responding to your statements that you gave at the time of your interview. Do you understand that now?
No, I don't, and don't understand that. That's not the way this report reads.
What, I guess, is the issue that you're not, where are we leaving that here? Let's hold off on you, just read the report for a second. He drafted the report on February 26th to respond to your statement at the time of the administrative interview.
Okay.
Do you understand that part?
I do understand that part.
Okay. Now that we've got that clarified, go ahead.
So based on that, that's what those questions were, or that's what this question to you is about. Is that, did I ask you, or did I tell you that Al, you had 5 days to to talk to these individuals. And at that time, you told me you still needed to talk to them. You made no mention of the 17th at all during our entire talk, outside the truck and inside the truck, which probably took place, what would you estimate, 15, 20 minutes?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, and you made no mention of the 17th during that entire conversation.
No.
Is there a reason why that's pretty important information. Do you not think, Deputy Waterman, that you wouldn't tell me anything about the 17th?
I'm not sure why the 17th has any relevance. You asked me.
Well, based on your statements, you state that you talked to these individuals on the 17th.
Correct.
Can Al actually finish answering his question before you interrupt him?
I thought he was finished.
Oh, it's about the 8th time that's happened. I mean, you're asking about 4 questions and not letting him answer them. Just pause, so he, okay. Especially because we have a transcript, you know, when people talking over each other, it makes it hard to clear apart. Maybe it's best if you ask another question. I know I interrupted you there. I think we're getting off track, but so
I guess my question is, during our 15, 20 minutes of talking on the 18th, why did you not mention at all about speaking to these individuals on the 17th?
I don't know why. I don't see what the relevance is here. Honestly, don't. Because you asked me if I had the complainant's names, and I told you they still asked to remain anonymous. You asked me on the 18th if I had the complainant's names, and I said they still asked to remain anonymous. I don't see where me talking to them, I talked to them like you asked me to, and they asked to remain anonymous.
Chief Deputy Grimshaw, any questions?
I'm gonna stop
A
the
couple
video
things
here
now.
at 11:17:59. So that was the discussion between you and Deputy Waterman on March 20th, 2020. I want to ask you on Exhibit N, which is your report from February 18th, 2020. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. Today, Deputy Waterman testified that you never asked him any information details regarding the complainants, with the exception to the names for those individuals. That was his testimony today under oath.
About the 13th?
On the 18th, that when you had the conversation with him, you did not ask him any information other than the names of those individuals. So I want to give you that opportunity. Did you ask him for any other information besides the names of those individuals?
Yes, like I've already stated, I asked him, who are these 3 people to you that you're refusing to tell me? That are they a minor? Are they a faculty at the Minneapolis High School? Who are these people to you that you're putting so much at risk for honoring this request to be anonymous?
I'm going to walk up to you here, but I'm going to pull this up on the computer screen. I'm looking at Exhibit N, first page. I'm going to hand you a highlighted portion here to read out loud from your February 18th, 2020 report. You'll just read it into the record where it starts there.
Just the highlighted portions?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Waterman then stated the 3rd was at the corner of Northfield and Iowa Streets, period. I asked Deputy Waterman if the complaints were students, parents, or faculty. He stated to me that he wasn't going to say. I specifically asked him who had made these complaints. He again stated he wasn't going to tell me.
So you did, in fact, ask him whether these individuals were students, parents, or faculty members.
Correct.
And you documented that in your report on February 18th, 2020.
Correct.
Is there anything that I have not asked you about today that you would like the commission to consider with regard to this matter with Deputy Waterman?
Just that Deputy Waterman is insisting that that he did not say he'll ask them, these 3 individuals, and he states that he did ask them on the 17th. On the 18th, when I relieved him of his duties and sent him home, I immediately got on the phone and to Lieutenant Williams, who was my counterpart at the sheriff's office, and requested his presence at the school. I needed it was now going into a formal investigation, and I needed another supervisor there, and we need to look over the video footage. So Lieutenant Williams was advised at that time that Deputy Wadman stated he still needed to ask these three individuals. I was also on the phone with Sheriff Johnstone. Sheriff Johnstone was advised. Lieutenant Williams couldn't meet me at the school, so I was traveling back from Minneapolis to Burlington. We then went up at a later date, or later time, I'm sorry, he had an appointment. I also was on the phone with Sergeant Glendenning, and Sergeant Glendenning also was notified at that time of what Al had told me on the 18th. So with Al stating that he never told me that, I advised other command staff and the sheriff himself of what actually transpired on the 18th with my meeting with Al Waterman.
So you told these other command staff members that he still hadn't contacted these individuals, and it's February 18th. You gave him 5 days.
Correct.
What was your reaction when he told you that he hadn't contacted those people on February 18th?
Quite honestly, I didn't think it was 3 people. I think the whole thing was made up, and Deputy Waterman was digging himself in a deeper hole.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Lieutenant McCune.
Yeah, Lieutenant McCune, what's the civil liability that you were concerned about from the other deputy?
I'm not 100% on civil law, but I know Deputy Whitaker would have recourse if I would not complete my supervisor requirements as required by our policy.
And Deputy Whitaker is the one that actually reported himself to you, correct?
Correct.
Because the text message went from Deputy Waterman to Deputy Whitaker, correct?
Correct.
And initially, when you spoke to Deputy Whitaker about this, he indicated to you that the first thing he had asked Deputy Waterman for was the names of the people that made the complaint, right?
Don't know if that was the first thing said, but yes, that was one of the first things said.
Well, I'm just looking at your report where it says, Deputy Whitaker advised me that he then called Deputy Waterman on the phone after the text, asking what the deal about the text message was and inquiring as to who made the complaint on him. That's what he told you, right?
Correct.
So he wanted to know the names of individuals who had made a complaint about him, correct?
Correct.
And would you expect Deputy Waterman to give that to him?
No. And
Why not?
I told Deputy Waterman he did not have to tell Corey.
Well, why would Deputy Whitaker be asking for that information?
Because according to Corey Whitaker, he stated that there was nobody around on the roadway that he thinks would have had issue with his driving.
Why would he want to know the names of the people that made the complaint, though?
Again, he thought something was strange because there was nobody on the roadway in front of the school when he left.
Now, you indicated that this meeting that you had with Deputy Waterman on February 18th took about 15 to 20 minutes in your truck.
I estimate.
And by that time, I guess it appears that you thought that Deputy Waterman might have fabricated the story, correct?
Correct.
So he was the subject of an investigation at that time, right?
It was evolving as that, yes.
Did you record that interview with Deputy Waterman?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was still informal in nature.
Well, you thought you were investigating something, correct?
He was told I was investigating Corey Whitaker.
Well, that's not what I asked. You knew that you were investigating Deputy Waterman, right?
No.
It wasn't involving investigation at that time?
There was red flags issued or up because of the way Deputy Waterman was answering my questions on the 13th. But still, on the 18th, I was still trying to, Corey Whitaker was still the focal point of this incident.
And you decided that you should not record this interview with Deputy Waterman.
It was an informal interview.
Now, and I look at your report that was prepared on March 18th, 2020, and there's one paragraph that talks about your interview of Deputy Waterman on February 18th, correct?
Can you pull up the reporting monitor, please?
Which one are you on again, Kurt?
I believe it's in
And page 1 or page 2?
page 2.
Which part of page 2 do you want up on the screen?
No, that's fine right there.
Right here?
Yeah. So Deputy, if you see that, you see where it says on Tuesday, February 18th, 2020?
I do.
And that's the start of your, I guess, your narrative about the interview of Deputy Waterman on that day, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree it's about a paragraph, right?
I don't know if there's anything below that, but that right there is showing a paragraph.
Well, the next thing below that is at approximately 12:40 hours, Lieutenant Williams and myself went to the Minneapolis High School. So that would be after the interview with Deputy Waterman, right?
Correct.
And would you agree there's nothing in there about any specific questions asking Deputy Waterman about the age, race, gender, or anything like that about the anonymous persons, is there?
Not in that part.
And really the only thing that indicates in there that you ask is, you ask him at least 3 separate times for the names of the individuals, right?
At least.
And he continued to reiterate that he was not going to divulge the names. Right?
Correct.
Why didn't you put in there about the specific questions you'd asked, Al?
There was, like I say, there was 15 to 20 minute conversation. I do not have all the details. Obviously, there was a lot of spoken words within that 15 to 20 minutes. That point about the race, gender of the 3 individuals was not as important to me at the time when I was typing this report.
Well, you typed the report on the same day, right?
Yes.
And so surely you remembered what you guys had discussed earlier that day, didn't you?
Yes.
The only thing that went in the report was just telling Al that you needed the names of the individuals. Right?
Yes.
Did you indicate that one of the things that you reviewed as part of this investigation was the video from February 17th from the high school?
I briefly looked over that, yes.
And that was part of your investigation, correct?
Not so much mine, no.
Part of this investigation, wasn't it?
It was part of the total investigation, yes.
When was that video provided to Mr. Waterman?
I do not know.
Who did you provide that video to?
I did not provide that video to anybody.
And how did you watch that video?
I believe it was in Lieutenant Williams' office.
And that's a video from the game on the 17th of February?
Correct.
One of the things you testified to earlier today was that Al didn't give a reason why people wanted to remain anonymous. Do you remember that?
If I did, yes.
someone asked to remain anonymous, do they have to give a reason why they want to remain anonymous?
Later on, I believe it was in the administrative interview, the word retaliation came up. And that was never mentioned earlier on. He just kept stating they wanted to remain anonymous. He never stated that they wanted to remain anonymous because of retaliation from anyone.
It would be up to the people to determine why they want to remain anonymous, correct? If someone asks to remain anonymous, they're making that decision, aren't they?
As I said, Deputy Waterman had stated retaliation. He's the one that mentioned the word. That was never mentioned before, of the reason why to remain anonymous.
Well, I understand that, but that could be a possibility why someone wants to remain anonymous, correct?
It is a possibility.
Sure. And when someone's asked to remain anonymous, as an officer, you don't have to ask them why they want to remain anonymous, right?
I believe a normal question we would ask them why.
And so if you don't like the citizen's answer, then do you tell them they're not going to remain anonymous?
No, but I think it's a normal question to ask. Why do you want to remain anonymous? Do you have a justification? Are you a fear from either Deputy Whitaker or any other sworn deputy with Des Moines County?
So are you alleging that there are justifications to remain anonymous and not justifications to remain anonymous?
Every situation would be different. On this incident that involves minor traffic violations over a possible rolling through a stop sign, no, I do not see justification on remaining anonymous.
Well, it's not just a minor traffic violation because it's an allegation of an illegal action by a law enforcement officer, isn't it?
It is still a traffic violation.
That's an illegal action, correct?
It is illegal.
And the person alleged to have committed that is a law enforcement officer, correct?
Correct.
You understand that some people may not want to make allegations against law enforcement officers.
It's possible.
And during the interview, I think retaliation was never actually mentioned by Al, was it?
I believe it was. I'd have to.
And let's do this. The video is going to show everything that was said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Either the administrative interview or the administrative hearing. Lose track of the two videos, but I believe it was mentioned at some point in time.
Well, they were both interviews, correct? I was asked questions of both.
Yes.
There were different people there, right?
Correct.
One was in February and one was in March, correct?
That's correct.
And you were only at one, weren't you?
That is correct.
Okay. And the video is going to show exactly what was said by everyone on there, isn't it?
Yes, it will.
So regarding who said what at the interviews, the best source is to watch the video and see the questions and what the answers are.
Correct.
Okay. I have no other questions.
I don't have anything further for you, Lieutenant. Thank you. I should, I guess, say, do you have any questions for Lieutenant McCune?
No questions.
Thank you for your time.
The next will be Deputy Corey Whitaker.
Corey Whitaker.
Whitaker is Whitaker.
Rick, I'm going to swear you in as a witness, and they need to be able to hear you, so if you'll turn toward her.
Okay.
And state your full first and last name as well as spelling.
Okay. My name's Corey Whitaker, C-O-R-E-Y. Whitaker is W-H-I-T-A-K-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the full truth. Nothing but.
I do.
Deputy Whitaker, how long have you been employed as a deputy sheriff for the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office?
For 18 years.
You're an ILEA certified deputy?
That's correct.
Just briefly summarize your education, training experience for the commission.
So I got my associates in science and criminal justice through Southeastern Community College. I was hired as a deputy by the Sheriff's Office in 2002. I went through the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. I graduated from there. I came back, went through our field training program, and then began my career as a patrol deputy.
What kind of assignments have you performed as a deputy sheriff?
So after about 4 years of patrol work, I was then moved into investigations, where I worked as a detective in our criminal investigations division for around 5.5 years.
What did you do after that?
By choice, I went back to patrol to kind of take a little time off. Then an opportunity arose to be the school resource officer for Danville Community School District as well as Mediapolis, and I put in for that position, and I was able to get it.
And how long have you been the SRO at Danville Mediapolis for?
5 to 6 years. I'm not sure exact date it was I started, but right around there.
And what's your current position at the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Danville School District as their school resource officer.
So you talked about your experience working as a detective. Do you have any special interview and interrogation training?
Yeah, absolutely. So as a detective with the Sheriff's Office, I was sent to several interview and interrogation schools. One specifically is Reed Interview and Interrogation, where they teach you how to interview people, look for signs of deception and stuff like that. It's a really good school.
How many people do you think that you've interviewed as a detective or patrol deputy in your career?
Hundreds.
I feel like you have a pretty good knack for detecting deception.
Absolutely.
So you work currently in the SRO position. Were you working as an SRO on February 12th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you at the Mediapolis school on that day?
Yes, I was.
Why don't you tell the commission what happened on February 12th, 2020?
Sure. So I'm assigned as a school resource officer at Danville Community School District, but I still, through the Sheriff's Office, share the duties as being the DARE instructor for both Mediapolis and Danville Community School District. DARE is a program that we teach kids at Mediapolis and Danville in 5th grade about drug abuse resistance education. So I had gone to Mediapolis school that morning to start teaching class at 8:15. I teach 3 sections of DARE from 8:15 to about 11:15. I'd gone there that day and performed those duties and had taught the DARE lesson plans on that date.
Did you have a communication from Deputy Waterman via text?
Yeah, so after completing those duties, I received a text message from Deputy Waterman at 11:48 stating some allegations.
So 11:48, how long was that after you had left the school?
So I left the school anywhere between 11:15 and 11:30. I'm not sure. I stopped and talked with a few individuals on my way out the door. I know that I was still in Mediapolis at the time I received the text message.
You're still in the city limits, Mediapolis?
Yes.
Okay, what did the text message generally say? We have it already in the record, but.
Right. The general idea of the text message was that he'd been working with the students in Mediapolis Community School District to come to complete stops in front of the stop signs, and that, in fact, he had just had 3 different individuals approach him and complain that I had just rolled through 3 stop signs in front of the school, and that this had just occurred.
What was your reaction when you got that text message?
It was confusing to me. I just left the school. I was in no hurry. My plan was to leave the school and stop for lunch at the gas station, and then proceed on to Danville School, where I was currently assigned. And then within this short amount of time, I'm receiving a text message that I'd committed 3 traffic infractions, and there was 3 separate individuals that just approached Deputy Waterman and complained on me.
When you were leaving the school, did you see anybody outside?
No, not that I recall.
So you received a text message from him. What did you do after that?
It was confusing to me, so I've worked with Deputy Waterman at the sheriff's office since he's been there. And before that, I'd worked with him when he was a police officer at West Burlington. So I just called him up to ask him about the text message.
Why don't you tell the commission what happened on that phone call?
So I called him and said, "Hey, Al, what's up?" He says, "Hey, I'm just stepping out of the building to go grab some lunch." I said, "Hey, would you mind clarifying this text message for me? I just left there. I don't recall running or rolling through any stop signs." He reiterated the comments that, yeah, 3 individuals just approached me and said that you rolled through all 3 stop signs. And I clarified with him because I found it odd that 3 individuals had approached him. I said, "So you're telling me 3 separate individuals approached you?" "That's correct. 3 separate individuals just approached me and said you rolled through these stop signs. And it wouldn't be a big deal, but I've been working with them on stopping on stop signs, and now these 3 individuals approached me." I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, who are these individuals?" And he said, "Does it matter?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I have 3 individuals that are claiming I committed 3 traffic offenses, 3 traffic infractions. It does matter to me. I think we can all agree that if somebody accused you of something, you'd like to know who the individuals were." I asked him again, I said, who are the individuals? He said, "I'm not going to tell you." I said, "Al, we worked together long enough that I'd like to know that there truly is 3 individuals that said I did this stuff." At that time said, "Do you want to make this into a big deal?" And I said, "No, I don't, but I just want to know who's accusing me of this stuff." Our conversation went on for a little bit longer. There was no resolution. Ultimately, he said he was not going to tell me. And I said, "That's fine." And we hung up the phone.
Why did you want to know the names?
I don't know that I specifically wanted to know the specific names. I just wanted to know that, in fact, there was 3 people that existed. Right from the beginning, when I got the text message, I had this gut feeling that he was being dishonest about it.
Why was that?
I had just left the school. I didn't remember rolling through or running any stop signs. And I knew from working at the school that if, in fact, I ran through those stop signs, that it would be on camera.
So you have the conversation with him, phone call ends, what'd you do next?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so you have the conversation with him, phone call ends, what did you do next?
So I thought about just letting the situation go. But the more I thought about it, the more it bugged me that he was accusing me of something I felt I had not done. I feel I've worked hard as a law enforcement officer for 18 years to earn a decent reputation, and I felt that he was trying to make me look bad. I talked with my wife that night. I sat on it because I didn't want to rush to judgment. I explained to her the situation. I also spoke with my brother, who's a law enforcement officer in Cedar Rapids. Asked his opinion, and ultimately thought overnight. The next day, I approached my direct supervisor, Lieutenant McEwen, and said, "Hey, here's this situation. I received this text message. Would you mind mediating a conversation between me and Deputy Waterman? We have to work closely together, and I want to squash this. I want to find out what truly really happened."
So was Lieutenant McEwen working on February 12th, 2020?
February the 12th, no, it was not.
Was his day off?
Correct.
Did you talk to any other supervisors to make them aware of the situation?
I had made a couple phone calls and told them of the situation and of the text message I had received.
Is that pretty common if somebody's going to make a potential complaint against you, you call your supervisor and say, "Hey, this might be coming down the road"?
Absolutely.
So who did you call?
So I contacted Sergeant Siegfried as well as Sergeant Linden.
So they would have been patrol supervisors?
That's correct.
Under Lieutenant McEwen?
That's correct.
And what did you tell them?
I told him of the text message I received and the conversation that I had had with Deputy Waterman and the fact that he was refusing to tell me who the individuals were that accused me of committing these infractions.
What did Sergeant Siegfried say back to you with regard to what you told him?
that he found it odd also, and that if I needed to speak with somebody, I could speak with my supervisor, Lieutenant McEwen.
What did Sergeant Glendenning say to you?
The same thing, to think on it, and that if I needed to follow up with it, to talk to my direct supervisor.
So ultimately then, you talked to Lieutenant McEwen on February 13th, right?
That's correct.
What did you say, Lieutenant McEwen?
I walked in, and this is later in the day, I kind of thought about the situation most of the day and thought, this just still does not sit right with me. I went and spoke with Lieutenant McEwen and I asked, hey, would you mind mediating a conversation between me and Deputy Waterman? He's a school resource officer, I am too. We have to work together, and I wanted to squash this and find out truly what happened and just be done with it and get back to work. So I asked Lieutenant McEwen if he would mediate that conversation.
Did you provide him any details about the prior conversation that you had with Deputy Waterman?
Yeah, so I told him what me and Deputy Waterman had spoke about over the phone. I also forwarded the text message on to Lieutenant McEwen so he could see the exact text message and what was alleged.
So I just want to, for the commission's benefit, there's already been some testimony here today, but when the SRO position came open for Minneapolis School, did you make a recommendation for Deputy Waterman to take that position?
Yeah, so when the opening came at Minneapolis, there was 3 individuals on our department that put in for it, and I was asked by our administration who I thought would be a good fit, and I told them I thought Deputy Waterman would do a great job up there.
Prior to this incident on February 12th, 2020, did you have any problem with Deputy Waterman?
No, not to my knowledge.
Any beef with him at all?
Not to my knowledge.
So this all started from an incident based on your position from February 12th, 2020?
Correct.
So you have a conversation with Lieutenant McEwen on the 13th. What did he do in response to, or what did he say to you in response to the information you provided him?
He agreed that he would mediate a conversation between me and Deputy Waterman, and we would all 3 sit down in private and talk about the situation and what took place.
Did you say anything to him about potentially running the stop signs?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him, I said that if in fact that you find that I rolled through 3 stop signs, I had no issue with him disciplining me for that, whether that was issuing a citation to me or writing me up for doing that. But I told him, I don't think you're going to find that, because I honestly believe that I had not rolled through any stop signs.
Why was it significant to you that you wanted to have Lieutenant Kuhn look into this?
Because I wanted my name cleared up. I've been a law enforcement officer for 18 years, and I pride myself on trying to do a good job and obey laws and do my job. And now I have another deputy accusing me of 3 traffic infractions. And then when I ask him about it, he says, I'm not going to tell you who these people are that accused you of this.
So ultimately, did you have that meeting with Lieutenant McEwen and Deputy Waterman?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that meeting.
So Lieutenant McEwen just kind of put it in our court, and I sat down and I explained to Deputy Waterman that I didn't understand why he was choosing to handle the situation the way he was, that we'd worked closely together, and have never had an issue, and I didn't know why he was withholding this information from me.
What did he say?
At that point, he said that these individuals had requested to remain anonymous.
Did he give any indication of when these 3 individuals allegedly approached him?
Yes, that it was on the 12th of February, the day I had left the school.
Did he ever indicate to you any other date besides February 12th?
Absolutely not.
So in the conversation from the 12th and then the conversation from the 13th, you were under the understanding that 3 individuals had just came to him on the 12th as you left the school.
There was no doubt based on the text message and my conversation with him that we were talking about February the 12th.
You said there's no doubt?
No doubt.
So during this conversation that you're having with Deputy Waterman and Lieutenant McEwen, what did Deputy Waterman say to you as to why he wasn't providing this information?
So he told me that they wanted to remain anonymous, which I found odd because in our conversation, he never told me they wanted to remain anonymous. He just said he wasn't going to tell me. And I conveyed to him that I felt the fact that he was unwilling to tell me who these individuals were was causing a lot of trust issues between me and him, and we have to work together. And I felt that he was holding this back for some certain reason, and I wasn't quite sure.
How did that conversation ultimately end up concluding?
It ended with that, you know, we have to work together. We shook hands, and that was kind of how it ended.
What did you want Lieutenant McCune to do after that conversation?
I wanted him to confirm whether or not I had committed a traffic infraction. And if I had, then that was fine, and I would deal with those consequences. And secondly, I wanted him to validate Deputy Waterman's statements that I had in fact committed these traffic offenses.
So you left the room then. Deputy Waterman met with Lieutenant McCune when you left?
Yes, I feel it's important that I make this point because it just crossed my mind. But during our conversation in private, Deputy Waterman changed his story. He said that, in fact, it was not 3 individuals that witnessed 3 stop sign violations. It was 3 individuals that witnessed 2 stop sign violations, and he witnessed the 3rd, which is not what he stated in his text message, which is not what he stated in our phone conversation. And I felt at that point, I knew that he was being dishonest about this.
Why do you say that you felt that he was being dishonest about it?
He had changed his statements. It is not what he said in his text message. It's not what he said when we had a phone conversation.
What's the significance to you, somebody that's had that interview and interrogation training, interviewed hundreds of people throughout the course of your career, what's the significance to you of those inconsistent statements?
Well, when people change their statements, they're obviously being dishonest. The truth is the truth, and it is what it is. And when you change your statement from what you originally stated, then obviously one of those was a lie.
So in the context of this, was there anything else that gave you any indication that Deputy Waterman wasn't being truthful with what he was indicating to you and Lieutenant McCune?
Just the fact that he was being evasive, and you know, he wasn't providing us the information that we had requested. At the end of the conversation, I told Deputy Waterman, I said, that's fine. If you don't want to provide the names to me, that's fine. I don't need to know them. And I don't care who the individuals are. But you can provide them to our supervisor. And I'm going to walk out of here, and I'd like for you to provide them to our supervisor so this can be validated.
And what did he say in response to that?
He said, I'm not going to do it. They want to remain anonymous. I said, well, Deputy Waterman, can you at least tell me, were these 3 students or were these 3 faculty members? And he says, I'm not going to say.
You wrote a report on February 26, 2020, Exhibit J. It's up on the computer screen. Is that your report?
Yes, it is.
Is that fair and accurate copy of the report you drafted on February 26th?
It is. I found one typo in it when I was reviewing it.
What's the typo?
I said that I had left the school heading southbound on North Street, and it should say North Field.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, right there.
So you had indicated to the commission, and I'm looking on page 2 of Exhibit J, last sentence of the first paragraph on page 2. In my prior conversations with Deputy Waterman, he never mentioned anything about anybody wanting to remain anonymous.
That's correct.
So the first time he said that to you was what date?
The date that I sat down with Lieutenant McCune, which was the 13th of February.
Did you call him out on that?
Not at that time.
Did you call him out on anything?
During our conversation, I told him that I felt that the fact that he was not willing to tell me who these individuals were, it made me believe he was being dishonest.
What was your feeling at that point in time when you're having this conversation with him? Were you upset with him?
Yeah.
Why was that?
Because I had worked with him for so long, and in my 18 years as a law enforcement officer, I've never had a fellow law enforcement officer withhold information from me on something as simple as 3 traffic violations.
Did he provide any information to you, whether it was on the 13th or the 12th, about how these three individuals had approached him? Whether they were
Yes.
together in a group, anything like that?
Yes, that it was three separate individuals, three different individuals had approached him.
When you were told that back on the 12th, did you make anything of that detail?
I found it odd that there was three people that would have witnessed three stop sign infractions and approached him all separately.
Why was that you found out? Was it this short period of time?
I just left the school. It was a matter of, within minutes.
I'm going to play a video for you here. It's Exhibit S, and it's a school video from Minneapolis Community School District from February 12th, 2020. And it's labeled 1116 High School South Parking Lot, and I'm starting at 000. I'm going to stop the video at 12 seconds. On the timestamp in the top left corner, do you see what that says?
I can't see it.
I'll read it for you. 2/12/11/11/46. So you left the school at about 11:11.
Okay.
If that's what it says on the timestamp.
Correct.
And then you got a text message from him at 11:48.
Correct.
And so what you're saying is you didn't believe that during that period of time he had any individuals that he came and talked to him.
That three separate individuals had approached him and made complaints on my driving.
You were the SRO previously at the Minneapolis Community School District, right?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the surveillance camera system there?
Yes, I am.
So you hear from him that it was actually three individuals about two stop signs, and he is the one that witnessed the third stop sign violation with regard to Northfield Street, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the surveillance camera system there?
Yes, I am. I ran them for 5 years.
I'm going to play the video from Exhibit S, the 1115 MS Hall video. Can you see the SRO office?
Yes, you can.
Where is that at on the video?
It's on the lower right-hand side, kind of that dark colored triangle.
And that would be the door of the office?
That's correct.
At that point in time, is it closed in the video? Can you tell?
It appears to me that it's open because the door is brown in color.
Okay. So a little bit later, you'll see it's closed. I'm going to close that video at 25 seconds. I'm going to play the video that's labeled Exhibit S L Hall. Start from the beginning. What's this video show?
The video shows the long hallway of what I would call like the lower high school. And it shows the school resource officer office down about 3/4 of the way.
I'm going to stop the video at 19 seconds. I'm going to go to Exhibit T. I'm looking at page 1 of Exhibit T. What's this look like to you?
That's the laptop that's furnished to the school resource officer for his daily duties.
Explain how that camera system works for the commission, please.
So Minneapolis is a fairly large school. There's a great number of cameras that cover certain areas within the school, and they're on, I believe, 3 different servers. So that you have to pull up each server to locate each camera, pull that camera up to view it.
Now there's 3 servers listed over on the left-hand side. I'm going to move my mouse. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
So this one in page 1 of Exhibit T is depicted as server 1. Can you just click and go straight to server 2, or how does that work?
I believe that you can click on server 2, and then the cameras pop up in a large bank like that. And then if you want to watch a specific camera, you have to click on that camera view.
Is there any lag time from clicking from server to server?
I believe there is a few seconds or so.
And then you have to click on the individual video?
Correct.
So I'm looking at page 2 of Exhibit T. Does that indicate server 2 on the left?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to go down to page 3. Does that indicate server 3?
Yes, it does.
And you can see inside and outside videos in a bank, right?
Correct.
So Deputy Waterman sent you the text at 11:48 a.m. You had left the school at approximately 11:11 a.m., right?
Correct.
So roughly about, what, 30 minutes there?
Right.
Did you ask Lieutenant McCune to do anything as far as the inquiry into you, as far as surveillance videos or anything?
I asked him to follow up on it and investigate whether or not I had committed these traffic infractions.
So you wanted him to go back and look at the video?
Absolutely.
Is there anything else that you want the commission to know today?
This whole thing could have been resolved very easily if Deputy Waterman would have just sat down on that date with me and Lieutenant McCune, been honest about what occurred, but unfortunately he chose not to do that.
I have no further questions for you, Deputy Whitaker. Thank you.
Deputy Whitaker, in early 2020, you were stopped for speeding by Deputy Gordy, weren't you?
When was that?
Early 2020,
That's correct.
and that was on Danville Blacktop,
That's correct.
and he clocked you about 75 miles per hour, correct?
I can't testify to that.
Deputy Gordy is a member of the Des Moines County Sheriff's Department, correct?
That's correct.
And he stopped you for speeding this year, earlier this year.
That's correct.
Did you self-report that to your supervisor?
No, I did not.
Why not? Didn't answer.
It wasn't an issue. I spoke with Deputy Gordy about it. He had explained to me why he had stopped me. I don't know that he had stated exactly what the speed was.
He stopped you for speeding, didn't he? He told you that, right? Yes?
That's correct.
Did Deputy Gordy report that to his supervisors?
You'd have to ask Deputy Gordy.
Were you ever investigated for that?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you didn't do anything to clear your name on that, did you? No?
It hadn't become an issue like this had.
Well, you were stopped for a criminal violation of speeding, correct?
That's correct.
Did you agree you were speeding at that time and that's why it didn't become an issue?
I don't know that there was any agreement between me and Deputy Gordy. He had walked up, he had seen that it was me. We had a brief conversation and that was the extent of it.
But nothing further happened after that though, did it?
No.
No investigation as to your committing crimes, right?
Correct.
No investigation as to why Deputy Gordy didn't report you to the supervisors, right?
Correct.
And just so we're clear, that was in January or February of 2020, wasn't it?
I don't recall when the traffic stop was made.
Well, when is it that you think that you were stopped for speeding by Deputy Gordy?
I don't recall.
Well, you told Deputy Gordy you were speeding because you had to get home for your son's birthday party, correct?
I don't recall that conversation.
Now, as I take it, on February 12th of 2020, when you got this text from Deputy Waterman, there was absolutely no animosity or ill feelings between you and Deputy Waterman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, there have been no issues at all, right?
That's correct.
There would be absolutely no reason for Deputy Waterman to falsify any report against you, would there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it's your testimony that the first time that Deputy Waterman told you that the reason he wouldn't provide the names was because people had asked to remain anonymous was on February 13th.
That's correct.
So on your phone call of February 12th, he just said he wasn't going to provide them to you.
That's correct.
He never gave any reason why he wouldn't do that.
That's correct.
And you just testified that you didn't really want to know the names, you just wanted to know that the people existed, right?
That's correct.
How would you know someone existed without getting a name?
Because I had explained to my supervisor that I wanted the names provided to him, not to me.
Well, I'm talking about, you said that when you initially spoke to Deputy Waterman, you said you didn't really want the names, you just wanted to make sure they existed. Because you asked him for the names when you spoke to him, right?
Correct.
And he said he wasn't going to give the names to you, right?
Correct.
And did you ask him why he wasn't going to give the names to you?
I did.
And his response was,
I'm just not going to give them to you.
I have no other questions.
Deputy Whitaker, when you were stopped by Deputy Gordy some point in 2020 before these events took place, were you on duty or off duty?
I was off duty.
Were you in a squad car?
No, it was not.
Were you wearing a uniform?
No, it wasn't.
You're off duty in your personal vehicle, not wearing a sheriff's office uniform, and you were stopped by Deputy Gordy for speeding.
Correct.
Do you consider that different than somebody making an allegation against you while you're on duty?
Yes, it did.
Why?
I guess due to the fact that the allegation that was made was I was in an official capacity as a law enforcement officer. I was in a marked squad car, and I just felt that, yeah, I guess I consider it different.
I have no further questions.
I'm sorry, I have a couple follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Deputy, you have a duty. I'm sorry. Are you ready?
It's hard, she can't see.
I said I can't see you.
I know, that's.
Like, peekaboo.
Deputy, whether you're on duty or off duty, you have an obligation to obey the law, right?
That's correct.
Do you have anything further?
Just a second.
Okay.
I guess I don't. That's all the questions. That's fine.
Pardon me?
No, that's it. That's all the
Okay, that's
questions.
all? Okay, thank you, officer, for
Thank
your
you for your
time.
time.
Yeah, and I think I'll be able to get through the rest of my witnesses here yet. I might go up to 5, but I mean,
And we said three or so for a break, so.
because we played some of the video with some of the other witnesses,
That's okay.
figure.
We wanna do what's right, what you think you need, the time you need to give us information, so. Besides, there's no place to go for happy hour anyway. Huh?
15 minutes.
Oh yeah, 15-minute break. And remember, while you're outside of here, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
I know it's, yeah, it's, at least these aren't
Next witness is Lieutenant Clint Williams. If you will please state your full name, first and last, and please look toward her and spell your first and last name.
Clint, C-L-I-N-T, Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Williams, how long have you been employed at the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office?
Since I started at the jail in 1991 and was hired as deputy in 1992, so almost 28 years.
And you are currently a lieutenant. Will you describe your progression through the ranks for the commission, please?
Yeah, when I was originally hired, I was hired as a correctional officer at the jail. I worked there for a short time, was hired as a deputy at the sheriff's office. At the sheriff's office, I started out on patrol, worked investigations for a few years. In 2000, I was promoted to sergeant, and 2007, I was promoted to lieutenant.
And that's your current position?
Yes, it is.
Will you just explain to the commission what your duties and responsibilities are as a lieutenant for the sheriff's office?
My current duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant are mostly administrative duties. I handle a lot of administrative stuff around the office.
How did you become involved with the disciplinary matter involving alcohol?
I believe it was on February 13th. My office is directly beside Lieutenant McCune's. I noticed that he had Deputy Waterman and Deputy Whitaker in there with the door shut, and they were having a conversation after they left. Lieutenant McCune told me that he had been asked to mediate a conversation between the two, Deputy Waterman and Deputy Whitaker, so that's how I became aware of what was going on. The next morning, on the 13th, Lieutenant McCune called me and told me that he had just put Deputy Waterman on administrative leave and was notifying me of that, and that's when I became involved in the investigation.
You said 13th, you mean the 18th?
No, I think it was the 13th.
In the binder there's Exhibit N as in Nancy and M as in Mary. If you'll flip to Exhibit M.
Oh, you're right. It was the 18th. 13th was the day that he had them in the office for the mediation. The 18th was when Lieutenant McCune called me and told me.
When he called you on the phone, what did he tell you on the 18th?
He told me that he met with Deputy Waterman in the school parking lot there at Mediapolis. He said that he went to the school to talk to Deputy Waterman. Saw him walking across the parking lot, had him sit in his truck with him, and they spoke at length about the conversation that they had the earlier week about, and asked him for names of 3 individuals. And he told me at this point he gave Deputy Waterman 3 demands to tell him the names, and he refused to do so, so we put him onto administrative leave.
And so during that conversation with Lieutenant McCune on February 18th, 2020, did he advise you of anything else regarding communications he had with Deputy Water?
Yes, when I spoke with him, I believe on the 13th, he told me that he had given Deputy Waterman until the 18th, which was Tuesday. He didn't talk to him on Monday because it was President's Day, and we were off, so he gave him until Tuesday to speak with the three and advise them that he was going to have to give up their names to the supervisor. On the 18th, Lieutenant McCune told me that Deputy Waterman was still refusing to give up the names, and Lieutenant McCune told me that Deputy Waterman had not spoken with them yet.
So February 18th comes around, and Lieutenant McCune is advising you over the phone. Al still hasn't even spoken to the three individuals yet.
That's correct, yes.
What did you make of that?
That he wasn't making an effort to follow through with what he was supposed to, or there were no three individuals to speak to. At this point, I wasn't sure what was going on.
So you ultimately were assigned then to perform a formal administrative investigation into Deputy Waterman, right?
Yes.
Was there a co-investigator assigned with you?
Lieutenant McCune kind of helped me with part of it, initially gathering some video, and then Sergeant Siegfried also helped investigate.
Let's talk about that gathering the video. What happened after the phone call on February 18th, 2020 between you and Lieutenant McCune?
After lunch, Lieutenant McCune was at the office, and we spoke about video at the school, and we went up to Mediapolis School, met with the IT director, Dennis Jondry. He showed us the video surveillance system. We looked at some of the video at that point. At that time, we weren't sure exactly how in-depth we needed to go with this investigation. We did not have him make any copies for us. I went up later by myself a couple days later and had Mr. Jondry burn videos of some of the ones that we had watched that I thought were relative to this investigation.
Just for the commission's benefit then, so there's an informal conversation between Lieutenant McCune on the 18th. It rises to the point that he needs to be placed on paid administrative leave and a formal administrative investigation to be conducted. Why wasn't this something that Lieutenant McCune could just investigate himself?
I believe it was important to separate those duties because Lieutenant McCune felt that Deputy Waterman was being insubordinate to him and possibly untruthful with him. So to have Lieutenant McCune investigate that, I think would have been a mistake. I believe that somebody independent of Lieutenant McCune should have been involved in that also, and that was me.
And that's actually reflected in your policy where a supervisor that's directly involved in an informal inquiry doesn't do the formal administrative investigation, right?
Yes.
And that's the 1010 policy?
Correct.
So you take it from where Lieutenant McCune had it after the conversation on the 18th. You both go to the school and you review the video from the Mediapolis Community School District. When you watch the video on the 18th, what date were you looking at?
We were looking at February 12th.
You don't need to flip to this in the binder because it's not going to be in there, but Exhibit S is the video from February 12th, 2020, and I'm going to pull that here up on the computer screen for you. There's 3 videos in this folder. Do you see that on the computer screen?
Yes.
Are these the videos that you ultimately went back to school and gathered from the school district?
Yes, they are.
Why did you select those 3 videos?
I thought that those videos were relevant to the investigation. I viewed other videos that I did not feel were relevant or did not show anything of significance. So these were the 3 videos that I had Mr. Jondry burn off for me.
So on the videos there's 3. I'm gonna play the video that says 1116 South parking lot. I'm starting at 000. Stop the video at 12 seconds. What did you see there on the video?
I saw Deputy Whitaker driving south on Northfield Street in front of the school.
And you were aware at the time that you were doing this investigation that the allegation was that Deputy Whitaker had rolled through 3 stop signs outside of the Minneapolis schools, right?
Yes.
So when you watched the videos in person at the Minneapolis schools on February 18th, 2020, were you able to identify whether he in fact rolled through 3 stop signs?
No, I was not.
Can you explain to the commission why that was?
If you watch the video closely as he's driving down the street, you can see the squad car skipping down the street. The video is very low quality, and it's impossible to tell from the video if a complete stop was made at the stop sign or not. It's my understanding that the video at Minneapolis High School is 1 frame rate per second, and that is an extremely low quality video, and it just doesn't show well enough to see if a complete stop was made or not.
So when you say frame rate, will you just explain to the commission what that means?
Yeah, the typical, like a video is a series of pictures, so many frames per second. Depending on the frame rate, 1 being this video, or like a movie, a typical movie is filmed at 24 frames per second. It just shows that many progressive pictures per second, and your mind puts the motion together to make it look fluid.
So when you say fluid, I'm going to play this video again from the beginning. Let's watch Deputy Whitaker's squad car. Does that appear like it's smooth to you?
No.
Can you explain why that is?
Because the video, it takes 1 picture every second and strings them together into a video. So that 1 picture every second makes the video look jerky.
In your experience, you said you were a detective before. Have you ever seen a video where it's a low frame rate like this?
Yes, I have.
So if you're watching the video and you're watching as the vehicle is progressing down the road in front of Minneapolis School, is it possible to determine for anybody whether the stop signs were ran or not from the video that you observed?
I don't believe so.
And why is that?
Because he could have stopped between the frames of the video and taken off again.
So basically there would have been action that could have occurred, in fact, but because of the 1 frame per second, it was not captured by the surveillance video.
Right, he could actually stop for up to 2 seconds, and that 1 frame is of him stopped, and the one before is moving.
You drafted several reports in this case, right?
2, I believe. Unless I'm forgetting about 1.
Several meaning 2, but not many.
Yeah, multiple.
I'm very experienced with the definition of several. So with regard to the video and your reports, I want to take you to February 19th of 2020. Did you draft a report on that date? I'll get you to turn to it here in a second.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date, but it could have been the 19th.
So if you'll flip to Exhibit L in your binder, and I'll put it up here on the screen. I do have it up on the screen there for you.
Okay.
Is that the report you drafted on February 19th of 2020?
Yes, it is.
So when you received information from Lieutenant McCune regarding Deputy Waterman and the allegations that he was making against Deputy Whitaker, what was conveyed to you as to when the three individuals contacted Deputy Waterman?
Between the time that Deputy Whitaker left the school on the 12th and the time that Deputy Waterman sent the text to Deputy Whitaker that same day, approximately 35, 40-ish minutes later.
So let's go to, so 11:11 approximately, Deputy Whitaker leaves the school. 11:48 a.m., he receives a text message from Deputy Waterman that's an issue. So during the conversation that you had with Lieutenant McCune, did he advise you that when he talked to Deputy Waterman on the 18th, that he told Deputy Waterman, you guys were going to go back and look at the video?
I don't remember if he told me, he told me that at some point. I don't remember exactly what he told me.
Okay, so you did in fact go back and look at the video from February 12th to see, hey, were there three individuals that approached Deputy Waterman, as he claimed, on the 12th, right?
Yes, I did.
And what's this report indicate in Exhibit L that's displayed up on the screen?
This report basically spells out Deputy Waterman's actions on the video on the 12th. From the time that Deputy Waterman went into his office before Deputy Whitaker leaves the school. No one comes or goes from his office but him until the time that he leaves, after the time the text message is sent.
So in the 30-minute time from 11:11 approximately to 11:48 a.m., nobody came into his office?
No.
Now I want to go back to Exhibit S here on the screen, which is videos from the Minneapolis Community School District from February 12th, 2020. Do you read that?
Yes.
These are the videos that you obtained from them?
Yep.
I'm looking at the 11:15 MS Hall video. Will you just explain to the commission what this video shows?
The purpose of having a video camera here is to show another hallway in the school. But on the right-hand side, you can see another doorway, and you can see the floor in that office there, blue carpeting. And that's the SRO's office.
And so you watched this video.
Yes.
And that's where your report was in part based off of, right?
Yes.
You can see some kids up there on the basketball court playing, can't you?
Yep.
So we talked about frame rate a little bit. Can you explain why they're just moving and skipping forward?
Because the video is taking one picture every second. So when they're at that point, it's taking a picture. 1 second later, they're in a different spot, it's taking another picture. So that's why it's very jerky and skippy, and there could be things going on between the pictures being taken.
Like the student that just walked across the screen there. You only see her take one step in the middle of the screen, right?
Yes. You see it took her basically a little over a second to get through the screen. You see her show up, move, and gone.
Now I want to go to, I'm going to close that video, and I apologize I didn't say the stopping time. I'm going to play the L Hall video starting at 000, and it starts at 11:15 a.m. on 2/12. What does this video show that you documented in your report?
This video is camera looking, I believe it's south, in inside the building. I might get a little mixed up on my directions, but I think it's looking south down the hallway. On the right-hand side, about halfway down, you can see another where the baseboard kind of turns in. That's the hallway going to that gym, and then the SRO's office is right there also.
We got my mouse pointer up on the screen there. Is that about where you're talking about?
Yes.
So you watch the video and you don't see anybody approach Deputy Waterman's office on February 12th in that window of time, right?
Correct.
So when you watch the video and you see that nobody approached him, what were you thinking?
Based on everything that I heard, the text message that he sent to Deputy Whitaker that it just happened, that he had spoken with Lieutenant McCune, said that it just happened. I was thinking that the Deputy Waterman fabricated the 3 witnesses to try to get his point across to Deputy Whitaker.
I should ask you, just while we have it up on the screen, is your report Exhibit L fair and accurate copy of the report you drafted on February 19th?
Yes, it is.
So there's one outside video on that, and just for the commission's benefit, you indicated earlier that you were talking about what videos you thought were relevant at the time. You selected the one outside video that shot the street across the parking lot there. Were all those camera systems the same, 1 frame per second?
It's my understanding that they were, yes.
So does it matter for you as the investigator? I mean, you personally watched them on February 18th, 2020. Any of those other videos?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of that?
Do those other videos matter because they're all 1 frame per second?
No, I really didn't see any relevance in them. That's why I didn't have them burned.
And is it your understanding that on these videos, the other videos that you reviewed, that there was nothing to substantiate or corroborate Deputy Waterman's claim that Deputy Whitaker rolled through 3 stop signs?
That's correct.
You drafted another report, in this case, Exhibit D. I've got that up on the computer screen. That's a report with you and Sergeant Siegfried. Just want to verify that that's your report, it's fair and accurate.
Yes, it is.
Was this report included in the investigative materials? Like the entire investigation packet that was provided? So I want to direct you to page 2 of Exhibit D. And on page 2, I'm going to try to highlight a portion of this for you here. If you go to the middle paragraph where it starts out on February 18th, 2020, and I'm going to highlight a section of that. If you'll read that out loud for the commission.
Lieutenant McCune asked if he had spoken to the individuals about telling their name to a supervisor, and Waterman advised that he had not done this yet.
So you documented in your report that it was communicated to you by Lieutenant McCune on February 18th, 2020, that Al reported to him he hadn't contacted those 3 individuals yet, right?
Correct.
And this is your final complete investigation report from this process?
Yes.
And that was information that was provided to you on February 18th, 2020?
Yeah, that was information that Lieutenant McCune told me on the phone while he was still in the parking lot of Minneapolis High School.
And I believe you already said this. Lieutenant McCune advised you at some point in time that he told Deputy Waterman, we're going to go back and check the video.
Yes, I don't remember if he told me that day or later, but he did relay that to me, I just don't remember exactly when.
And just for time's sake here, there were some notices that were given to Deputy Waterman prior to his administrative interview on February 25th, 2020. And in those notices was a notice from February 18th from Lieutenant McCune, right?
Yes.
And in that, it directed Deputy Waterman to answer the questions during the administrative interview truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you were the actual investigator along with Sergeant Siegfried that performed the administrative interview?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up the actual administrative interview here on the computer screen. I'd like to start playing it from 5:08:08. We've already played, just for your benefit, we've already played several portions of this video today, so I'm not going to play the whole thing with you, but I'm going to play a portion of this now at 5:08:08.
Asked you numerous times who the complainants are, right?
When are the dates that would have been asked? Because that would seem to be that you're alleging another violation, but we don't have any notice of these dates when they were asked.
He asked when you and Whitaker were at the office.
On the 13th.
Yep. He asked you.
Mm-hmm. If you won't give them to Corey, will you give them to me?
Yeah.
And that's when I said.
And I believe
that's when I said that they asked to remain anonymous.
he asked several times.
Notice of administrative interview advises that you were served, advises that was asked on the 13th and the 18th.
Yeah, I was never ordered on the 13th.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying you were, but he asked you.
I think that's what this says.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you keep saying that there were other times. When are the dates of the other times?
It's the same date. He was just asked multiple times.
You're saying he was asked multiple times by the lieutenant on which date?
Both days, I believe. So, and then when you were served your notice, he gave you a direct order to clarify that, right?
On the 18th was the only time that I was ordered to give him the names. On the 13th, I was never ordered to give him the names.
When you were approached by these three individuals, did they approach you together in a group, or did they approach you individually?
Together.
All three at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to stop the video at 5.
Where was that at?
9:38. So in his administrative interview, he just told you that the three individuals approached him together, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Did you find that statement odd?
Yeah, yes, because the text message said three separate individuals. I was trying to, I didn't click with me at the moment, but looking back, it did. I was trying to figure out why he said earlier separate, told me together, so.
So you had, at that time, a copy of Lieutenant McCune's report from February 18th, 2018, or 2020, excuse me. You also had the Notice of Administrative Investigation and documents, right?
Yes.
Lieutenant McCune conveyed to you that Deputy Waterman had indicated that these individuals approached him separately, right?
Yes.
And you said it didn't immediately dawn on you.
Not during the interview, no, it did not.
So during the course of your investigation, you detailed an inconsistency here where he had indicated from the beginning to both Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Whitaker that they separately approached him. But then during the administrative interview, he told you they approached him in a group, right?
Yes.
Is that one of the statements that Deputy Waterman made to you that you believe is a lie?
Yes, I do. I believe it's inconsistent and false.
And you documented that in your report?
Yes.
We played earlier a portion of the video where Sergeant Siegfried had asked whether these individuals were in a group, and Deputy Waterman had answered yes. So we're already past that point on the video, just for your benefit here. I'm going to continue playing the video though at 5:09:38, and I'm actually just going to back it up a little bit to 5:09:01. I'll start playing from that point.
You just asked multiple times.
You're saying he was asked multiple times by the lieutenant on which date?
Both days, I believe. So, and then when you were served your notice, he gave you a direct order to clarify that, right?
On the 18th was the only time that I was ordered to give him the names.
Al,
The 13th, I was never ordered to give him the names.
when you were approached by these three individuals, did they approach you together in a group, or did they approach you individually?
Together.
All three at the same time?
Yes.
Where was that at?
I don't remember. As I said, it was 2-3 weeks ago, and I had so much stuff going on. I really hadn't thought about it again.
Are you asking if it was at the school or at a?
I'm just asking, where was it at?
Do you remember the general location?
I don't. Like I said, I talk to kids all the time. I don't know, I can't tell you, I don't know if it was in the hallway, I don't know if it was in the concourse.
Would it have been at the school?
It would have been at the school, yes. And like I said, I talked to kids.
Let's stop video, 5, 10, 11 seconds. So at this point in time, he indicates, Deputy Waterman indicates to you that it was 2 to 3 weeks prior that these individuals had actually approached him, not on February 12th, 2020. Was there any significance to you of that remark?
Yes, because we had all been advised that they had approached him on the 12th, between the time that Deputy Whitaker left the school and Deputy Waterman sent the text message. Text message that just happened. Deputy Waterman told Deputy Whitaker on the phone, according to Deputy Whitaker's report, that it just happened. I think he conveyed this to Lieutenant McCune also, that it had just happened that previous day on the 13th when he spoke with him. So it seemed very odd that now he's saying it was 2 to 3 weeks earlier.
So this is the 25th of February. You're asking these questions about where this took place. He just indicates on the video there where we stopped it that it was at the school. What was the significance of for you, if anything, that he's indicating, hey, this actually happened 2 to 3 weeks prior in terms of surveillance video?
One of the reasons that the school has such a low frame rate on their school so they can save more data, even at 1 frame rate per second, they can only save up to 2 weeks. Any video older than 2 weeks is written over with new video. So anything longer ago than 2 weeks is gone.
And so by 25th, would you be able to go back 2 to 3 weeks before that and identify whether any individuals approached him, whether in a group or separately?
No.
I'm gonna play the video from 5 minutes, 5:10 p.m., 11 seconds.
Are they?
High school age.
High school age kids? Okay. Remember what grade?
No.
Just high school age. Boys, girls?
Boys.
3 boys?
I'm gonna stop there at 5:10:26. So when you're hearing that these are 3 high school age boys, is there any significance to you, that comment?
This is the first time that Deputy Waterman has made any type of identification as to who they might be before he wouldn't even say if they were students, faculty, who that they, any identifying information about them.
He had not previously conveyed that to anybody else.
No.
I'm gonna play it, 5:10:27.
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So you remember it's 3 high school boys. You don't recall which grade, their names, nothing?
No.
And you don't recall exactly where it happened, in the gym, in the concourse?
I do not.
Are there any issues between you and Corey?
No.
None at all?
No. I have, not that I'm aware of. That's why I text him and him alone. And thought we could take care of this between the two of us. I never got anyone else involved. And I'm surprised that it's escalated to this.
Well, there's really of one reason why it has. I mean, you've been asked to who these three people are, and for the most minute violation that I'm sure you could sit up there and, well, you do sit up there, so you know. But that's why, or how it can be cleared up quickly, to divulge the three individuals. But you say there's nothing between you and Corey, nothing at all that you know he's upset about, that you're upset about, nothing at all?
Nope, not that I'm aware of. I mean,
have you felt any pressure from Mediapolis School or anything? Is there any sort of anything said up there?
I'm not sure what.
I'm just asking it.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Have Mediapolis said anything about they like Corey better, they wish Corey was there? Okay, I want to make sure there's no outside influence of anything that the school has done or that we don't know about.
I don't have any other questions.
I think I just got a couple more here. When Lieutenant McEwen serves you your notice, he says he told you 3 separate times that this is a lawful direct order. And all 3 times in his truck, you do not tell him who these 3 individuals are, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you state your official response is there is not 3 names, and you're withdrawing the complaint.
That was not my official response.
You didn't say, this is my official response, and that there were no 3 names.
That's not how it was stated, no.
How was it stated?
It was stated that if you're ordering me to give you the names of the people that I told them that would remain anonymous, that I would remain anonymous, then I'm going to have to tell you that there are no names.
And I think you said that several different times because he asked you 3 different times.
I don't recall if I said it several different times.
And then he stated that he advised you that there was no complainant, that you would face disciplinary actions. Did he say?
I'm sorry, what?
Did he say that to you?
Did he say what? I'm sorry.
What? He advised you that if you're admitting that there's no complainant, that you could face disciplinary actions for falsifying a story.
He did tell me that, yes.
Okay. And he's stating that you still said that you're withdrawing the 3 complaints and there was no complaints. And you're saying that's not how it was said.
I don't recall after that. All I remember saying is that if you're ordering me to give you the names, because I told them that they would remain anonymous, and I was going back on my word, that I'm going to have to say there's no names. And I said that several times.
Why can you not tell your lieutenant? I mean, isn't he part of the force as well that's working with you to achieve the goal?
They asked to remain anonymous. So I elected not to tell anybody about them.
So would that same logic apply to any other investigation that you're conducting?
There's been no formal complaint. And as Sergeant Siegfried said, It's very minute. This thing went skyrocketed out of control when I contacted Deputy Whitaker and Deputy Whitaker alone. And I was under the assumption, yeah, he's gonna say, yep, you know, I must have rolled through him, I'm sorry, I'll pay better attention next time. But instead it skyrocketed way out of hand. And I'm, you know, number 4, I'm not sure, well, there's no sure about it. Number 4, there's no violation.
And, I mean, just out of your own words there, this is, just what you said. But with that, you're a cop, you've been involved in investigations. Where does that leave me to believe? I mean, we're asking for the 3 names. And that's it, to validate this complaint and what happened, and still in this interview you're refusing to give those 3 names, correct?
Correct. There was no complaint. They just brought it to my attention.
Let's stop the video at 5:18:01. So Deputy Waterman is indicating to you and Sergeant Siegfried on the video that there was no complaint. So what did you make of that as you heard it at the time?
By hearing that, to me, it sounds like he's just trying to play with words. Not call the 3 individuals complainants, so that he wouldn't have to report this as per the policy to a supervisor.
Why'd you press them so hard on the names? Why are the names important?
So we could validate the complaint, see if there was truly a complaint against Deputy Whitaker, or if the 3 names were fabricated. You know, that was truly why we wanted to get those 3 names, so we could just validate what the truth was.
If you would have came up with 3 names and gave you those 3 names, what would you guys have done?
We would have verified that there was a complaint on Deputy Whitaker, and this would have probably been over pretty much at that point.
So you would have contacted, as Lieutenant Williams would have contacted the complainants and said they were performing an internal affairs investigation. Did you make some concerns known to Deputy Waterman regarding Deputy Whitaker rolling through 3 stop signs?
Yes.
Would you have told Deputy Whitaker who those individuals were?
No.
Why is that?
He doesn't need to know who they are. He said earlier he doesn't care who they are. He just wanted the names validated.
And so it was your intent then from the interview to try to identify who these people were, and if he presented those people and you verified that they did in fact exist, that this would have been done with?
This investigation would have been done with, yes.
With regard to the dishonesty issue, right?
Yeah.
There was still the issue of the insubordination. Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm going to play the video from 5:18:01.
Now, you understand that if you're aware of something that a deputy's doing, whether it's as minor as rolling to a stop sign, as supervisors, they have an obligation to follow up on that, correct?
Yes.
And we were made aware that there may be a violation of Deputy Whitaker rolling to a stop sign, even though he was the one that advises of that. I feel as a supervisor I have an obligation to at least look into it. So you understand that's why we're here today, and you're, possibly impeding in even that investigation by not giving us these names to where we can follow up on that.
Yes.
Okay, let's stop the video at 5:18:52. So you told him why you were looking into it, right?
Yes.
And you told him that, hey, you're impeding this other investigation.
Correct.
There's a little bit of discussion with Attorney Dial here after that about whether there was in fact a formal internal affairs investigation as the code would define it into Deputy Whitaker, and you weren't quite sure at the time, right?
Correct. Yeah, I didn't know exactly where we were on that because we were unable to substantiate any information from Deputy Waterman.
So you told him, hey, this is why we're looking into it, and you gave him the reasoning and background. Aren't you required under the policy that if you become aware of an allegation of misconduct involving a deputy sheriff, that you have to look into it?
Yes.
Isn't that your ethical, moral obligation too?
Yes, it is.
Doesn't the public trust that if you become aware of something, you're going to look into it?
Yes.
I'm going to play from 5:18:52 forward.
The violations happen. I just, I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you want to say? I want to give you the chance to respond.
Yeah, an opportunity to just make any statements of your own unrelated to the questions that we've asked.
Well, as I said, number 4, I don't feel there's a violation of number 4 at all.
Okay, being untruthful or knowingly making false statements misleading or malicious statements are reasonably calculated to harm the reputation of authority, official standing, in official standing of member of this office.
There is no calculated intent there because I texted Corey and Corey alone.
Okay.
And I just, I don't feel that number 4, and there's any violation of number 4 at all. And without number 4, the other 3, I mean, if Deputy Whitaker hadn't, if he'd have just texted and said, yeah, I must have, we wouldn't be here today.
Okay. Any other statements or anything you'd like to make in reference to this?
I can't think of any.
Is it your position, are you saying that you believe that there potentially was a violation of 1, 2, and 3?
I don't believe there's a violation of 1, 2, and 3. If 4, there's no violation of number 4, therefore I don't believe 1, 2, and 3 exist.
I'm going to stop the video at 5:20:39. At that point in time that he's talking about 1, 2, and 3, that's ultimately not how the numbers were numbered as far as the Exhibit D, right? That you wrote the report, the final report?
I would have to review them, but I don't think that they all lined up exactly the same numbers.
1, 2, 3, and 4 refer to the notice of investigation going back to February 18, 2020 from Lieutenant McCune, right?
Yes, and that's what I read number 4 off of the notice from Lieutenant McCune.
I want to make sure that's clear for the record there. So you provided him an opportunity to present anything else to you. The interview continues for a brief period of time. I want to ask you about a portion of the video that we haven't played for you here this morning or this afternoon. And I have to back up the video from the 5:20:39 point here. And let's see if I can find the spot right away here. I'm going to play it at 4:54:04.
I'm trying to understand the policy basis for not following that policy.
So can you explain to us why you failed to comply with the lawful order of Lieutenant McCune based on the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office policy 320.3?
Reasonable and bona fide justification.
What is your reasonable and bona fide justification to not comply with the Sheriff's Office policy?
That they asked to remain anonymous, and I don't want to ruin my standing with them.
Stop the video at 4:55:06. So he indicates that his defense for failing to obey a lawful order from the commanding officer is that he does not want to affect the standing that he has with those individuals, and he later tells you that it's basically his ethics and morals, right?
Yes.
Is that a bona fide justification under that specific policy section that, hey, the individual's asked to remain anonymous?
No.
What would be an example of a legitimate justification to not provide the names of witnesses from somebody making an allegation, complaint, criminal investigation, whatever that might be?
If a supervisor would give you an order to, you know, if it would be illegal, immoral, unethical, against policy, or if, in this case, if it would bring the person into direct physical harm, that would be a bona fide justification. But just because they wish to remain anonymous, I don't believe that is a justification that would be bona fide under this policy.
Because by Deputy Waterman's justification, in every case, with that logic followed, every time you went to a deputy and you said, I need the names of these individuals for an internal affairs complaint, the deputy wouldn't have to provide that person's information to you. They couldn't get in trouble for insubordination, right?
Correct.
So that'd be a way to dodge disciplinary action, right?
Yes.
Was that the intent of the policy?
No.
So if we talk about criminal investigations, are there times where a confidential informant, their name's not disclosed?
Yes, there is times.
What are those reasons?
The reasons for that would be, we believe that if we disclose their names, that it could put them in harm's way, physically in harm's way.
That also applies to undercover police officers, for example?
Yes.
And there's actually state code on that, right?
I believe so. I don't know what it is for sure, but
it's fine. So with regard to his justification, did you believe that?
No.
There's a conversation, and then I'm not going to go back through the whole video here for the sake of time, but he indicates to you that he actually spoke to these individuals on February 17th, 2020. What's the significance of that?
He says he spoke to him on the 17th, 2020, at a basketball game, but he told Lieutenant McCune on the 18th that he had not spoken to them yet. Lieutenant McCune talked to me directly after that conversation, relayed that to me, that he had not spoken to them yet on the 18th. And in this interview, he says that he had spoken to the three individuals and they continued to remain anonymous the previous day.
So as part of your investigation, he now says, hey, I talked to them on February 17th, 2020. What do you do?
Chief Deputy Grimshaw went up to the school and retrieved the video from all the common areas at the school during that basketball game.
From February 17, 2020?
Yes.
And what did he report to you?
He told me that he watched them and there was nothing of significance on them. He couldn't confirm or deny or confirm anything from those videos. Basically, there was nothing on them to substantiate anything. So at that point, with 16, 17 hours worth of video that he had pulled, I didn't take my time to watch it because he already told me that there was nothing on it of significance.
So in the interview, we played the video here a little bit ago. Deputy Waterman was indicating to you, hey, I don't remember exactly where I talked to him at the school on February 17, 2020. So is it significant to you that he has three individuals approach him with complaints, or excuse me, is it significant to you that he says that he doesn't remember where he was at in the school when he talked to these individuals and advised them, my supervisor is looking for the names, your names, and I have to provide them to my supervisor?
Yeah, I believe something of this significance would stand out in your mind and you would know where you were when you approached these individuals and spoke to them. That it may be of such significance that you strategically sought out a spot to speak with them where they were away from other people.
And that wasn't able to be verified on the video, was it?
No.
So you've got two videos, the one from February 12th, 2020, where Deputy Waterman originally indicated that he talked to individuals that day as it just had happened. Can't verify that detail, right?
That's correct.
February 17th can't verify that he had the conversations with these three individuals on the school grounds as he had indicated to you, right?
That's correct.
And by that time, when you go back to have that video reviewed, you knew that he was indicating that they were three high school boys, right?
Yes.
So he indicated to you in the interview that he talked to them in a group, right?
Yes.
But previously he told Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Whitaker that he talked to them separately, right?
Yes.
So February 26th comes around. Did you receive a report from Lieutenant McCune, a supplemental report?
I don't remember. Yes, I do remember that, yeah.
I believe it's Exhibit N, is it Nancy?
Right, yes. I did review that report.
And just for the purpose of the commission and for the record, what was the significance of, I believe I said this N in it, I don't think it's actually. I, excuse me. We've been looking at these a lot today. With regard to Exhibit I, once you have an opportunity to get to that report,
Yes, I have it here.
what was the significance of that report to you as the internal affairs investigator for this matter?
The significance of this report is that Lieutenant McCune had viewed this internal interview, and he wanted to clarify some things that he didn't feel were significant earlier when he wrote his previous report, and he just wanted to clarify those and made a supplemental report about that.
And so he tells you, or he writes in the report, that the 17th was never brought up, right?
Yes.
He writes in the report that it was never disclosed to him that these individuals approached Deputy Waterman 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th, 2020, right?
Right.
There's also some details in this report that indicate, and I'll pull it up here for you on the big screen. Deputy Waterman's response was, I can ask them. I advised Deputy Waterman that I had instructed him to already do that and that I would be talking with him again on Tuesday, the 18th. So as far as the policy violations that were alleged, was this a significant fact for you as the internal affairs investigator?
Yes.
Why?
At the end of the previous week, I think it was during a phone call on the 13th, if I'm keeping all my times and dates correct, made a phone call on the evening of the 13th from Lieutenant McCune to Deputy Whitaker. He had advised Deputy Waterman to speak with the individuals and tell them their names had to be provided to a supervisor. On the 18th, Deputy Waterman hadn't done that yet, and after being given a direct order to do that, to speak with them and tell them that their names had to be revealed, his response was, I can talk to them.
So in your final report from March 30th, 2020, Exhibit D, page 3, there's a middle paragraph up on the screen. You can just turn up and look at the screen if you want for simplicity. Can you see that?
I might have to squint a little bit, but I think I can get it.
You can zoom in for you.
There we go.
So you're writing there in your final report that there's these details that come to light from the February 25th, 2020 interview where he's saying, oh, I talked to him on the 17th, and that the video doesn't show that he did in fact talk to the individuals on the 17th, right?
That's what Chief Deputy Grimshaw relayed to me, yes.
So on that same report, you indicated that the first time that he raised that issue was February 25th, 2020, right?
Yes.
Would that be another omitted detail that he failed to provide Lieutenant McCune on the 18th?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that would be a very important detail that was omitted. On the 18th, instead of saying, I can talk to them, he should have said, I talked to them last night and they wish to remain anonymous, if that would have been.
So I'm on page 4 of Exhibit D there. It says on 2/25/2020, Deputy Waterman recants previous account of events to Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Whitaker by stating that the complaint to him happened 2 to 3 weeks prior to 12. Was that another thing that you believe that Deputy Waterman was dishonest about?
Yes.
There's also reference here to March 20th, 2020. Reference to an order that Sheriff Johnstone gave to Deputy Waterman. And then there's also reference below that bullet point indicating that he asked about an outside investigator. So let me ask you this. Had you reviewed the March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing?
I did not watch the video, but I read the transcript.
In reading the transcript, you're aware that Sheriff Johnstone offered to have a third-party independent outside investigator come in so Deputy Waterman could provide their names to that individual, right?
Yes.
And then you indicate in your report that he was given until Monday, March 23rd, 2020 at 4:30 p.m. to provide that information to Sheriff Johnstone and myself, right?
Yes.
And will you just read that last sentence there?
At 4:39 p.m., emailed that Waterman is not interested in providing the names to a third party.
What was his significance to you as the internal affairs investigator that he was offered to have a third-party independent investigator and still would not provide the names to that person?
One thing that really stood out to me about that was that during the interview on February 25th, that was their idea, to have an independent third-party investigator come in and take a look at that.
So they brought that up to you?
Yes.
And that's actually later on in the interview audio recording there, right?
Yes, it is.
And just for the time's sake, for the commission, I'm not going to play that. So at the end of the day, we see in your report you recommend several policy violations here. I want to ask you about one on Exhibit D with regard to a allegation that you indicated was unfounded. There's a paragraph on page 7 of Exhibit D that says unsubstantiated, exonerated charge. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Will you explain what that's about for the commission, please?
That was originally listed that in the insubordination charges, but upon just going through all the evidence and everything, I believe that on the 13th, Lieutenant McCune just asked for the names from Deputy Waterman, did not give him an order to give the names, so there was no insubordination there.
So does a command officer, when they ask a question to a deputy several times, do they have to give those magic words, I'm giving you a direct order?
Yes.
So you're basically saying we're giving Al the benefit of the doubt with regard to the conversation between Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Waterman on February 13th?
Yes.
So I'm on page 8 of 9, the conclusion section. So you recommended that there be policy violations that should be sustained against Deputy Waterman, right?
Yes, I did.
Ultimately, you indicated here that just cause existed to terminate Deputy Waterman's employment, right?
Yes.
What was your reasoning for recommending termination in this case?
Well, it was an extremely difficult decision for me. Weighed very heavily on me. I considered Al a friend. We did things off duty together. We went hunting together. So this was something that was extremely hard for me to do, is to recommend this. But I felt like it was my duty to do that because I felt like as a department, command staff, we had lost Al's trust because of the things he has done and said. The insubordination, I felt like we could not trust him to do things that we asked him to do, in the future. I felt like we were going to be unable to trust his word because there was just a lot of things that weren't adding up and we believed had been fabricated during this whole thing, and we just weren't going to be able to move forward from this.
You mentioned that you had done things with Al outside of work, and you said that this was a hard decision with you. Have you ever had to do anything like this before in your lengthy career?
I have not. Probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do.
As far as the information that you considered, the mitigating facts, the aggravating facts, when you looked at the policy violations that were alleged, as far as the severity of them, what were you thinking when you wrote the report?
I thought they were very severe, and it really surprised me that Al would do something like this. That I had very high thoughts of Al, and really something that took me by surprise when I started having to look into this, and I just I don't know how to describe it. I guess it's just something that's very difficult to do. And am I answering your question, or am I getting off track?
Well, you recognized before that Al had no prior disciplinary action, right?
That's correct.
For all intents and purposes, there was a written caution, counseling in his file, but other than that, he had no disciplinary history in Des Moines County, right?
Yeah, and I wasn't even aware that he had a caution counseling in his file until this investigation started, and I was made aware of that. It was something that was done, and I don't think I was ever even aware of that. So as far as I was concerned, there was no, never any disciplinary issues.
So Al didn't have, prior to February 2020, kind of pattern policy violations, right?
Yes.
But when we talk about insubordination, this wasn't an isolated incident, was it? You have more than one supervisor that he...
Oh, yeah. I was thinking of something else. Yeah, it's not an isolated incident. As far as the insubordination happened several times with multiple supervisors.
And then what about the, there's that category that's listed in your administrative charges of unprofessionalism. Can you explain that to the commission, please?
Well, I believe that, it's just unprofessional for him to make these allegations of another deputy, and then just really, and just to carry through with that, I believe that, it could have been dipped in the bud much earlier, and we didn't have to go down this road, but, Al kind of forced our hand on this, and we just didn't have a lot of choice.
Was that because you talked about it in your written report a little bit here, that as this process evolved, he didn't supply the information necessary for you guys to validate the allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker, right?
That's correct.
So as far as public trust and confidence in law enforcement, was that something that was in the back of your mind at all when you were making the recommendation for termination?
Yes, if I felt like he was being dishonest with us, and I truly believe that, I felt like we couldn't trust him to testify, in court. Can't trust him to give us honest answers in the future. And that's something that, the public trusts us to do, is to be honest, to have that integrity, and that's something that's very important as a law enforcement officer, that we have to be able to have that public trust, and they can't look at us and wonder if we're telling the truth or not.
As a lieutenant that personally supervised Al, you knew him as a friend, you went hunting with him and everything. From this incident, could you say as a lieutenant, the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office, that you could believe Al going forward from this incident?
I think it's going to be difficult on some situations.
Is there any way to correct that in your mind?
I don't believe that there's any training or correction that we would be able to send out to or do with them to correct that and get back the trust that we need.
Does that cause problems for you as a lieutenant in supervising other people in the office?
Yes, it does.
Can you explain that to the commission?
If we continue to have Al as deputy with the sheriff's office, really it would set a precedence that you don't have to be honest with your supervisors. There's nothing they can do to you. You don't have to obey their commands. You know, that, I mean, it really sets a bad precedence for that public trust, and for the trust that we have in one of our employees, and then what the employees think that they can get away with us.
I have no further questions for Lieutenant Williams at this time. Thank you.
Lieutenant Williams, I'm looking at your reports, and one of the allegations is failing to report alleged misconduct concerning another deputy. In regarding to alleged misconduct concerning another deputy, does that only apply to deputies on duty?
Oh, I think that there would be some discretion there for off-duty things, but I think that, you know, if it was something major that should be reported.
Well, in fact, doesn't your policy provide that violation of any law is misconduct?
Yes.
So wouldn't that apply to any deputy that's off duty if they violate the law? That's misconduct, right?
I suppose it would.
Well, that's what your policy says, correct?
Yes.
I mean, there's no gray area there, is there?
No.
So any deputy that knows that another deputy has violated the law is required to report that, correct?
Yes.
And the deputies themselves would be required to self-report that if that was the case, right?
Yeah, they should.
So when Deputy Gordy stopped Deputy Whitaker for speeding earlier this year, who investigated that?
I'm unaware that that happened.
Did that get reported?
Not to my knowledge.
You're unaware that happened?
You telling me that right now is the first time I've heard of it.
We understand that Deputy Whitaker's testified to that earlier today.
Okay.
Now, you also indicated that apparently you believe that these 3 anonymous people are confidential informants. Is that what you believe?
No, I don't believe they were confidential informants.
Well, what was the testimony about confidential informants for then?
Mr. Linkman asked me, are there instances with confidential informants where it would be important to keep their identity anonymous?
Yeah, that wouldn't apply in this case because these were not confidential informants, were they?
No.
They're citizen informants, correct?
Yes.
Does law treat citizen informants different than confidential informants?
I'm not sure what you're getting at here.
Does law treat confidential informants different than citizen informants?
Maybe if you reworded that, I would understand what you're trying to get at.
If you indicated that the names of these anonymous informants or people were not going to be provided to Deputy Whitaker, correct?
That was my understanding, that they didn't need to be provided to Deputy Whitaker.
Okay. So if they were provided to you or someone else in the office, you were going to interview these people and determine if Deputy Whitaker ran stop signs, correct?
Yes.
And if they indicated that he had ran stop signs, was Deputy Whitaker going to be issued a citation?
I'm not sure if he would be issued a formal traffic citation or an office disciplinary action, but it's something that we would look into, yes.
It could have been issued a citation, correct?
I'm going to object to that as a Garrity issue. It's a misstatement of law, but you can answer if you know.
I'm, without looking into things, I'm not really sure if, not witnessing a simple misdemeanor, if we have the authority to, issue a citation without any other evidence other than just someone saying, yeah, I saw him run the stop sign. That's something I wouldn't do for any citizen. So I probably wouldn't do that unless Deputy Whitaker told me that okay, they saw me, I ran the stop sign. Look into it and investigate that.
Did you ever inform Deputy Waterman that there would be no citation issued if the people indicated that there would be no citation issued to Deputy Whitaker?
No.
And you've indicated that Deputy Whittaker not be informed of who they were, correct?
Yes,
But you're aware if he was issued a citation, he would be entitled to that, wouldn't he?
he would be.
You indicated that there was an issue brought up of a possible third party, correct?
Possible third party.
Third party to look into this.
Oh, yes,
And your testimony was that was their idea.
yes.
Well, that wasn't Mr. Waterman's idea, was it?
No, you were the one that brought that up.
Something I brought up, right?
Yes.
Because Al's always indicated that the reason that he could not provide the names of the three people was because his morals believed he could not. That's what he's indicated, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that's what he said.
And so even if you had a third party, that's still going to disclose the identity to that third party, isn't it?
Yes.
So even though I brought that up as a possible idea, that's not anything that Mr. Waterman ever felt that he could do, is it?
I don't know if he felt that or not.
Well, hasn't he always indicated that he felt that he could not disclose the identity of these three individuals?
I believe he's always just said they wish to remain anonymous.
In regard to the meeting the individuals on the 17th of, I believe it was February, did Al indicate where he had had contact with those people at?
The meeting, okay, on the 17th of February at the basketball game,
Yes.
He said he didn't remember.
And certainly there's some video of the school that, or some areas of the school that are not going to be captured on video, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
And you did not watch the video of February 17th. Is
I
that
did
correct?
not.
Now, you've indicated that you and Al had a pretty good relationship prior to this. Is that a fair statement?
I thought we did.
And when did you first get assigned to investigate this matter?
On the 18th, after Lieutenant McCune informed Al that he was being placed on paid administrative leave.
Did you ever contact Al and ask him try to get any information from him from the time that you were assigned to investigate this until the first interview took place?
I did not.
He said that question again, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, did you ever contact Al between the time that you were assigned to investigate this and the first interview?
No, I did not.
So all information that you relied on as far as what he had informed Lieutenant McCune came from Lieutenant McCune.
Yes.
You did not verify any of that with Al prior to the 25th of February interview, did you?
No.
Did you ask Lieutenant McCune to provide you any audio recordings of his conversations with Al?
No, I didn't specifically ask him, but Lieutenant McCune told me that he didn't think it was going to be a big deal, and so he did not record it.
So when he went out to speak to Deputy Waterman on the 18th, at that time he was telling you he didn't think it was going to be a big deal.
Correct.
But he immediately placed him on administrative leave after that.
Yes, it became a big deal.
Because Al wouldn't provide the names of the three people.
Yes.
And then I note that we watched the interview here. Sergeant Siegfried indicated that there was one reason that they were there in that first interview of the 25th, and that was for Al to provide the names, right?
I don't remember if Sergeant Siegfried said that there was one reason for us to be here, but he did ask Al for the names.
He said there's one thing that would clear this up.
Yeah, okay.
I want to go through your investigation here to just make sure I understand it. The only time that you asked Al any questions was the interview of the 25th. Is that right?
That's correct.
There was a later interview, but you were not present for that?
Right.
There were videos that you reviewed from the school from February 12th. Is that correct?
Yes.
There were videos from February 17th, but you didn't review those. Is that right?
That's right.
And then there were reports from other officers that you reviewed.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as those reports, you're relying on the accuracy of what those other officers put in there, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Because if the information in there is not correct, you're still relying on it, aren't you?
Yes, but I believe it's correct.
Did you ever ask Lieutenant McCune why he didn't put any of this information about the conversations that he had with Al Waterman on February 18th in his report, other than just saying that he was asking for the names?
I don't remember specifically asking him that, but we did talk about it.
What did he tell you, Sophia, if we didn't put all that information in his report then?
He said he didn't think that the information was relevant, and then when he watched the video, or watched the interview on the 25th, he realized that it was. Being about a 20-minute conversation in a truck, it'd be very difficult to make sure that you get everything in there. But his memory was later jogged that he should put that in writing.
Why would it be difficult to get everything in a report? I mean, it doesn't matter how long the conversation is, does it? I mean, it matters when you write the report compared to when you've had the conversation.
If I had a 20-minute conversation with you, could you go back verbatim and write down what we said? Probably not. I'd be surprised if you could.
Wouldn't that most likely depend on when you write it down compared to when the conversation took place?
Well, your memory is going to be most accurate early, but you still remember details for long periods of time.
Well, and Lieutenant McKeon's report regarding his conversation with Al Waterman on February 18th was written on February 18th, right?
Which report was that?
The one written on February 18th.
By Lieutenant McCune?
Yes.
Yeah, he dated it on February 18th, that's when it was written.
So you'd expect him to have a pretty good memory, a recollection of what he had just discussed hours before that, right?
I would expect that he would, yes.
Okay, I have no other questions. I don't have any other questions. Do you have any questions for Lieutenant Williams?
No. Any other questions?
If you give me just 1 or 2 minutes to confer with Sheriff Johnstone, I think I'm going to speed this up a little bit and cut down my witnesses just to move this along.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We take about a quick break. The later the day.
Stretch the legs. I think your hands need.
Yeah.
had a brief discussion, and given the hour of the day, we're going to be finished for today and start again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I'll take a motion to close this session.
Motion to close the session.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?